Hey everyone! Ready to dive back into Prince of Thorns and Nightmares with me? If you have a story you'd love to hear, drop it in the comments. I'm always taking notes. Oh, and if you're loving this world as much as I am, grab a copy to support Linsey Miller. Authors live for readers like you, and every book bought means more magic gets made. Alright, let's get back into it. Chapter 11. So familiar a gleam. Once was a boy named Phillip, who dove and forgot to backflip. He landed on vines and, well, what rhymes with vines that we haven't used? Oh. Times. He landed on vines 1 or 2 times, and no one has heard from him since. Briar Rose's lilting voice stabbed at Philip's aching head. He groaned, awareness and pain washing over him. Even the quiet sounds of the thorn maze, the creak of vines and rustle of leaves, hurt. He tried to turn over and gave up. Did I land on them? He asked, words scratching through his throat. Feels like I missed. She sucked in a whistling breath. Oh, pity. I thought you might be dead. Trying to determine just how sarcastic she was being made Philip's head spin. Death can't hurt this much, he said, and forced open his eyes. The hedges towering on either side of him shifted, vines grinding the leaves to dust as if the wood and the thorns were at war. He rolled his head up and then touched his chin to his chest. That worked, so maybe he wasn't dead. He lifted his legs up and rolled his torso forward again. Slowly, he rocked into a sitting position and rested his elbows on his legs. His hands were so bruised it looked as if he were wearing gloves. Why did my injuries carry over to the dream? Usually, the dreams were a reprieve from the physical pains of the day. After all, Briar Rose hadn't figured out how to punch him yet, but the rules had changed. He flexed his fingers and hissed. From the other side of the maze, Briar Rose made a sound like she was about to speak. How much did you hear? He asked. Philip couldn't remember what happened after the fall, and trying to recall anything only brought flashes of light and pain to mind. Enough, she said, and he could hear her swaying back and forth, clothes brushing against the grass. I cannot believe you robbed such a nice woman. She gave you a chance to leave. I'm not entirely sure of the details. Johanna and you were very close-lipped during your heist, and the guards chasing you were horrendously loud, but I overheard your fairy tutors when they got you. You jumped out of a tower, Philip. How did you even survive that? Magic, said Philip. He froze and nearly choked. Is Johanna all right? Is she safe? Briar Rose, you. He expected her to draw it out or tease him more, but she quickly said, she's fine, I think. Unconsciousness doesn't really count as sleeping, apparently, because I still heard bits and pieces of Johanna talking about what happened in the real world before you joined me here. Philip sighed. Thank you. I'm not a monster, she said, and scoffed. I wouldn't not tell you. I actually like Johanna. Yeah, and if she asked you something, you'd answer, said Philip. Me? Not so much. Briar Rose laughed. He slowly stood, pleased she hadn't reverted to the titter she used with her aunts. Maybe he wasn't alone in pretending to be someone he wasn't in real life. Well, we can put to rest the question of whether we'll ever dream of the other's life again now that the maze is here, she said. He stretched his arms. What's the first thing you heard? The riddle. It was very romantic, from the sound of it, just like in all those stories with knights and quests. She laughed again, and even though it was at his expense, he didn't mind. It was funny now that he knew no one had died. I thought you were some sort of knight. Doesn't thievery go against chivalry? I'm some sort, certainly, said Phillip. You know that training I mentioned and the magic? This wizard stole a sword from the king ages ago, and I had to get it back. She hummed. Oh, that puts the riddle and guards in a new light. They weren't even guards. They were magical suits of armor with weapons worse than anything I can swing. What do you even know about knights? He asked, knowing very well that she had spent an entire year being taught hierarchy and all the relevant details required for courtly etiquette. Having met you? Less. With that, Phillip forced himself to walk down the path before him. The maze was as inscrutable as it had ever been, hedges thick with leaves and writhing vines covered in thorns. The deep gouge in the dirt he had made with his toe and left as a marker during the last dream was still there, but since he always stayed next to Briar Rose, he wasn't sure if either of them was making any progress. He didn't feel up to taking part in their competition tonight, though. There once was a boy named Phillip, Briar Rose began again. Phillip groaned. Please no. I can't believe you're so bad at rhyming, he muttered loudly enough for her to hear. You're worse than Johanna. It wasn't much of an insult, because Johanna was quite good, even if she hadn't let him see her newer work all year. She sniffed and stomped down her path. My first 5 poems were better, but you weren't here, because, oh, what was it you were doing again? Stealing? No, improvising. She clapped twice, and he rolled his eyes. I can't believe you thought jumping from a tower was the best escape plan, she said. Did you forget it was a wizard's tower? What do you mean? She asked. He could practically hear her heart stopping at the thought of being wrong. Worse, he was the one calling her out. The tower was bewitched, a fact even the fairies missed, and my magic failed once we were nearly to the door. He whistled, pretending to think it over. I got to do this fun bit with a horse and a lion. You saw a lion? She sniffed, a wholly unfamiliar tone to her question. A real lion? Oh, no. The one I saw was made of flowers. Briar Rose inhaled. Loudly. He could imagine her curious stare from the other side of the maze, and it made him want to continue. She sounded genuinely interested, and he wasn't sure why that pleased him so. I will tell you all about it later and describe it in as much detail as you want, he said, but I really need to be in the waking world right now. Wait. Briar Rose let out a little sound like she'd gotten too close to the wall. I found this book I need to talk to you about. Phillip sighed. A book? Yes, she said. It's by a wizard. Awakening the Dream Within, have you heard of it? You know I haven't. He was exhausted, hurting, and not in the mood for her pointed questions. What about it? It talks about magical dreams. Most of it's nonsense, but there's this chapter about how magic sometimes provides dreams as escapes to fairies and other magical individuals. It's the first time I've come across anything about dreams in a book. Does it mention if sleeping here would wake me up in the real world? Phillip asked. It might, said Briar Rose, oblivious to his annoyance. I can check, but I'm mostly hoping this will point me in the direction of another book with more information. You started having the dreams before me. Do you remember ever having normal dreams? No, but I hear they're far easier to wake up from, Phillip said, sighing. It's so curious the way this wizard talks about magic. There are a few wizards mentioned in the history books, but none of it is from the wizard's perspective. They're supposed to be all-powerful and smart. I mean, you would have to be to memorize all of those spells. Briar Rose's voice trailed off, but it was still too loud for him to block out entirely. This one talks about magic like it thinks and makes decisions, and... Philip pinched the bridge of his nose, a headache forming just behind his eyes. Never studied magic before, but it must be exceptionally difficult. I'm surprised you're taking to it. How did it work when you found out? Philip could barely think past the pounding in his head. Briar rose, I'm sorry, but I need to wake up. I can't deal with this right now. He heard her exhale sharply. I thought you'd be at least interested in figuring out why for our entire lives we have dreamed of each other in a strange wood, she said, an edge creeping into her tone. I know what you're doing is important, but... It's me, so how important could it be? He snapped, interrupting her. I know what you think of me, but I'm not gallivanting through some forest doing as I please. If I fail to learn magic, no, not just learn it. If I fail to master magic, people will die. She stomped around like a child not getting their way. I wasn't saying it wasn't important. I'm just trying to figure out why we dream of each other and why we're in this maze. And then what? He asked. As optimistic as we were, let's be honest, there's no prize for us at the end of this. We don't get anything for figuring out why we dream of each other. I was only asking questions. The hedge responded to her, the thorns growing longer and thicker. They blotted out what little sky there was. Oh, please. He pressed a knuckle against his eye to try to ease his headache. As if your questions are innocent. You think I can't do anything. Because you never do. She scoffed in paste and smacked a vine away so hard that the hedge shook. Would you rather I say nothing? You would, wouldn't you? You could say nothing, Philip spat, and still your presence would smother me. Her tone was sharper than the thorns between them. Only you would think people being interested in your life is like pressing a pillow over your face. You said practically the same thing to your father after the tournament before you threw your life away. You're so scared to love anyone and disappoint them like you do your father that you don't even love yourself, no matter how self-centered you pretend to be. It's cowardice. Fury flared in Philip, hot and painful, more consuming than any other emotion he had ever felt. He covered his cry with a hand. I'm not one of your stories. I'm a person, he said so quietly he wasn't sure she could hear. He felt small, like a bug pinned in a shadow box. His anger was so still it unnerved him. Not a fire but smoke. So what if I give up? So what if I don't try to live up to your impossible, naive standards? No matter what happened to me, it was never going to be good enough for my father, and I'm not going to be talked down to by some girl who is prattling on about dreams when important things are happening. The final words were the only ones he shouted, and he grimaced. Of course I'm talking about it, she shrieked. The dreams are the only interesting thing to ever happen to me. Philip hesitated, furious mind barely catching what she had said. That couldn't be true. She told those animals story after story about traveling and adventure, and she'd had dozens of tutors growing up. You have no idea what it's like, she said. These dreams are all I have. The weight of it, of her idyllic life being compared to his, of her dismissing his concerns in favor of the dream, and of his panic over his escape from Barnaby's tower, crashed into his chest, and Philip turned on his heel and took off down the path that led away from the wall they shared. I'm sorry. And whatever response she shouted was lost in the cackle-like creaks of the thorny vines. Philip awoke with a start. He didn't remember falling asleep in the dream maze or being dragged away by a vine. He had been racing through the paths, growling at dead ends, and avoiding briar rows. Based on the sound of her equally angry outbursts, no matter what path they took, they remained right next to each other, separated by only a single wall. He hated it. He hated every part of it, the maze, her words, how angry he had gotten. There now, muttered Eris, patting his shoulder. You are safe. You are well. Johanna is fine too. What? He stared at her before remembering that his fight with Briar Rose was a dream she didn't know about. Oh, right. Sorry. I had a nightmare. Who wouldn't after a fall like that? Eris said. He was swaddled in what felt like every blanket he and Johanna had. The tent flap was open, a clear evening sky twinkling down at him. Eris sat on one of her leafy stools next to him, a damp cloth in her hands, and Johanna's bedroll was gone. Eris spotted him looking around for it and gestured outside. The camp looked the same, but they were in a different location. A northern wind nipped at him even through the blankets. We relocated while you rested to ensure we couldn't be found and decided that moving north, nearer to the shield, was the best plan, she said. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 is with Johanna, and Pina is ensuring that Barnaby and Zora did not follow us. How do you feel? Like I jumped off a tall tower and caught myself with a bunch of plants. Phillip groaned and sat up. How do I look? Worse than you feel, I hope. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 has healed most of your injuries, though it will take time for the pain to ease. She slowly helped him into a proper sitting position, pressed the mouth of a water skin to his lips, and helped him drink his fill. What possessed you to do that? I didn't know how else to get us out with the sword, and I wasn't going to let all of those enchanted objects kill Johanna, he said. He still had the full range of motion in his arms, but the muscles felt far too tight. He flexed his fingers and noticed that delicate little designs that matched the hilt of the Sword of Truth were now embossed in his hand as if painted in midnight blue and crimson red. My magic stopped working once we got near the tower. I only noticed that I might be able to use it again on that balcony because of that brooch. And you trusted your magic to catch you, she said, staring at him with wide blue eyes. Drink this. She handed him a small bottle that smelled of honey and tasted of the bitterest, meanest flowers, and he gagged it down. That is a level of faith in magic I didn't anticipate you reaching so quickly. Or ever, said Eris. Philip's remaining fury at Briar Rose sharpened his tone. You're the one who told me to have faith. You told me that magic was about belief and said I was doing well. Stop assuming I mean the worst, Eris said, and checked the bandages on his hands. What if the brooch had been wrong? Guilt prickled over him, hot and shameful. He had assumed she simply doubted his tactics, not that she was worried for Johanna and him. Phillip shook his head. You made it. Eris stilled. She drew in a shallow breath and gently took his injured hand in hers. Thank you for trusting me so deeply, she said slowly, but please take better care of yourself. I am loath to say it, but I have enjoyed teaching you, and your death would be a blow. You're the only person who's ever said that who I know means it, said Phillip. Everyone else wants me safe and sound for Princess Aurora's sake, not mine. I know you're training me so that I can defeat Maleficent, but you haven't made it all about her. Well, let me temper it by begging you not to die until you learn illusion magic and get the shield, Eris said with a soft chuckle. I doubt the princess wants to be a widow so quickly. I wouldn't know, he said, and it sounded bitter even to him. I'm tired of hating her all the time. Now, you and the others glided in with your magic and plans, and for the first time I don't feel like I'm drowning or being tugged along on a fishing line. Eris leaned in close and tipped his chin up so that he couldn't avoid her gaze. Phillip, you cannot live your life hating things simply because others think you should do them. Curses and gifts all come to pass whether we want them to or not. The curse will come, but you are in control of your reactions and the nuances of your life. Refusing everything you've been offered is a bit like cutting off your nose because someone you dislike said it was nice looking. She flicked his nose, and Phillip snorted, pulling away. The comment felt too much like a reprimand from his father. That makes me feel like a piece on a chessboard. Phillip wiped his face. He didn't want to be controlled at all, though what she described wasn't really control. It was like setting a course through a wood. How he got to the other side was up to him, but he would get there. There was no turning back. We are all pieces on a board. Some of us are more aware of it than others and know how to play our parts, she said. Your education, knighthood, and betrothal were all decided by someone else. They do not have to be. You can learn to play the part you want. The part I want? The deep, aching dread eased a bit. Like marrying someone else? What? Eris startled. What do you mean? Have you met someone? He hesitated. The flash of golden hair through the maze and the image of violet eyes crossed his mind, and he winced at the memory of Briar Rose's furious last words. No, he said a little too quickly. But that doesn't mean I don't want to love and be loved. Eris let out a soft, breathless sound. You've known about your betrothal since you were a child. You always knew you would not marry for love, so why should you love anyone else, much less yourself? That sounded far too much like what Briar Rose had said. Yelled. Was he so transparent? I don't love the Phillip I'm supposed to be, he said, nor do I like the person those expectations have created. He hated the argument he'd had with Briar Rose. He shouldn't have lashed out at her when he knew it wasn't her fault. His frustrations and worries with the waking world were no excuse for him to yell at her, and he had to make it up to her. She had only been trying to help. He was still angry and sad and desperate for something else, and he didn't want to be the sort of person who accomplished nothing and yelled at girls in mazes who might have been exasperating but weren't at fault. And on top of all of that, he couldn't help thinking about how similar Briar Rose and he were. They were victims of circumstances outside of their control. He might have liked Briar Rose if they had met in real life. He didn't want to be so quick to anger, and that was up to him. I messed up, he mumbled to himself. Eris's brows pinched. With what? It's a secret, said Phillip, looking away. He hadn't wanted his father's advice since he was a child, but he wanted Eris's. She would know what to do, or at least be honest with him. A while ago, I met someone. Eris's eyebrows drew into a single thin line. Not like that, he said, flushing. We're not even friends. We mostly vent to each other and try to outdo the other at whatever we're doing, but we got into a fight last time we spoke. Oh. She blinked rapidly and leaned against a tree. And you do not love this mysterious not-friend? He scoffed. I barely even like her, and she definitely doesn't like me. You protest a little much, she muttered. You like her enough that this fight is bothering you, though? How many friends do you have? A few? Johanna and Briar Rose were the only occupants of that list. How many have yelled at you? 2 of them, he said. Being a prince is an odd sort of isolation, but isolation nonetheless, because you exist on a level many don't, said Eris. You wouldn't kill Johanna for talking back to you, but you cannot ignore that you're in that position. I imagine the only people who have ever argued with you were your father, Johanna, and this girl. Thereabouts, Phillip said, shifting uncomfortably. My father gave up on it a while ago. He has no idea what to do with you, does he? She asked. His father never tried to understand, and he had a terrible suspicion that Briar Rose's aunts were the same. He knows exactly what he wants to do with me, said Phillip. Did you ever fight with your parents? Chapter 12. Heart to heart, thorn to thorn. The next morning, Phillip awoke long after dawn. He felt beaten up even if he didn't look it anymore, thanks to the fairies' healing, and got ready as slowly as he could. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐻𝐿's first lesson surely wouldn't be as bad as 𝐼𝐼𝐼's teachings, but he stalled and let his mind wander anyway. He had to apologize to Briar Rose even if it didn't fix anything. Dreaming would be far more restful if it didn't always include a tooth and nail fight. He had far too many of those to look forward to with Maleficent in his near future. My being a wizard is enough to make her green with envy, Phillip muttered to himself before going to meet 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿. Eris's promise had filled him with an eagerness he hadn't felt in ages, and he couldn't wait to train. More Briar than Rose, really. What are you whispering about? Johanna asked, coming up behind him and shoving him out of the tent. Get on with it, your wizardness. Phillip stretched one last time and joined 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿 outside. She had many talents and decided to start with some of her others before moving to illusions. 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿 tested him only once before determining he had little skill for healing, and, unlike 𝐼𝐼, she didn't even have to set him on fire to do so. She tried to teach him to vanish his bruises, but he couldn't manage it at all. 𝐼𝐼 scowled at them the entire time. Healing's a mite harder to manage for most, 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿 said, giggling, and patted his head. I don't think 𝐼𝐼 likes me, Phillip mumbled to 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿. Don't feel too bad, my boy, she said, the rasp of her voice swallowing the endearment. She dislikes most. You're not special. Phillip bit back his usual retort in favor of thinking over his next words. Pieces on a board didn't speak, they waited to make a move. Has she always been like that? The one other time I met fairies, they were quite jolly? Unflappable? So happy that it worried you they weren't taking things seriously? 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿 giggled. Wouldn't know. Ran in different circles, we did. I'm only here for, well, myself, I suppose. And you, of course. Eris convinced us to help her help you steal the sword and shield. She and 𝐼𝐼 never really got on. Eris is a bit too wild for her. Unpredictable. 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿 giggled again, not a real laugh, but the most he had ever heard from her, and shooed him into the clearing to begin his next lesson. Phillip had requested to learn shadow familiars next, 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿's most interesting trick. But unlike her, Phillip wasn't suited for shadows. He spent an hour trying to detach his shadow from his body while everyone watched, and only managed a half-hearted ripple of the shade across the grass. It was probably for the best. Samson would never allow him to have more than one familiar. No time to teach you bones and muscles and the like, but there's emotions. Those are easy enough to influence without knowing everything about bodies, 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿 said, and clucked her tongue. Ah. Slumber. That's a good one. Here, remember how this feels. She stood on her toes and tapped his temple, and the world went black. Phillip blinked up at the sky. He was lying on the ground. What just happened? There had been no warning, no creeping sensation of tiredness, and no time between her touching his face and his waking up. It was as if she had gone into his head and removed the last minute entirely without his being the wiser. What did you notice? 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿 asked. Nothing, said Phillip. Absolutely nothing. I caught you, Johanna said from a step away. You're welcome. My knight in shining armor. Phillip winked at her and ignored her eye roll. Children. 𝐼𝐼 snapped. Pay attention. This is all for your benefit. It was for everyone's, but Phillip bit his tongue. Sleeping's a useful trick, said 𝐒𝐾𝐍𝐻𝐿, motioning for him to sit up. Healing outright requires more knowledge than we could teach you even if you had the talent. But sleeping spells take far less. How's your anatomical knowledge? I'm no physician, but I can keep my humors in check, he said. What do I need to put people to sleep? For slumber, it's quite simple. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 raised both of her hands to his head. He had to stoop to let her do it, and his spine cracked in protest. You must touch them and then recall the sensation of sleep, so pay attention to what it feels like. Decide on a gesture, too, my boy. I suppose telling someone to sleep will do just as well. This won't hurt a bit. It was like dying from cold. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 knocked him out with little more than a nudge a dozen times before letting him try it on her, and it took him a dozen more to even make her drowsy. It wasn't difficult or exhausting work, but not instantly understanding it made his heart race and his shoulders tense. By the time he finally made 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 snore, it was late in the evening and Phillip wanted to do nothing but sleep himself. He ate a late supper with Johanna and crawled into his bedroll without so much as a good night. Natural sleep took him quickly. Phillip awoke in the hedge maze. The thorns and vines had nearly overtaken all that remained of the old wood, tangling themselves so tightly in the evergreen hedges that the leaves were withering to a dull brown. The twisting crack of the thorns growing and tearing through the branches of the hedge split the silence every few seconds, and Phillip listened for Briar Rose's shouts. He deserved to be yelled at a bit. We've had this conversation 1,000 times, Briar Rose. Phillip froze, trying to hear where the voice was coming from. It was one of Briar Rose's aunts, which one he had no idea, but if he was hearing her, that meant. And I'll ask 1,000 more times, said Briar Rose. Let me go to town. Or with you to market. Or anything. I can't stay here. I have always done what you said. I have never left the woods. I have never fought you on this, but I am fighting now, because I cannot do this anymore. She was awake, and he was listening in on her real life. Before the maze, when it had been him alone in the wood, it was like Briar Rose and her aunts were always behind the next tree. Their voices had been faint and far off. Now they were further muffled by the twisting vines. The voices didn't come from anywhere specific. It was like they were simply around the next corner of the maze, but no matter how far Phillip walked, he couldn't reach the source. Phillip settled down as close as he could to the wall. He must have misheard her. She had left the forest where she lived. She had all those stories and friends. I need to meet other people. I need to be around them. I have only ever spoken to you, and I love you all dearly, but I need more. Please. She sounded near tears, but her aunt only huffed. Phillip felt as if he'd been dunked in a frozen pond. Of all the things he had overheard, he had never heard Briar Rose sound so defeated. The chilling depth of his discomfort at that moment shocked him. It was unfathomable that she had never left the forest where she lived. Could all those stories, all those adventures he had been so jealous of, have been lies? But was it really lying if her audience was only animals and herself? It was unthinkable that she had never even spoken to anyone else. Even folks who lived in the most rural farmsteads still saw others sometimes. Avoiding everyone took work. Now, dear, it's for your own good. We know best, said one of her aunts in an insultingly upbeat tone. Why? He shouted as she pleaded the same question. Desperation made her voice waver, but her aunt seemed not to notice. Phillip did. One laughed and said, "Oh, sweet girl, you know we'll explain it all to you one day, but you must trust us." You know we're doing this to protect you, another said. What is the point of protecting me if my heart is broken before I'm safe? Asked Briar Rose. All I want to do is go to town. And she sounded as if she was drowning, like he was. Phillip stripped off his cape and wadded it up against the thorny vines so that he could lean against the wall. Maybe he could hear the conversation more clearly if he got closer. It's too dangerous. That was one of the other aunts, the strict one. Phillip had always imagined her tilting her head and staring down her nose at whomever she was talking to. You'll understand one day. She doesn't need to understand. She needs you to listen, said Phillip. He rubbed his face. He had a terrible feeling in the pit of his stomach. His father had often said similar things. Phillip was supposed to be a heroic knight, but his father had all sorts of rules he couldn't know for reasons his father wouldn't share, to keep him safe. Phillip had always wanted someone who listened to him, and he had yelled at her. Said terrible things. Hated her because she listened. It made perfect sense now, though. Briar Rose had never been anywhere or met anyone. She was trapped in alone, so it was no wonder she had 1,000 questions for him every time they met. He had always been jealous of her travels, but his time as a knight journeying through Artwine must have seemed like an unattainable freedom to her. If he were in her situation, he would ask a million things too. It wasn't selfishness or nosiness. Speaking to him was the only means of escape she had. I don't want to understand. Please, I cannot stay here alone. Let me go with you. Absolutely not, said one of the aunts. That's final. Briar Rose took a breath, sobbed, and hiccuped, and her aunts discussed how best to fix her splotchy face. She gasped, and slowly, the voices of her aunts grew quieter and quieter until the only thing he could hear was her footsteps as she fled. I'm sorry, he said. His disappointment that Briar Rose would not be joining him in the dream world was as strong and bitter as his anger at her aunts, but he pushed it to the back of his mind. She wouldn't fall asleep easily after that and would find comfort in her only friends, the animals. That would at least make her feel better. I hope I get to tell you that soon. Phillip threw himself into his training with 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 the next day to keep himself from thinking about Briar Rose. He found illusions were far easier than nature magic or defending against fire. Phillip could create an image of a boulder to hide behind that no one would know was fake until they tried to touch it, or he could conjure a screech behind someone to distract them. The illusions weren't always exactly what he wanted, but they were close enough for his first real day of training. A distraction is a distraction is a distraction, said 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, applauding as he made an owl hoot behind her. Keeping up multiple illusions is difficult, but you can overlay them with enough practice, visuals, sounds, smells. Try to copy your deer. She pointed at Samson, and Johanna laughed from her seat, watching everything to find holes in his illusions. Horse, deer, said Eris. Humans ride horses. Try to copy your horse, then, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 said. Phillip glanced at Samson. He and Taliesin had been enjoying their time of rest, grazing and rolling about with little interruption. Phillip raised his hand and whispered what he wanted to do, and slowly an image of Samson appeared. Phillip moved his fingers as if modeling clay, and the real Samson snorted. Taliesin eyed the illusion, pawing at the dirt. Phillip twisted his hand to his mouth and imagined a stick of celery. A carrot appeared in the illusion's mouth. Close enough, said Phillip, dropping his hand. Samson charged his copy and tried to yank the carrot free, snorting when he bit through nothing. Phillip laughed and beckoned Samson to him. He had no idea how to explain magic to horses. Eris snorted, and Pina glanced at her. Maleficent will be less forgiving than we are, she said sharply. You must. A loud neighing came from the illusion of Samson, and Pina jumped, clutching her chest. She glared at Eris. We have 6 days, Pina said, and no shield as of yet. It's fine, said Eris, restraining her laughter. Phillip, try again. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 beckoned him nearer and circled his illusion of Samson. You're lacking detail. You mustn't leave anything out. They spent the rest of the day perfecting Philip's illusions and the commands and gestures he used to summon them. He fell into a restless sleep after midnight, hoping to speak with Briar Rose. Instead of opening his eyes to the dream wood, he awoke to 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 leaning over him, nearly nose to nose. He yelped. He wanted to apologize to Briar Rose and make sure she was all right, not wake up to 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's shockingly bad breath in his face, but it must have been time for his test. Outside when you're ready, she said, but be quick about it. She flitted out the flap. A bleary-eyed Johanna peeked at Phillip from beneath her blanket. Sorry, he whispered. Another challenge. It's fine, she said, and sat up. She pulled her book from her pocket. I'm behind anyway. It was a poem, judging by the lines he could see, but he couldn't make out what the words said. Dozens upon dozens of lines had been crossed out and rewritten. Johanna, he said softly, why are you so interested in writing whatever that is? Owlishly, she stared up at him. I don't think you'd understand. That's never stopped you from explaining things to me before, said Phillip. Not everyone gets remembered, but you will be. Royals always are. Johanna raised one shoulder. Myths and legends and the people who tell them get remembered. I just want something nice attached to my name when I'm gone. He definitely didn't understand. Phillip dreaded finding out what others said about him. You didn't have to come with me. You could have stayed somewhere to write whatever you wanted. No, even if I weren't your squire, I would have wanted to travel with you, she said. You make such creatively interesting decisions. So mistakes that had to be fixed, then? I hope you get ink everywhere, he muttered, grinning. You're healed up, right? Right as rain, she said. No more bruises, though still hurts like one. Should be well enough when we go get the shield. Good. He left the tent with a nervous shake of his head. It was likely there would be no outright fight during the test of his illusion magic, the fairies instead testing him to determine what was real and what was illusionary while he kept up his own illusions. There weren't many days left, and he didn't feel prepared, even though he felt more in control of his life. The three fairies waited for him at the edge of the clearing. The shield of virtue has been resting with its maker for the last 2 centuries, but it is well guarded. We have 5 days left to take it, said Eris. It is possible Maleficent may make a play for the shield. However, the real threat is 𝐒𝐚𝐫, its maker. To claim the shield, you must defeat them. As we are fairies and cannot wield the shield, this is a test you must face alone. So you'll face today alone, as well, said 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. Ready? I think so, he said. What do I need to do? Eris grinned, her wand sliding into her hand. Incapacitate me. She swung her wand up, and a blast of wind so cold he couldn't breathe threw him across the clearing. Phillip landed hard on his back, the shock and pain trembling through his body. He struggled to get to his feet. Samson and Taliesin squealed. Don't panic. Only training, he muttered to himself. Phillip raised one hand as if lifting something. Wall. A stone wall as tall as his hips appeared before him, and Phillip ducked behind it, racing for the trees. His heart slammed into his ribs. He had expected to fight 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 was a terrifying prospect, but Eris wouldn't hold back. She knew he wanted to be the best. Oh, for magic's sake, Eris muttered. Hiding won't beat Maleficent. He was in the cover of the trees before she dealt with his illusion, but a cool breeze rippled through the leaves. Nature magic made graveyards of forests. He had to get out of there without her the wiser. But Eris was good. She was far better than he with magic, knew all the intricacies of it. She definitely wouldn't fall for the trick he had used on Pina. "What can I do?" he whispered. The bitterly cold wind that foretold Eris's magic swept through the trees, and he sprinted away from it, staying in the tree line. Branches and vines clawed at his back as he ran. Come out wherever you are, Your Highness," Eris called. Phillip raised his hand and twisted it, mumbling, "Wind." The gust shoved her encroaching plants back. He moved in a semicircle around the clearing, staying low in the bushes. Footsteps sounded behind him. A breath rustled his hair. Phillip elbowed whatever was behind him and hit nothing. "You think you can touch me? That you're worthy of that?" a hauntingly familiar voice whispered in his ear. He felt nothing, but a face leaned over his shoulder. The nose was sharp and delicate, the skin a pale green, and the lips blood red. "Oh, dear," Maleficent said. "Does our valiant prince doubt my presence? My power?" She wasn't real. She was a nightmare summoned by 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 or Eris to scare him into revealing himself. Phillip needed to distract all the fairies to even get close to Eris. This illusion was nothing to worry about. "No, thank you," he whispered, and crept toward the side of the clearing where 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐒 and Samson were watching the fairies with wide eyes. Their ears were back, and 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐒 kept shuffling toward the tent where Johanna waited. Samson sniffed up toward the tree line. Phillip held a finger to his lips. "Distract them from me," Phillip said quietly once he was close enough. He gestured for Samson to run. "I will give you 1,000,000 carats if you tear off through that clearing right now." The creaking of plants slithering around the forest floor as Eris and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 hunted him down grew louder behind him, and the illusion of Maleficent still hovered in his peripheral field. Samson didn't so much as huff. What he needed was something to spook but not hurt the horses, like when Briar Rose had lobbed those rocks at him. Phillip felt around in the grass and found 2 small pebbles. He hurled them at Samson and 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐒. One bounced off Samson's side, making him rear, and one smacked 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐒 in the ribs. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐒 took off galloping across the clearing toward the tent. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 turned to 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐒, and Phillip raced back through the trees. He summoned a sword of thorns to his hands and commanded his magic to conjure an illusion of the Sword of Truth. The faint scent of smoke hung in the air. If they were going to scare him with Maleficent, he was going to scare them right back. Phillip got as close to Eris as he could without being seen, and when she hissed at 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 to get 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐒, he lunged. A sliver of lightning struck his hand. Phillip leapt back, his skin smarting. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 vanished in a flicker of shadows. Cold and quick, a prickle of power rolled over him, and he flicked his fingers out as subtly as he could. A whip of grass shot out from his feet and slapped at Eris's wand. Her magic smacked it aside. "Like that could kill me," she said, and flicked her hand like she was swatting a bug. And it was entirely too predictable. A vicious gust of wind sent him tumbling backward, and he rolled to a stop. "Everything you've done could have killed me," Phillip said, and stumbled to his feet. "Well," said Eris, her eyes narrowing, "what doesn't kill you and all that?" Eris thrust her wand toward him and magic shot out from the point. Phillip ducked under it, the power grazing his scalp. Eris attacked again. He knocked the shot away with his thorn sword. The magic crashed into a thick elm and toppled it. "Excuse you?" Phillip asked, turning slowly toward her. Eris twisted her wand, and the wind picked up, cutting through Philip's tunic with cold. He stumbled and threw up his arms to protect his face. A shield of grass wove itself before him. Eris's blow crumpled it. The force rattled through Philip, and he stumbled back again. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, at the ready, appeared at the far end of the clearing. He flung his thorn sword disguised as the sword of truth at her, and she shrieked. The sound hit Philip's ears like flint striking tinder. He smelled oiled steel and sweat. He tried to create another thorn sword and found nothing in his hand. Eris approached slowly. Philip couldn't be a disappointment now, not when he was so close to mastering magic and saving himself without following the path his father had laid out for him. He was so close to being in control. "What is left for you?" the illusion of Maleficent asked. "What is left but failure?" But it bolstered Philip instead of distracting him. He thought of Briar Rose, alone in the wood and in her waking life, of himself staring at the stars and waiting for the reprieve of sleep, and of everything Maleficent had taken from him. That soft, quiet moment between being awake and being asleep consumed his mind. Maleficent had stolen his dreams and left nothing but nightmares. He made a gesture at Eris as if gathering something in his hand. Magic flared at his fingertips. Philip closed his eyes. He felt, rather than saw, Eris slowly slip into unconsciousness. She gasped and flinched, and her eyelids fluttered. The plants around him stilled and the air warmed. Maleficent's illusion vanished. "Your Highness?" Pina's voice was softer than he had ever heard it before. "It would be best if you opened your eyes." There was something different about this magic. It had been hotter and angry, and his mouth tasted like ash. "That felt different," he said. Pina clucked. It was different. But she did not elaborate. "Did it work?" asked Philip, cracking open one eye. Pina scoffed and shook her head. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, kneeling next to Eris, was tapping the sleeping fairy's cheek. Eris was splayed out in the center of the clearing, her wand hand over her head, and her eyelids fluttered. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 poked her face again, and Eris jerked awake. "You put me to sleep," she said, and shuddered. "You knocked me out cold." Philip beamed, and Pina let out a raspy laugh. "And what fun it was," Pina said. "Good job." It was a good way to incapacitate without killing, and Philip's joy at doing it successfully nearly tore out of him. He took a deep breath instead of whooping. Eris yawned and rose. "That won't take out someone like Maleficent," said Eris, "but it will definitely work on her minions." She noticed when Philip smirked. "You're pleased, aren't you, that you need not kill her minions?" asked Eris, narrowing her eyes. Knights and princes had to rationalize things like murder when it was for the good of the kingdom. Never mind that who got included in the kingdom changed with the whims of the rulers. Philip knew Johanna felt the same way about killing, though she had strong feelings about all the other laws as well. It was partly why he had wanted her as his squire. Astounding, Eris continued. "You robbed a wizard just a few days ago. Your moral compass is inscrutable." Philip shrugged. "Some things are worse than others." But he was only getting better. Chapter 13. Seldom what they seem. 200 years ago, when fairies and humans first came to a hesitant peace, when dragons and all sorts of magical creatures wandered the lands, the shield of virtue had been laid to rest with its maker. The tomb of the great blacksmith 𝐒𝐚𝐫 was deep in the spruce-speckled foothills of northern Old Tor, and though the location was well known, few had tried to take the shield. The hike through the hills was difficult, the paths lined with crumbling ruins overgrown with moss and foggy green sage. Irises dark as dusk spotted the forest floor. It was 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿, though, who kept adventurers away. Metals sang beneath their hammer. There was no metal they couldn't work and no artist's eye they couldn't draw, but when the war reached their city, they stayed behind. They took up the armor of the knights who had already fallen in their defense and created a shield so strong it would last 1,000 years, said Johanna, her eyes bright and her reverence infectious. They died helping the last people get out of the city but refused to stay dead and remained to keep anyone from following the survivors. Even now, in the tomb built on the ground they gave their life for, 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 protects their shield from those who would use it for selfish means and only allows the worthy to win it. And that's definitely not me, muttered Phillip. Yet Phillip was the keystone of their plan. An hour earlier, 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 had transported them all south of the tomb using her shadow. She had scouted the area the night before and noticed nothing, a blessing, since the thick bramble and mist kept them from seeing more than an arm's length before them. Their plan for the shield was unnervingly simple, and worse, Phillip would be facing 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 alone. He would attempt to win the shield from 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 fairly, passing whatever test they gave, and the others would intervene only if that didn't work. If it didn't, they would have to steal the shield and escape. Unlike 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿, they could teleport. And then they'd only have to look over their shoulders for 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 forever. Hush, whispered Eris. You don't know that. Your reasons for needing it are quite noble. The fairies were fluttering behind Phillip and Johanna, utterly silent as they glided through the fog. The dreary, stifling weather was doing nothing to improve Phillip's nerves. The fact we plan to steal it if I don't pass feels less than honorable, though, he said. 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 had instilled their virtue into their final creation and been so dedicated to helping others that not even death stopped them. Phillip had heard the story a dozen times and loved each retelling as a kid, but he had tried to stop thinking about it after knighthood lost its appeal. There were as many different stories about how 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿 decided worthiness as there were stars in the sky. No one knew which were true. Phillip had passed his final test from the fairies the previous day, but his confidence was still partly for show. It helped, though, that Eris believed he could do it. No one has ever been able to observe anyone challenging 𝐒𝐚𝐫𝐿, Eris said. We've only been able to watch them as they enter and leave the tomb, and no one in recent decades has left with the shield. There seems to be some sort of enchantment that prevents those who fail from speaking of the trial. So no information on how to prove myself worthy of the shield, Phillip said. Great. Easy. That was terrifying. Virtuous wasn't a word Phillip would have used to describe himself. Light glinted off something hidden in the fog, and Phillip stopped. He raised his hand. There's someone there, he whispered, ducking. I thought no one was here. No one was, said 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, wringing her hands. Eris inhaled sharply. They've got a bow. Phillip eyed them, a stout person, facing the other way for now, with plain brown clothes but a bow worth serious money. They were clearly scanning the woods as a lookout. He waited for them to turn fully and didn't see a crest on any part of their clothes. Could someone else be making a move for the shield? The shield of virtue was legendary, and it wasn't uncommon for knights from different kingdoms to try to prove their worth. Every few years growing up, Phillip had heard of some Artwine page or knight attempting the journey to Aldport to take the shield and coming back empty-handed. There were even rumors that some brave thieves had banded together to try to steal it. They hadn't been heard from since. The archer crept nearer. Phillip motioned for the others to hide. Johanna crouched low in the bushes, and the fairies vanished from sight. Gag them, Phillip whispered, gesturing for a vine to cover the archer's mouth. Mouth first, then hands. The vine slithered away from him through the underbrush. One shot out and wrapped around the archer's mouth. The archer flailed and struggled against the plants, but Philip's magic dragged them quietly through the undergrowth to him. He tapped the archer's temple. "Sleep well," he said, and they passed out. Philip searched their pockets. Their purse has coin from 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎𝐿, but whatever crest they wore was torn off their cloak recently. "Who do you think they are?" 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 turned her veiled face to Eris, and Eris leaned down over the archer, studying them. "Mercenaries," she said, and rose, her hands clasped behind her back. "There are factions who support Maleficent. We can't be sure whoever is here is not working for her cause." "Can we be certain it's a group and not just one or two?" asked Johanna. "𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿," Eris said, "go see how many they are." 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 vanished. Philip looked over the archer again while they waited. The archer's clothes, a dark brown cloak over nondescript padded armor, didn't provide Philip with much information about who they were, but they did give him a plan. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 reappeared with a gasp. "A good dozen or so of them." She sniffed and nudged the archer with her foot. Philip nodded, less scared than he thought he would be. Maybe Eris's insistence that he believe in himself was working. "I should disguise myself to match them and attempt to reach the tomb undetected. I doubt fighting a group, mercenaries or not, would be considered virtuous. That would get you to the tomb so long as no one notices it's you and not them," said Eris, gesturing to the archer. She tilted her head back and forth and finally agreed. "He is right. We cannot even get near the tomb given the protections against fairies, so as winning the shield outright is our best chance at getting it." "Amos was always so straight-laced," muttered Pina. "We will ensure that the mercenaries do not return and enter the tomb. We can draw them away like we did old Barnaby." "It would be better if we didn't fight them," said Johanna. "There are plenty of myths about the area being haunted and Amos using magic to keep people away." "We could scare them?" "That's a good plan," he said, and knocked Johanna's shoulder with his. "Go terrify these mercenaries and we can regroup here in an hour, or if something goes wrong. Send word if anything happens," Eris told 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. "Go." "Did you really know Amos?" Philip heard Johanna ask as she and Pina vanished beneath 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿's shadow. Philip knelt next to the fallen archer and started undoing their scarf. Eris laughed. "Philip," she said in that disappointed drawl of a baffled teacher. "Think with your magic." "Right." He winced and mimed putting on a tunic. "Create an illusion of their clothes on me, please." Magic rustled across Philip, and his clothes took on the appearance of the archer's. Philip grabbed the archer's bow and quiver. "Excellent. Let's get you to the tomb." Eris nodded for Philip to move and walked ahead of him. It was odd to hear her footsteps, but flying would have been too difficult in the dense forest. She hissed. Philip froze. "What's wrong?" "Clover," she said, shaking off the hem of her yellow dress. The plant was hidden under the deadfall, and beneath her dress, her feet were bare. Tendrils of smoke rose from her soles. "Amos is from before my time, when we were at war, but we flew over the woods observing the tomb. I knew we would not be able to enter it, but I didn't realize the defenses against us would be so thorough. I'll have to bear it, but my magic will grow weaker the closer we get." Philip stayed near her after that. The tomb was among the crumbling ruins of an old city at the top of a woody hill, and a large fire was burning at the heart of the ruins. Mercenaries in nondescript clothes milled around the fire. A handful paced outside the entrance to the tomb. "For a group of indistinguishable mercenaries, they're well armed," muttered Philip. He touched his collar, his fingers passing through the illusion of the archer's clothes. "Don't worry about them," Eris said. "You will enter the tomb alone." I will ensure that no one follows, and once you have the shield, rejoin me. Then we will regroup." She laid a comforting hand on his shoulder, then faded from view like mist in the wind. Across the camp, a hazy image of Johanna appeared behind a mercenary and leaned down near their ear. Whatever she whispered made the mercenary scream, and she vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Another ghostly illusion appeared between the mercenaries and the tomb. It stumbled toward them. The mercenaries scrambled into action. A warbling whistle called out from the north, eliciting shouts from those around the fire. They all drew weapons, hesitating as one swung at the ghost and the sword went through it, and the illusion herded them into the woods, away from the tomb. Slowly, most of the mercenaries dispersed as they tried to deal with the ghosts. Only a few remained, but they had moved away from the tomb to the middle of camp, where the ghost of Johanna had appeared. Phillip calmed his breathing. He shook out his limbs and slouched, matching the archer's height as best as he could without arousing suspicion. He began to walk through the encampment and tried to match the worry of the others. One of the mercenaries in the middle raised a hand to him. Phillip waved back, pointed toward the tomb, and then tapped the corner of his eye. As a knight, that was how he'd been taught to signify he was keeping watch, and it was all he could think to do. The other mercenary nodded and gestured toward the woods where the others had run off. "Well done," said Eris, looming invisibly over his shoulder with her magic like winter wind. "The tomb, quickly." Phillip neared the tomb. Magic prickled across his skin the closer he got, charging the air until the hair of his arms stood on end. A scent like scalding seawater and heated metal hung in the air, and the ground shifted from uneven roots to a hard-packed dirt path. Eris's footfalls grew louder. He had known her magic would be of little use there, but it was still shocking to turn and see her, the magic that kept her from his sight slowly fading. There was a stark white scar across her left cheek he had never seen before, and her yellow dress was paler and streaked with grass stains. He stopped a few steps from the iron-encircled entrance to the tomb. They were out of sight of the others there. "Eris?" he asked, looking away. He had never realized that she used magic to change her appearance around him, but their nearness to the tomb was clearly weakening those illusions. It felt wrong to look at her without them. "Can you even be here?" "I can be here, outside of the tomb, though it is quite uncomfortable." Despite her confident tone, she raised her hand to her scarred cheek and frowned. "I will wait for you. If you do need me, I can enter the tomb. However, I cannot be in there for long, and my magic will be very weak. But I don't want you to get hurt." She jerked, her face fell, and she shook her head. "Some successes require sacrifices," she muttered, but it seemed like she wasn't saying it to him. "You're kind, but we need the shield. You're a prince, Phillip. You must be prepared for others to sacrifice for your goals, especially for such needful goals as this one." The sentiment dropped to the pit of his stomach like a stone. "Did your mentor tell you that?" She nodded. "Now go." He hesitated, and she shooed him forward with her hands. Alone, Phillip stepped into the dark of the tomb. The entrance was in a thick wall of solid stone. Pale light flickered at the end of the hall, which angled down. A hushed voice rose through the cracks of a second door, and Phillip hesitated outside it. The light was from a torch stuck onto the wall, and with it, he could see fingerprints in the moss on the door where it had been forced open. Offerings of milk jugs and coins rested in the corner outside, the dust atop them undisturbed despite the riches there. Liquid seeped from the cracks in the tomb wall. Phillip touched it and sniffed his fingers, the familiar scent of linseed oil filling his nose. He listened at the door for a moment. "Not very noble to strike weakly and receive a weak strike in return," said someone in a small voice. Whoever was speaking cleared their throat and then continued, "But I don't want to die in a year." Phillip paused at the one-sided conversation. It reminded him of Briar Rose practicing her speeches, though he hoped she would never have to worry about being murdered. Maleficent seemed like the sort who would kill someone for failing one of her missions. He peeked through the half-open door. A young woman, unlike anything he had expected a minion of Maleficent's to be, paced across the small room. She tossed a knife from hand to hand, muttering and shaking her head. The light caught her pock scars and brightened her brown eyes when she turned. All that was left of the crest on her tunic was the beak of a large bird sewn in fraying black thread. She tossed her braided hair to her other shoulder with a sigh, not noticing Phillip. "But you might not mean it all literally," she muttered. Phillip wasn't sure what the woman was talking about, but he slipped through the door and drew his sword quietly. She noticed movement and rounded on him, knife slashing toward him. He caught her by the wrist and squeezed. The knife clattered to the ground. Her gaze dropped to the sword in his other hand, and Phillip kicked her knife to the corner behind her. She was 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿's age, if that. "Don't swing at someone if your grip's not good," he said. "You could have downed me with a kick by now, by the way." She shifted, and he shook his head. Too late. Phillip tightened his grip on her wrist. She pulled back to hit him and then caught sight of something over his shoulder. She froze. "They're awake again," she whispered. Slowly, Phillip turned. "Oh," he said, breathless. "You." The stories didn't do Amos justice. They were 2 heads taller than Phillip and broader than his father, the top of their helm scraping against the stone ceiling as they moved. The helm was dulled by age and dented over the temple from the blow that had killed them, but the shape of the wolf's head was still there. A single green eye stared out between the wolf's bared teeth, and linseed oil dripped from them like blood. It oozed from the cracks of the bronze scales of Amos's armor and left dark trails through the green patina. The surcoat over the scales was soaked through. And behind them rested the shield of virtue. It was nearly as tall as Phillip, edged in gleaming metal, and lined with the same silver and blue detailing as the hilt of the sword of truth. "𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿's going to die of envy," he mumbled. Amos tilted their head to the side, and the soft ting of bone against metal sounded from the helm. "𝐏𝐼𝐻 of Shiraz has nothing to fear." "That makes sense," Phillip said. 𝐏𝐼𝐻 was virtuous to her bones, and the fairies should have sent her in his place. She would have stood a better chance. He glanced at the girl. "What's your name?" She swallowed. "Who are you?" "Phillip," he said. "Your turn." "Brenna," she said, and frowned, looking over her shoulder toward the door. "You can't have the shield. I got here first." "I don't think it matters which of us got here first." "I'm taking the shield." "You can't just take it." She seemed so offended by the prospect of his not knowing something that she forgot to try to pull her wrist away. "You have to earn it. It's a beheading game, but you're not noble at all." "I've been saying that for years." Stories of beheading games were popular. The knight was forced to strike a blow against an immortal opponent that would be returned in kind eventually. Was it nobler to behead the opponent and meet your own beheading with grace, or was it better to give them a weak wound and then be scratched in return? It was nobler to fight truly and with full effort, striking a mortal blow as would be required in a real duel, than to not fight well and only wound the opponent. The truly brave and virtuous met death with honor. Or something. 𝐏𝐼𝐻 probably understood and explained it better. Phillip didn't get it at all. He dropped her hand and raised his sword. "Don't move." She swallowed. "Fine. When you fail, I'll have my turn." Phillip kept 𝐒𝐻𝐿 in the corner of his sight. It felt wrong to turn his back on them. Even Phillip knew that people didn't get turns in a beheading game. Once he played, he'd be locked into it, and Brenna was already losing by taking so long to consider. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, quiet and dripping, watched him. "A mirrored duel, is it?" asked Phillip. "Is that what I have to do to earn it?" "No, that is not quite your game," 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said, their voice sounding like a rusted lock being forced open. "You require a different test, Prince Phillip." Brenna's eyes widened, and she gave Phillip a look he couldn't read. "Prince," Brenna's voice died with a strangled groan, and her head dropped to her chest. Phillip spun to her and raised his sword, unease sweeping over him. Her limbs went limp, and then they jerked. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 raised their arm and moved their fingers as if controlling a puppet. Brenna lifted her head. "A game befitting the puppet prince," she said, but the voice was not her own. It was 𝐒𝐻𝐿's. "Duel me, and whatever wound you grant to Brenna of All Tor, I will grant to you in 1 year. But it is a wound you must grant, not mercy." Fear prickled across Phillip's skin like lightning. This was not at all like the stories. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 was supposed to be virtuous and honorable, but Brenna hadn't agreed to this. Some successes require sacrifices. Eris's words rang in his ears, but Phillip wasn't sure he could do it. He forced himself to look away from 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Brenna took 3 steps back and picked up her knife. She moved with the ill grace of a freshly born deer, and she held the blade with a strength he was sure she didn't possess. It was an old style of grip, the sort used by fighters who had learned to parry attacks before armor was enough to defend a body. She beckoned him to attack her. But her eyes, so young and bright before, were lit by fear now. "No," said Phillip. "She's not part of this. You are the prince soon to marry her princess." 𝐒𝐻𝐿's voice came from Brenna's mouth. It didn't fit her, and all he could think of was how like Briar Rose she had been, working out her problems aloud. "She has been part of this since she was born, as all subjects are a part of their ruler's choices." Brenna lashed out at him. He dodged her first blow, catching the second in the arm. The blade tore through his sleeve but not his skin, and he knocked her knife away with a swipe of his sword. Phillip shook his head. "This is not fair." "Your idea of fairness is not my concern," said 𝐒𝐻𝐿. "Accept or leave." "No." Phillip stepped away and frowned when Brenna followed. "She's not you. I'm not hurting her to get the shield." Brenna lunged, her knife aimed for his ribs, and he twisted. Her knife ripped through where he had been. It would have slipped between his bones and into his heart, but as good as her aim was, she was too slow. Phillip tapped his fingers to her temple and tried to put her to sleep as Frike had taught him. Brenna didn't so much as yawn. Phillip backed away from her. 𝐒𝐻𝐿's presence must have negated his magic like it had Eris's. "Whatever wound you grant her, I will repay to you in 1 year." Linseed oil leaked from Brenna's lips. "Make your choice." Brenna swung again, her knife tearing through the air toward his neck. "If killing her is what gets me that shield, curse the shield," said Phillip. Brenna's knife stopped a hairbreadth from his throat. "Are you giving up? Running away?" Humiliation burned in his gut. Not getting the shield would be as good as giving it to Maleficent if these mercenaries were working for her. Wasn't this what his father and tutors had always hammered into his head, that ruling required hard choices? If Brenna was working for Maleficent, she certainly wasn't a very good person. He tightened his grip on his sword. What was Brenna in the face of whole kingdoms falling to Maleficent? If this was 𝐒𝐻𝐿's test, didn't it mean that choosing to wound her was the honorable answer? If he made that choice, he'd be worthy of all the responsibility he'd been granted. He would finally be acting like the prince he was supposed to be. Brenna pressed the blade against his skin, drawing blood, and he grabbed her wrist again. "Have I wounded your honor, your highness?" Phillip held her in place, horrified by how Amos's voice sounded coming from Brenna's youthful face. "My honor's not worth a life," he said. Then the words hit him. Phillip had assumed Amos meant a literal wound, but people were wounded constantly in all sorts of ways. How many times had Philip's father wounded his heart with words instead of a blade? The king of Artwine was always going on about his errant son wounding his pride. A small spark of hope burned in Philip's chest. "Here's your wound, you lose, Brenna." He twisted her wrist and knocked the knife from her hand again, then backed her up to the wall. "I'm taking the shield out from under your nose, and you're not winning today. You're failing whoever sent you here. You're returning with hands as empty as your heart, you hear me? You lose." The lesson of the stories about these games was always to face fate, head held high, but those were morality tales, not true stories. They were meant for teaching people to do the honorable thing, not for being followed without thought. There was no honor in dying and leaving your mistakes behind for others to deal with. Living made much more sense. "Your pride will heal," he said, and stepped back. "Maybe slower than your skin, though." Amos didn't answer. Phillip hesitated, his certainty fading. Amos was an old legend and perhaps had different ideas about honor and mercy. Silence reigned, broken only by the steady drip of linseed oil, and Phillip stared at Brenna's unnaturally still body. She wasn't even blinking, her eyes as glazed as the walls. A terrible groan sounded behind Phillip. "Sorry, Briar Rose, for not getting to apologize," he whispered, regretting everything all the more. "If you're listening, thank you for never leaving me alone." Phillip turned to face Amos, his heart in his throat. Then Amos knelt with a squelching rasp of damp flesh against metal, bowing so that their neck was bared to him. The skin beneath the armor was weathered like worn leather and stained pale green. "1 year," they said in their own voice from their own body. Brenna, her strings cut, slumped against the wall. Phillip inhaled sharply to keep from laughing. "Thank you." He took the shield from its resting place. It was far too light for its size, and the air around it felt thick and briny, as if it had recently been tempered. "Go," said Amos, turning their gaze. "And be wary of your strings." Chapter 14. The Fairies' Plan. Eris found him first. She materialized, her appearance still oddly humanish, at the very edge of the iron that ringed the tomb, and her eyes widened when she caught sight of what he was carrying. It was impossible to hide the shield, and Phillip peeked around the fence to see if any of Brenna's companions were near. Eris beckoned him forward. "Please do not take this the wrong way, but I cannot believe you are holding the shield of virtue," she said. "We've done it." "We have," said Phillip, confused by her outstretched arms. "I thought you couldn't hold this." "Put it down, you," she gestured for him to drop it, and when he did, she threw her arms around his shoulders. "I am so proud of you." Phillip flushed and patted her back. "Thank you." He didn't know what to do with the light-hearted joy inside him, and as much as he loved her words, he hated how happy they made him. He couldn't recall having been this happy in years. Eris pulled away. "Let's get out of here." They reached the meeting point a few moments after the others. The stench of smoke hung in the air, thickening as they drew near. Johanna was doubled over, her hands on her knees, and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 patted her back every few breaths Johanna took. Smoke still spiraled from Pina's mouth as she sneered down at Johanna. "I said I would take care of it, and I did," said Pina. "The get out of my way was implied." "I don't think you know what implied means," Johanna said, straightening up and groaning. Her gaze landed on Phillip. "No way." He held up the shield. "Your confidence staggers me." The two fairies turned, and Pina's jaw dropped. "I cannot believe the plan worked," she said, licking the ash from her teeth. "Well, I must eat my words, Eris. And I am sure they are bitter and sharp." Eris bowed and then gestured to 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. "We should leave before anyone comes after us." "Doubt they can," said Johanna. She hugged Phillip and frowned when her hands came back oily. "They'll be putting out those fires for ages." "Oh, no," Pina said. "My fires do not go out." "What would be the point of that?" Phillip shifted his grip on the shield so that he could stand next to Johanna and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 and said, "I guess that counts as a distraction. Faster we leave, faster we can celebrate." 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 applauded, cackling, and clapped Eris hard on the back. "Oh, she'll be so pleased." Phillip shook his head, his brows knitting in confusion. "I didn't do this for Princess Aurora." "Ignore her," said Eris sharply. "𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, take us back." They returned to their camp with a flicker of shadow. Over an early supper, they discussed their plans for the upcoming 3 days. The curse would take hold on the 4th. Their celebration was small, though Pina relented and let 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 tuck a red dahlia behind her ear. The fairies were certain that Maleficent would want to taste the fruits of her labors and witness Princess Aurora's succumbing to the curse, but they had no idea exactly when or how the curse would be triggered. There were no spindles in all Tor, and no one knew where the princess was. It was likely the curse wouldn't happen until after she was returned to her parents, so most of the plan involved waiting for that to happen. They would simply have to keep a close watch on the princess and fight Maleficent once the curse activated. There wasn't much else to do, given how uncertain it all was. After a few hours of plotting and a solid hour of worrying, Phillip yawned and Eris shooed him to bed. "What if Maleficent stops me before I can defeat her?" Phillip asked while fighting another yawn. "What does she do with people like me?" "People like you?" "Torture," said Eris. "People who talk as much as you?" "Instant death." "I take offense at that," said Phillip. "I am a man of few words." Without any bite, Eris muttered, "Not few enough." He laughed, but she scowled. "Magic is dangerous, Phillip. Maleficent is dangerous even if you have the sword and shield." "I know," he said softly. "I'm not some guileless interloper who thinks he can swoop in and save the day. It's not that." "I shouldn't," she took a deep breath and shook her head. "I'm afraid for you, but it can wait. Go to sleep. We'll talk in the morning." Phillip lay back. He did need to rest, even if an empty hedge maze full of thorns and silence was all that awaited him. He missed Briar Rose, talking to her and competing against her, and the easy way they slipped into conversation, and he was still worried about her and her terrible isolation. There was no denying the anxious anticipation flooding his veins. He wanted to apologize for real, figure out why her aunts were so peculiar about her leaving, and talk to her. Briar Rose would probably kill him for getting to meet someone as legendary as Amos. Her curiosity would keep her from attempting to kill him immediately, though, and give them a chance to talk. He hoped. He couldn't remember ever before wanting so badly to talk to someone about their life and about his. Phillip closed his eyes, and the weightless presence of the dream would took over. There was something darker in his sleep this time, something he couldn't put his finger on, that made his neck prickle and his heart catch. He opened his eyes to the tall hedges of the maze. "Briar Rose," he called out, standing and getting as close to one of the thorn walls as he dared. Footsteps neared the other side of the wall. "Phillip?" "There you are," he said, and sighed. "You deserve," he started, but she cut him off. "I'm sorry," she said. She quieted, and he laughed uncomfortably. "Thank you," said Phillip. "But you are the one who deserves the apology. I'm sorry about what happened last time. I took out my exhaustion and frustration on you, and that was unfair." "Thank you," Briar Rose said. She hesitated. "I heard you, in a dream, when you apologized while you were awake. Did you just walk around talking to no one, hoping that I would hear you?" "Yes," he said, "but it wasn't really no one, because I knew you might be there." And that was the crux of it all. He couldn't be aloof and hide behind an oblivious mask if she might always be listening. He used to hate that she knew the worst of him, but it was a blessing. She had never used his past against him until he did it to her, and he had taken her presence for granted. He had never had to face his nightmares alone. She'd always been with him. He owed her the same help and companionship. "I heard part of your argument with your aunts." He stretched and tried to think about what would make her feel better. "Why did you hide from me that you had never left? Surely you understand?" He heard Briar Rose pacing. "It's embarrassing. You're a knight who's been everywhere, and I've never left these woods." Each word sounded as if it ripped out another piece of her heart, and Phillip tried to think of a way to make their terrible situation more equal. "It's fine," she continued. "I mean, it's not, but it's fine that you know." It wasn't fine. Nothing between them was. Phillip slumped, running his fingers through his hair. His life was finally on the path he wanted it to take, but his dreams were still a mystery. Regardless of everything else, he didn't want to be her rival anymore. "Why won't they let you go anywhere?" he asked. She made a faint sound in her throat. "Because it's dangerous, apparently, and I'm a soft, silly girl who doesn't know any better." "So what if you're soft? You are never more terrifying than when you're caring for someone. You're many things, but silly isn't one of them." "They shouldn't have dismissed you like that," said Phillip, standing up. "They were your only teachers, so if you don't know any better, it's on them. Our fight was my fault, anyway. I snapped and set it all off, and I am sorry about what I said. It was unfair of me." "Thank you," she whispered. "Do you want to talk about it?" asked Phillip. "We don't have to, but we've made a lot of assumptions about each other. Most of what I thought I knew about you was wrong." "You weren't wrong about some of it," she muttered. She took a breath as if about to throw herself into deep water. "I don't think you ever realized how jealous I was of you." What? Phillip had a lot of things. He knew that, and he knew he had access to even more. But Briar Rose had never expressed interest in knighthood or any of the other typical things that came with nobility. She had never spoken of him with envy, only derision. Unless he had been completely mistaken. "I know your father isn't ideal and you feel trapped, too, and I'm sorry, but you get to do so many things," she said, and, from the sound of it, sat down hard in the maze. "Of course I talk to the animals, of course I pretend all the stories are about me, of course I lie, even if it is just to myself. The truth is so dull and deadening. My aunts taught me to be proper and accommodating, but why do I always have to be the understanding one? Why do I have to relent and wait every single time? What is the point of my life if all I ever do is read and study and stare out into the woods, wondering if there's more. I want to matter, Phillip. I can't be this small much longer. Phillip winced at the deep despair in her tone, the way her voice faltered as if acknowledging her defeat would break her, and he pressed his knuckles into his eyes to keep from crying. You're not small, he said. My opinion might not count for much, but you take up so much space in my mind. All those dreams we shared, old and new, are some of the best and worst memories I have. I hate that you understand me so well, but when we were younger, knowing that you might have been listening was all that kept me going. Briar Rose gasped as Phillip nearly stuttered, his words surprising him. He had never said them aloud. He had never admitted them to himself until the past few days. His father's realizing he wasn't the prince he wanted had hurt Phillip, but his mysterious dream girl's realizing he wasn't perfect had been terrifying. Your life means something, he said. You're you, bossy and demanding and so kind you forget to take care of yourself in pursuit of helping others. You once kept a rabid dog company after it was too far gone to help. You believe in things so strongly it makes me believe them, and half the time I don't even know what you're arguing for, just that you're convincing. You once told a rabbit to leave your garden alone, and it did. She laughed. And do you know the worst part? He asked. I was so jealous of how you got to plan your studying schedule and how you got to decide everything you did and had no one setting expectations for you. It's easy to be envious of someone when you think you know their life, but you can't ever, can you? We've been there for so much of each other's lives, and look how we ended up. I was so wrong about you. Niceties don't suit you, she said, but let out one of those unrestrained laughs. I know what you thought about me, that I couldn't be hurt because no one was around to hurt me and because my aunts love me dearly. But they had expectations for me. Unlike your father, they rarely voiced them, so I was always trying to guess what they wanted. Phillip swallowed, remembering all the times he had wanted his father and then gotten him but had been unhappy with what happened. That sort of crowded isolation and unspoken rules was a deep ache. You terrify me, he said. We are alone, but you are much braver and more accomplished than I am, and I'm never admitting that again, so don't even ask. When we were children, I thought you were the bravest, most interesting person in the world, and then you heard what happened at my first tournament. I was so excited for the jousting and fighting and finally winning. You were, she said. It was cute, though. You were 11 and barely old enough to compete. Only being able to hear things left me terrified. It was difficult to figure out what happened. Once, it would have killed him to have her call him cute, but now it made him feel safe. He hesitated when he heard the steady draw of her breath. He must have been near a thin section of the wall. He crouched as close as he dared and listened to the rustle of her feet against the grass, all the proof that she was real and there and she understood. It was terrifying, he said, breathing faster than he wanted. It was hard to think about even now, years out from the day. I was jousting, and I was the youngest there. It was for show, I know, but I was still so much smaller and already afraid of these giant knights in full armor. I'd practiced before but never in front of so many people. That first bout, I could feel my heart in my chest, and the armor I was in was so stifling. It was like everything was louder and bigger, and suddenly even lifting my arms was hard. Then the match started, he said slowly. Phillip never talked about it. Recounting it seemed dangerous, as if the words would choke him. It had been raining that morning, and when I got knocked from Samson, I fell face first in the mud. One of his hoofs landed on me, not hard, and he moved immediately, but the mud got into the armor. I couldn't push myself up, and every time I breathed, I gagged on the mud. I was drowning. The helplessness of being too weak and shocked to move and being able only to struggle as Samson stomped around him had lingered for years in the back of his mind. There was nothing like the powerlessness of waiting for your vision to fade completely. Phillip shuddered and said, I could hear them laughing and talking while it got harder and harder to breathe, and then my father came over and picked me up by the back of my armor. Dumped me to my knees right there in front of everyone and told me to walk it off. I vomited while still wearing my helmet. I heard him say that, she whispered, but I didn't hear the rest. I mean, I did, but I didn't realize. There was no way you could have figured out exactly what happened, said Phillip. The story still made him taste bile and dirt. Phillip covered his mouth, the familiar rage and grief welling up inside him until he felt like he would burst. Maleficent had been terrifying, but the realization that he would never be able to live up to his father's expectations had been far, far worse. No son of his would be cowardly enough to quit after getting knocked off his horse. That's what my father said. So I didn't see the point in trying to be what he wanted after that. Briar Rose took a loud, deep breath that made him feel worlds better, because if even she, someone who cared for everyone, agreed that his father was unfair, it had to be true. You were afraid I would think that you were a coward, she whispered. I don't now, and I wouldn't have then, if it helps. It's the worst insult for a knight. Phillip shrugged. And I thought you were some girl rebelling against normal rules. I never thought you paid attention to me, Briar Rose said softly. I know you had to, obviously, but I never thought you actually cared enough to remember. Yeah, well. Phillip felt his face growing warm and covered his smile with a hand before remembering that she, fortunately, couldn't see. I guess we're both wrong about some things. The silence that grew between them, broken only by her barely audible laughs, was comfortable and calming. Phillip rubbed his chest and tried to pinpoint the flutter behind his ribs as he imagined her sitting on the other side of the thorn wall. He hoped she was smiling, too. Telling the story hadn't felt good, but making sure she knew the details made him feel better. For the first time, my life is in my hands, and you deserve the same thing, said Phillip, pushing himself to his feet. Let's finish this. Something else, magic or fate or whatever, threw us together in our dreams, but we deserve to live on our terms, me outside of my father's shadow and you away from your aunt's overprotectiveness. The thorn wall crinkled, and through the thorns, Briar Rose whispered, what if you're the only person I'll ever meet? He took a left but could still hear her. There was no running from this question. Then that's my gain and your loss, but I don't believe that. Suddenly, a pale white hand poked through the thorn wall, and he leapt back. Come here, Briar Rose said. How? Phillip reached out, their fingers brushing, and he shivered. Her skin was warm, like the sun on a spring day. He grinned and traced the lines of her palm. A vine twisted around her wrist. He tapped her hand. Get out of there before the thorns eat you. She yanked her arm in with a hiss. It was worth a shot. They walked in silence for a while until she sighed. You wouldn't have told me that story a few weeks ago, and you never would have been that sentimental, said Briar Rose. You make it sound like everything is my fault. She chuckled. Was that not what you agreed to? Ah, there it was, the teasing rivalry without the weight of anger or secrets. Absolutely not. Phillip peeked around the corner of the maze. I'm simply distracting you so I can reach the end of the maze first. Until recently I was worried you didn't know what a maze was, she said. It's sort of nice. I had never been in one before. He wished he could picture her more fully, the blush speckling her cheeks, the glint of her eyes in the forest light, or the gestures she made with each word. The way she spoke and cared was beautiful. He wasn't as much concerned about what she looked like as he was desperate to see how she moved through the world. The very idea of seeing her filled him with an exhilarating anticipation. Sorry. I have to know, he said, rubbing his face even though she couldn't possibly know he was blushing. How is it possible that you've never met anyone else? Don't you need firewood or food or medicine? Have none of you ever gotten hurt or sick? Hurt? Yes, she said, but we have ways to stop us from getting sick. Phillip latched onto the warbling uncertainty in her tone. What do you mean? Haven't you ever caught a fever or sneezed? Of course I've sneezed, she said, but her exasperation lacked the bitterness it would have had before. Back in the old days people might get sick, but we have ways to deal with that now. Do we? Phillip narrowed his eyes at the thorn wall. That was the most suspicious thing she had ever said, and he had once heard her refer to a bear as a good friend. Don't you remember when I was sick 2 years ago and stuck in bed? That was just for a day, said Briar Rose. No wonder their assumptions about each other had led to miscommunication. For 2 weeks, he said. I was in bed ill for 2 weeks. What? She asked. How is that possible? My aunts always make me feel better right away. Tonics, mostly. Surely you have them? We have tonics but none that work that quickly, said Phillip. Her aunt seemed odder and odder. Have you ever gotten a cut? All the time. Why? She asked. My aunts always murmur over it and argue about what to do, but then they do the same thing every single time, wrap it up, and it's fine by morning. Ha! He tried not to sound as interested as he was. He could practically hear her narrowing her eyes. Don't get too curious. You're not going to abandon everything else on your plate and try to find me, are you? I don't think I could do that without dying. He laughed and shook his head. And what if we stop dreaming of each other when we meet in the waking world? These dreams are the most stable thing in my life other than Samson and Johanna. He turned the next corner of the maze. The walls were thinner here, as if they couldn't keep up with the distance the vines were trying to cover, and there were gaps. They weren't large, but they were there and didn't snap shut on his nose when he peered through them. A vine whipped out, slower than normal. Phillip batted it away. The thorns were smaller, too. And then he saw it, a flash of hair, like burnished gold, and a plain pale dress. Phillip? Briar Rose called, breathless. If you turn right, what do you see? Phillip stepped around the corner. The end of the maze loomed. He could make out the old dreamwood beyond the last hedge, trees looming over the twisting thorn walls that composed the maze. He sprinted, his heart pounding and his mind racing at what might be awaiting him, and skidded into the familiar wood. To his right, a young woman ran out another opening in the hedge maze. She gasped and spun to face him. Briar Rose was more like a willow tree than a flower. She was tall and lithe, stepping across the grass as if she didn't want to crush it. Her hair was loose and free and tumbled over her shoulders with the same pale gold tint as late autumn leaves. The only part of her as bright as petals was her violet eyes, rimmed in red. Phillip tried to speak and had no words. She was distressingly real and beautiful and oh so near for the first time, and he was afraid to break whatever magic had gifted them this. Phillip? She asked, staring up at him, and a half-smile graced her lips. Oh. I thought there would be a reward. She was perfect. You are as prickly as your namesake, he said, raising a hand to his chest and then dropping it once he realized he was shaking. Already you wound me. She laughed. I am a much better reward than you. His imaginings hadn't done her justice, and he had to clear his throat to keep his voice from wavering. You're all right, said Phillip. It seemed wrong to see her there, as if the dream would fade any moment or she would vanish forever. Gingerly, he reached out one hand to her. "You know I'm teasing, right? You're more than all right. Don't flatter me too much." She mirrored his hesitation. "I won't know what to do with you if you stop teasing me." "You'll never be in danger of me flattering you too much," he said, bowing until they were nose to nose and their hands were almost touching. "I don't care for that gleam in your eyes at all." Briar Rose bridged the gap, barely lacing their fingers together, and Philip's heart leapt. He couldn't recall the feeling, like the air in his lungs had been replaced with something lighter and he was one wrong step away from floating into the sky. He knew that he didn't hate Briar Rose, but he hadn't realized how long his feelings for her had been so soft. And he didn't hate that. "So you are real," he whispered, and pressed his forehead against hers. Briar Rose closed her eyes and arched closer, her words a whisper against his lips. "Prove it." And suddenly, with a grip as sharp as a dragon's claws, he was ripped from the dream and her touch entirely. Chapter 15. One Gift, Friendship Rare. "Phillip." Eris whispered fiercely, her fingers clenched around his shoulders. He jerked awake, gasping in air as if he had been drowning, and she backed away from him. The tent was dark and the entrance drawn shut. Night birds called out across the clearing. Crickets chirped in the distance. Johanna snored. Phillip rubbed the hand Briar Rose had been holding, the feeling of her fingers lingering, and took a breath to avoid snapping at Eris. For the first time in ages, he had wanted to stay in the dream and spend as much time as possible with Briar Rose. They had only just cleared the air and met. He started to protest being awake, but Eris held up a single finger to her lips. Her fear made him hesitate. "Eris?" Phillip asked, his voice raspy from sleep, as he slowly refocused his attention on the fairy in front of him. "What's wrong?" "I'm sorry," she whispered, "but I have grown quite fond of you." "Oh, no?" Phillip sat up. "Save your sarcasm for the next part of this conversation," she said, then glanced at Johanna and touched her temple, putting her into a much deeper sleep. "You remind me of myself when I was younger, uncertain and forgotten, forced into a role you had no desire to take on, and desperate for someone to believe in you. I tried to be good for so long, but I was never good enough." "Until your mentor," Phillip said quietly. "Until my mentor, I thought I would never be good enough for anyone." Eris lit the tip of her wand with a pale light, shadowing her face from below. Her eyes reflected gold in the dark. "For her, I was good enough." "Eris, what's wrong?" he asked. "You're acting oddly." "You must listen to me until I am done, Phillip," she said, wringing her hands and glancing toward the tent flap. Each look made his skin crawl with fear. "Promise me that. Do not interrupt me. Do not doubt me. Trust me as I trust you." His breath caught, and he nodded. "𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, and I are Maleficent's apprentices. We disappointed her during the last war, and we have been doing this to get back into her good graces," she said in one breath. A buzz like 1,000 bees filled his ears. He must have misheard her, or she was joking. Eris had promised to teach him magic. She had taught him magic. Maleficent would never want that. We needed a way to steal the Sword of Truth and the Shield of Virtue so that they could not be used against Maleficent once Princess Aurora's birthday arrived, and you were away. We assumed having you do it would be a boon to Maleficent. She would find it much more vicious to use you to hurt the kings than to simply use any human to get the armaments. Phillip couldn't stop himself from laughing. What? It was a joke. It was the worst joke anyone had ever told. Maleficent will kill you, said Eris. But if you are gone and if I have time to convince her of your usefulness, she won't. She took me in, after all, but I need time. We can only get that if you run. She can't kill me, he said. I have the sword, I have the shield, and I have magic. Eris's face fell into an expression he hadn't seen from her before, and she shook her head. Oh, Phillip. Everything was a ploy I devised to get the arms and distract you from preparing for the curse with your father. You don't have magic. You never did. Phillip had been stabbed before. He had been knocked unconscious, on accident and on purpose. He had even heard the snap of his own arm bone as it broke after he fell from a horse. The pain didn't hit until long after each of those hurts. The dark hole of wild terror always overtook him first. It wasn't like panic or fear. It was something deeper, like swimming in a lake and looking down only to notice that you couldn't see the bottom. There was a sharpness to the world that terror and pain brought that let him move forward and get to safety. He knew in those moments that there was an escape for him so long as he kept going. Phillip focused on a blade of grass near his feet and urged it to grow and curl around his ankle. It was such a simple magic, the first thing he had been able to do, but nothing happened. He held out his hand and coaxed it forward. Nothing. And the look Eris gave him when she noticed stopped his heart. There was no escaping this. There was no swimming to shore. Phillip's chest tightened, and breathing became hard. This was swimming in the depths of a lake of dingy water without being able to see even his hand before his face or the predators lurking around him. This was drowning. I'm sorry. I regret lying to you and giving you hope, but there are ways to fix this. Eris drew in a sharp breath through her nose and cracked her knuckles. It's ridiculous, really, but Maleficent went against her principles to train me, and here I find myself going against mine to save you. I was in your position once, and Maleficent offered me her hand. I took it. No, he whispered, and shook his head. He tried to call a breeze, but nothing happened. No, we retrieved the Sword of Truth and the Shield of Virtue to defeat Maleficent. No, you stole them from King Hubert's wizard and King Stephen's mercenaries so that I could deliver them to Maleficent and they could not be used against her, said Eris. Fairies cannot wield them. To hold them, even, is painful. To move them with magic is something only the most powerful can do, and they cannot do it more than once or twice. That I did not lie about. A hot, jittery feeling filled Philip's skin, coating his palms in sweat and clenching his jaw. His tongue was thick and useless. Words cluttered his throat. You are joking. You must be joking. Why would anyone spend so much time and effort on a simple robbery? That was the point. We didn't just need you to steal the sword and shield for us. We needed to stall you and keep you away from your father and 𝐒𝐽 until Maleficent returned to these lands and we could turn you over to her. Maleficent loves nothing more than heartache. Lying to you about magic was the easiest way to get your attention and keep it, and we thought it would be the most fun for us. A cruel act, I know. I'm sorry, but you were only the prince then, and now you are Phillip, said Eris, shaking her head. Not only did you not have time to prepare for Maleficent, but it was you who stole the sword and shield. It was you. Tricked, he said. Taken in. Lied to. It was all nothing more than a feint designed to waste his time and break his heart. Was Briar Rose. Maleficent cast us all aside when we could not prevent her defeat, Eris carried on. We had to make her trust us again. By lying to me. Was any of it real? The talks and promises? Your specialties? The training? Eris flinched. She had been so kind to him. Pina hadn't been, but she had still taught him. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 had healed him. She had. Phillip brought his hand up to his shoulder, still sore from his fall off the tower, and prodded it, gasping at the pain. The bruise was gone, but it still hurt. It still hurt because the bruise was still there, because evil fairies couldn't heal. It was all an illusion, he said. The healing. The teaching. The friendship. The promises. The healing should have been his first indication, but he had been so enchanted by the magic and the promise of mentorship, the simple idea that he could exist outside what his father wanted for him, that he hadn't even noticed it. You knew exactly what I wanted. Phillip pressed his fist into his chest, his heart beating unbearably hard, and thought he might be sick. I could never feel my magic because there wasn't any. It was yours. He hadn't been able to handle fire magic without being burned. He had to tell Eris what his gestures and commands meant before he could do magic. He developed it suddenly for no discernible reason. He wasn't a wizard. He was a jester. You are as human as the rest of them, Eris said, and took his hands in hers. I'm sorry for giving you that false hope. You are talented and clever, but you have no magic. Phillip was nothing more than a pawn, always had been and always would be. The carefully built future he had imagined for himself crumbled. There would be no comeuppance for his father, and Phillip would not save the day. Eris had elegantly placed him on the board of life and had removed him as quickly. If he had finally found happiness here and it was all a lie, were his dreams fake, too? He had been dreaming of Briar Rose for over a decade, but could it all be fake? Was every joy in his life a lie? These weeks may have been a plot, but my warning you now is not, she said sharply, and took him by the shoulders. If you leave and do not return, if your part in this plot against Maleficent is not certain, I can protect you. Maleficent will not follow if you go now. Let the others deal with her. Or not. It was never your fight. You want me to leave? He asked, still trying to wrap his mind around it all. Yes. You went on your journey with 𝐒𝐿𝐿. I am simply asking you to go on another one. To Maleficent you are King Hubert's son and Princess Aurora's future husband, nothing more, and she will kill you for that unless you do exactly as I say. Abandon this fight against her. Save yourself. Nothing more, he muttered. Like I was. So desperate to do good and always coming up short. Eris patted his cheek. You will never be good enough for them, not as you were and not as you will be, no matter what you do, but you are perfect to me now. Now, said Phillip. Now I have nothing. I have less than nothing. I have mistakes. Don't be ridiculous, Eris said, pulling away. You still have me, and I am telling you to flee. I do have to leave, he said, his voice soft and distant, as if he were falling far away, sinking deeper into the murky lake of himself. We can't stay here. He glanced at 𝐒𝐿𝐿, asleep and unaware, and Eris startled. Yes, take her, she said. She reached for him again and fiddled with his shirt, fixing his collar and brushing down his hair. Travel away from here. Let Maleficent win, she meant. Should he? All of it, the last few weeks, had been for nothing. He had ruined his father's plans. He had ruined everything. He could finally envision the life he wanted, and it was all a lie. All the things he had grown to like about himself were lies. I always run away, he muttered. I thought I was changing, becoming a better Phillip. The person I wanted to be. He'd had so many opportunities to do better, and when he had finally taken them, it had all gone wrong. So you are a work in progress, said Eris. Live to be the finished product. The words struck him. Only a little while earlier he had said nearly the same thing to Briar Rose, but from Eris it sounded like mockery. Had he really changed much? It didn't matter. He wasn't a product. He was Phillip, and he couldn't run away, not after everything that had happened. Everything that happened after this was on him whether he liked it or not. He had to do something to set it right. He had told Briar Rose his life was in his hands, and he would keep his word. No magic, no way out of his marriage, and nothing to do about Maleficent. Well, at least he wasn't the knight in shining armor he had never wanted to be. Except he had the sword and shield within closer reach than Maleficent did, even if they were in the tent with the fairies. He could fix one mistake. Take some time to gather your things, and by the time 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿 awakens, the others and I will be asleep. Leave then, said Eris. Separate yourself from these troubles. Eris, wait, he said, and grabbed her arm. Is Briar Rose real? Her eyebrows pinched together. Who? Never before had one word given him so much hope. Never mind. She hesitated. You worried about me once, Phillip. Sincerely worried about me. I am repaying that concern with my own. Leave tonight while my companions and I sleep, and stay out of your father's fight. She left the tent, and Phillip collapsed, letting out a muffled scream into his hands. Phillip couldn't face 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿 yet. Not with his eyes still stinging and his shirt wet where he'd wiped his face. He wasn't sure how he would explain to her, or if he even could, that the fairies were on Maleficent's side and Eris was betraying them. How would he say that the past weeks of their lives had been not only a purposeful waste of time but also detrimental to their success? In one fell swoop, he had ruined everyone's plan except Maleficent's. He had robbed his father, effectively, when he took the sword from Barnaby, whom he definitely owed an apology to, and lied to Amos. Even though he had thought he was stealing the shield to defeat Maleficent, he doubted virtuous legends cared much for particulars. He'd gifted Maleficent exactly what she needed to win the upcoming war. He had to get the sword and shield. Eris's confession had changed everything, but leaving the sword and shield with the fairies was as inexcusable as everything else he'd done. They had magic and he very much didn't, simply running away was easy and reasonable. But Phillip had never been described as reasonable. He quietly gathered up his and Johanna's belongings, trying not to wake her, and waited for a little while. It was still a long time until dawn, and Eris was sure to go back to sleep. The sword and shield were in the fairies' tent. He could get them once she fell asleep. They had won, or so they thought, so surely they would be celebrating with a full night's rest. Need enough energy for the gloating, he muttered, easing Johanna's book out from under her head. It was open, and the first few pages were folded in on each other. Carefully, Phillip fixed the pages and smoothed them out against his chest. The first page was crinkled but readable. Unlegendary, untold but not unimportant. Not all great knights live on in stories, and not all great stories are truthful tales of good knights. Who we choose to forget says as much about us as who we choose to remember. Phillip stopped reading, ran a thumb across the title scrawled in her overly careful hand, closed the book, and placed it into a secure little flap inside her pack. He had never taken 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿 as someone who would want to write histories, but many of the epics were history embellished. This fit her nearly perfectly. And it meant she wasn't writing about their own misadventures. Certain Eris would be asleep by now. Phillip made his way outside with their belongings. Everything was packed save for Johanna's bedroll. She could do that easily enough. The horses were Philip's main concern, and he approached their sleeping forms slowly. Sprawled out on his side in the grass, Samson was chewing some dream food in his sleep, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐒 was standing a few strides from him. Philip clucked at him, and the horse opened one eye. Philip showed him the pack. "We're being sneaky, all right," Philip whispered, and let 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐒 shake himself out before loading him up. "We need a quiet and quick exit in a minute." 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐒 huffed. Philip patted his neck, promising to get Johanna as soon as it was safe. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐒 nudged Samson with a hoof, and Philip shushed the large courser as he rose. Samson snuffled against Philip's shoulder. Philip kissed Samson's snout and set his pack and shoes next to him. "Wait here," he said, and pointed at Samson. "Breakfast once we're safe." Samson let out a soft nicker, and Philip turned to the fairies' tent. Without magic, he would have to move slowly. If anything went wrong, his only saving grace was that he could wield the sword and shield against the fairies and they couldn't touch them. Since being near the armaments didn't bother them, sleeping near them was the easiest way to protect them. Philip hadn't questioned why they wanted to protect the arms when it was only the 5 of them. Eris's confession made it very clear, though. Philip had never been inside their tent. They kept the flap tightly drawn, the whole thing still prickling with magic whenever he went near it. At least he could still sense magic, but that didn't help him much. He knelt before the flap with his ear to the crack, and he listened. The muffled sounds of sleep, snoring and breathing in shifting blankets, drifted to him. Slowly, he was able to pick out 3 different breathing styles. All 3 fairies sounded asleep. Philip took a deep breath and opened the tent flap. The fairies did love their beauty's sleep. Eris was stretched out on her back across a pillowy-looking bedroll, and a silk scarf was tied over her eyes. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐒 snored like a horse stampede while curled up in a nest of blankets that looked as if they were spun from the softest storm clouds, and 𝐼𝐻 slept on a comfortable cot, tendrils of smoke curling out of her mouth with each exhale. They were on opposite sides of the tent, as if they couldn't stand to be near each other even when sleeping. In the center of the tent were the sword of truth and the shield of virtue, swaddled so tightly in blankets and rags that he could barely make out their shapes. The only light in the tent came from the sliver of shield still visible. Philip swallowed. The silence seemed brittle, as if the slightest sound would shatter it. He held his breath and stepped fully into the tent. His bare feet rustled across the rugs laid over the grass, and his heartbeat pounded in his ears. He stayed closer to Eris, certain she would be mad if she woke up but wouldn't outright murder him for not following her directions. He took another slow step toward the center of the room, and the fairies didn't wake. Carefully, he began to unravel the sword and shield. They glittered in the dark, starlight flickering across their silvery surfaces, and he slid his arm through the straps of the shield. It was warm despite the cool night air, and the sword grip seemed to mold to his hand. Philip turned to leave. The rug beneath his feet rippled, and he froze. Eris shifted, raising one hand to her face. Philip prepared to run, but before he could, 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐒 choked and cleared her throat in her sleep. Eris sighed and threw her arm over her covered eyes. 𝐼𝐻 didn't so much as move. Philip stayed still, his heart little more than a hollow knot in his throat. He had already failed terribly. He had to get the arms out of there and fix it. Being a useless knight was one thing, being the downfall of humanity was another. He took a painfully slow step toward the tent flap, and no one moved. Another step. He held his breath again. A final longer step. Nothing. Philip slipped sideways out of the tent, the sword and shield safely with him, and dashed to the horses. His hands shook, and fear scratched at the back of his neck. He listened for the fairies to give chase. They didn't. Phillip kept the sword and shield in hand when he woke up Johanna. She took the betrayal as poorly as he had, stalking out to Taliesin with a scowl so frightening the horse backed away. Phillip felt hollow explaining it, each trick and lie obvious now. Look, the most important thing we can do right now is get the sword and shield to 𝐒𝐿 and far away from Maleficent, he said, desperate for her to know that he wasn't simply running away. He shoved the shield into her arms. We have 3 days until Princess Aurora's birthday, and it will take us that long to reach King Stefan's castle. 𝐒𝐽 and 𝐒𝐽𝐫, maybe even 𝐒𝐴RIS, will come after us once they realize we took the armaments. I don't think they can track us, or they would have found us immediately after the robbery. It will be safer if we split up. Then, if they do catch up, at least one of us will get there with one of the arms. Or you'll finally get to punch 𝐒𝐽 in the face. That he wasn't going to do exactly as 𝐒ARIS wanted was something he could deal with later. Absolutely not, said Johanna. I'm not leaving you alone. You will. I'm not asking you to do this. I'm telling you to, said Phillip. There are 2 roads to 𝐒𝐿 from here, one around the woods and one through it. Johanna inhaled sharply and clenched her teeth. She held up a finger between them. Fine. But I'm going around. It's the easier, more common path, and they'll expect us to go that way, she whispered, poking him between each word. The pair led their horses from camp and waited until they were far away before mounting up. Phillip kept the sword, and Johanna carried the shield on her back. Do you trust 𝐒ARIS? She asked. The concern in her voice killed him. Could this be another ploy? No and no, he said. Every time he had raised his hand to call forth his magic, had 𝐒ARIS been laughing at him? Every time he had confided in her about his fears and goals, had she made note of it to use against him later? Phillip swallowed. But we'll find out how she feels once she notices the sword and shield are gone. Hopefully, that won't be until dawn and they won't be able to find us. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 usually moved us to places. She never moved us magically to people. Maybe they can't track humans. Johanna took a deep breath and mumbled, hopefully. How are we going to explain this to your father? Quickly, without leaving any pauses during which he can yell at me. He knew he deserved a reprimand, but he felt so empty that he wasn't sure it would make a difference. Phillip, be serious, she said. We'll tell them everything, he said. That's more important than my pride. Johanna opened her mouth, stared at him, and closed it. Samson snorted. You can all remark on how unlikely I was to ever utter those words once we're safe in 𝐒𝐿, said Phillip. I got us into this mess, but I can't leave us in it. Not now. He wanted to run and hide and never admit to any of it, but he couldn't. The Phillip of a month earlier could have. Even with the lies and betrayal, 𝐒ARIS was right. Only he could control how he reacted to his circumstances and take charge of them. 𝐒ARIS had ruined him. He believed in himself now. Chapter 16. Once Upon a Dream. Phillip and Johanna reached the crossroads an hour before dawn. She took the main road that led around the woods surrounding 𝐒𝐿 and King Stefan's castle, and Phillip bid her farewell with a promise to be safe. He ventured into the old woods, the trees as crowded and dark as his thoughts. He spent the next 3 days trekking through them in near total silence. There was no world in which he could ever stomach what he had done. Phillip had been tricked and had cursed them as effectively as Maleficent had. His only hope was getting the armaments back to 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐎. Phillip had never shown an interest in ruling, not since he was a bright-eyed, naive boy, so it was no wonder his father had never told him about old Barnaby and the Sword of Truth or King Stephen's plans to get the Shield of Virtue. All those times Eris and the others had applauded his progress had been little more than a prank. He wasn't gifted at anything. If Phillip had paid attention, refused to learn magic, or been a son his father could trust, then none of this would have happened. Instead, he had spent the past 3 days traveling and looking over his shoulder for furious, murderous fairies. It was his final day in the forest, and he had seen neither one nor wing of the fairies. Hopefully, this last morning of travel would be as unexciting as the others. Today is Princess Aurora's birthday, and at dusk, Maleficent's curse will take effect. We have to get to the castle before that, he said to Samson, combing through the horse's mane with his fingers. This is what I get for learning. Samson flicked his ears and shook his head. Not that you have to worry about that. Phillip patted Samson's side. There's not much horses can learn. At least Phillip knew how to travel inconspicuously. He had tossed aside the cat-shaped brooch Eris had given him that first day before he entered the forest. Abandoning it felt oddly final. Walking along with Samson eased some of his sadness and rage, but they were still knotted up inside him like a bramble growing around his heart. The nights had been the worst. He hadn't been able to sleep much, and in the few hours he had gotten, he hadn't dreamed of the forest, Briar Rose, or anything else. The fear that she was another trick lingered in the back of his mind. As he lay in the dark with no one but a snoring horse and the stars for company, his thoughts spiraled into all the different what-could-have beings that would never be, in all the moments when the people he had trusted were actually laughing at him. Eris at least liked him enough to turn on Peanut and Frikey to protect him. But he had learned she also wasn't the sort to tell the truth. If she had really been working for Maleficent the whole time, he wasn't sure he could trust anything she had said. And then there was the fact that he'd used her confession not just to escape but to abscond with the sword and shield. It's not even that she believed in me, Phillip muttered to Samson. He collapsed over the horse's back and let his arms fall to the sides. She figured me out so quickly and knew exactly what I needed and wanted. Why hasn't anyone like my father been able to do that? If someone bad enough to side with Maleficent was the only one who knew him that well, was he bad? She had seen him fall head over backside into the mud, leap from a tower, and shout vines many times. He had been vulnerable with her like he was with few people. Briar Rose knows me as well as she does, I guess, he mumbled into Samson's neck. And she's not even a little bit bad. At his meanest, he would have called Briar Rose aggressively kind. Knowing that someone as good as Briar Rose could see him at his worst moments and tolerate him, maybe even like him, eased some of the pain. Shaking his head, Samson bumped Phillip back all the way into the saddle and snorted. Come on, said Phillip. Only a few more hours in these woods until we can stop for the day. This far northeast, the landscape was craggy hills speckled with thick old forests. Trees older than time shaded them from the sun, and the river they were following had cut through the earth so long before that the shoreline was smooth and overgrown with moss and ferns. Spring was already in bloom here, flowers taking hold in the rug-like grass and bees fluttering from bush to bramble. Birds sang overhead. It reminded him of what the dream would have looked like before the maze appeared. There was a peacefulness to it that made him want to linger. He wanted to talk to Briar Rose so badly it hurt. She knew him, and she would understand how hurt and terrified he was. He needed to know that she was real and was all right. Phillip closed his eyes and took a steadying breath, leaning down over Samson's back again. A familiar voice rang out through the woods. Phillip blinked and sat up. Had he fallen asleep while riding again? You hear that, Samson? He asked, and pulled the horse to a stop. Beautiful. Samson paced backward and shook his head, huffing. He tugged the reins forward. Phillip twisted in the saddle and stood, trying to see where the singer was or get a better angle to hear them from. Samson tried to walk on. What is it? Phillip had to yank the reins to pull Samson around. Come on. Let's find out. Samson snorted, shook his head, and dragged them to the path they had been following. Oh, come on. Phillip held the reins tight and tried to turn him, but Samson held firm. The horse walked them a few more strides. Phillip leaned down and patted his neck. For an extra bucket of oats. Phillip nearly laughed when Samson's head bobbed. And a few carrots. Samson nodded, and Phillip sat back in the saddle. Hop, boy. They rode back the way they had come, toward the voice. Samson, at least, would forever be predictable and bribable. The horse's motive was always clear: food. The person singing moved through the woods at a steady pace but was clearly across the river. Samson charged on with single-minded precision, and Phillip tried to squash the hope blooming in his chest. It couldn't be Briar Rose, no matter how much he wanted to talk to her right then. I can't get my hopes up, he mumbled, ignoring the disappointment that gripped him. He just wanted to talk to someone who knew what was going on, and he was clearly imagining Briar Rose's voice. It's not her. It can't be her. Samson pulled up near an outcropping of rocks as the voice echoed around them, and suddenly, he was off, galloping through the underbrush. He leapt over a fallen tree on the riverbank, and a branch caught Phillip in the chest. Phillip scrambled for a hold on the tree but lost it. He plummeted into a shallow offshoot of the river. Whoa, he shouted, and spat out a mouthful of leaves and water. Samson's frantic hoofbeats stopped. Phillip groaned, pushing himself up into a seated position. Now both his pride and his back ached. Samson picked his way through the water to Phillip with delicate little splashes. He pulled off Phillip's sopping wet hat. Phillip glared up at him. He and Samson had been in tournaments and ridden through far denser woods, and it had been ages since Phillip had fallen off. He splashed Samson. No carrots, he said, taking his hat. We'll see about the oats. Samson huffed, and Phillip rose, rolling his eyes. Phillip leaned against Samson and dragged himself from the water. He was lucky it wasn't still freezing. Phillip peeled off his damp cloak and set it out on a branch to dry. The singing had stopped. Phillip sat down on a nearby rock to dry off and get control of his thoughts. It couldn't be Briar Rose. There was no way her aunts had kept her that close to civilization when they thought it too dangerous. It could be a trap, some new torture Maleficent had orchestrated on finding out he had slipped away from her minions with the sword and shield. Eris might have changed her mind about helping him once she realized the armaments were gone. Those were ultimately what she had been after. What do you think? He asked Samson. Samson huffed and nudged Phillip's foot. I'm not arriving home damp and disappointing. Phillip waved a hand at the sun. I'll dry out soon enough and we can go then. I know you're excited to be stabled, but I am not thrilled about seeing my father. Or Princess Aurora's parents. Or Princess Aurora. Phillip lay in a patch of sun. Even if he did find Briar Rose, would she want to talk to someone so self-absorbed he had fallen for Maleficent's tricks? Over the past few days of travel, his anger had cooled to a grief-tinged defeat. I'm wallowing, he said, eyeing Samson. You made me wallow. Phillip tossed his hat up onto the tree with his cloak and crawled up to sit on the roots of a gnarled old tree. Samson drank from the river, ignoring him. You know, Samson, he said, and emptied the water from his boots, there was something strange about that voice. Too beautiful to be real. Maybe it was a mysterious being. A wood sprite or... Samson snorted and neighed, staring at something behind Phillip, and Phillip spun. It would be just his luck for... 2 rabbits were running off with his boots, and his cloak was flying away, as if even his clothes had grown tired of him. He stumbled to his feet. "Hey!" he shouted. "Stop!" He chased after them. The hat and boots hopped up a steep hill and vanished. The cape fluttered far too high for him to reach, tail feathers sticking out the back. Normal animals didn't rob humans of their clothes, but there was no charge to the air that came with magic. Samson cantered after Phillip. If it was magic, it didn't affect horses. "No one finds out about this," muttered Phillip. He spun, grabbed Samson's head, and bumped his nose against the horses. "I can't be the prince who got robbed by a pack of rabbits." Samson huffed. The singing started again, slight and near. It was over the hill where his clothes had vanished. Phillip crept toward the hill. "Wood witch?" Samson let out a shallow groan. The singing trailed off, and someone babbled behind the thick greenery. Phillip snuck as close as he dared, hiding in a tangle of plants beside a tree. He pushed the leaves out of his way. Briar Rose, awake and real and looking as she had at the end of the maze, danced through the woods and sang to a small choir of creatures ambling after her in Philip's stolen clothes. It was her voice. It was her face. And it was definitely her floppy-eared rabbit ears hopping in one of his boots. Her bare feet shuffled over thick grass. As she bowed with the rhythm of the song, pale gold hair spilled over her shoulders and curled like ferns at the ends against a plain linen dress. The arch of her arms as she danced was as self-assured as her words had been all those times they had whispered through the wall, and an owl in Philip's cloak gathered itself up until it was her height. It and the other creatures danced around her. The words of the song pierced Philip's heart like an arrow. "Once upon a dream," he muttered, and hit Samson's shoulder. "She's singing about me, right?" Samson snorted. Oh. He wasn't certain this quiet, creeping feeling was friendship, but it was something akin to it that he didn't know. Sweet and bitter. His admiration of her studies. His prior fury at her seeing his most vulnerable and embarrassing moments. There was absolutely no anger now. He hadn't appreciated her at once. She had grown on him, the way certain mushrooms grew on roots and allowed both plants to thrive. Oh, no. That was a terrible metaphor. He'd have to ask Johanna for a better one. Briar Rose spun away. Philip darted forward, seizing his chance and the back of his cloak. He gently moved the owl aside and waited for the steps of Briar Rose's dance to return her to him. She twirled into the circle of his arms, and Philip caught her wrists in his hands loosely, so as not to frighten her too badly. It was an old court dance, one he hadn't seen since he was a child but remembered enough of the steps to. He stepped behind her, interrupting her song. She stiffened, glancing at the owl in his cloak off to the side, and gasped. "Oh," she said, pulling away from Philip and then hesitating. Her brows were pinched together in confusion, but she wasn't scared or angry. She was meeting his eyes as if waiting for something from him. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, she lifted one brow. "I'm awfully sorry," he said so sincerely it was clear he didn't mean it. "I didn't mean to frighten you." "It wasn't that," she said, and dropped her gaze. "It's just that you're a. He narrowed his eyes, ignoring the sting of her not recognizing him. Had his dreams been only that? His dreams alone? "A stranger?" he asked. She hummed, and he laughed softly. "But don't you remember? We've met before. He needed her to know him. Briar Rose had been his constant companion even before they could communicate. Friend or foe, he wanted to know her in real life. We have, she asked, still poised to leave. But despite her stance, there was a quirk to her lips and a glint in her eyes that let him know she knew exactly who he was. He swallowed his retort. No more assumptions. This was Briar Rose, who had never met another person in real life. Of course she was nervous. You said so yourself. He held on to one of her hands, lacing their fingers as she had when they met at the end of the maze. Her hand felt nearly the same, though there were calluses he hadn't felt before. A few dark stains, from ink or berries, marred her skin. He liked how much more real it all made her. He tugged slightly, and she took a step closer. Once upon a dream. Her violet eyes widened. Her hand squeezed his. She pursed her lips to keep from smiling and darted away from him, then hid behind a tree. Barely in sight, her fingers crooked and beckoned him. I know you, he said. He went around the side of the tree and touched her hand. She inhaled, her mouth pinched and surprised. Slowly, she raised her eyes to his. Hope lit them from within. He offered her his hand. She smiled widely and for real then, truly happy to see him. She took his hand, and they spun into the dance again around a small lake. Her fingers tightened around his shoulder, and a flush as pale as sunrise was spreading across her cheeks. Phillip? Ah, he said, and pulled her close. I'm your dream prince with, well, you're the one with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Are you real? How are you here? She asked, laughing and sliding her hand over his shoulder. Am I real? Asked the girl who didn't recognize the boy she's been dreaming about all of their lives, said Phillip, pulling her closer. It's been only 3 days since we spoke last. It seemed ridiculous now to have ever read malice into her words. He had ascribed the feelings he felt about himself to her. Oh, hush. She squeezed his hand as he spun her again. This feels exceptionally dreamlike. They walked toward the edge of the cliff hand in hand, letting the few minutes pass in silence. In the distance, the tall white towers of King Stephen's estate glittered against a foggy lavender sky. Dreamy, am I? Phillip grinned. A lot happened. I'm traveling to Tor to speak with my father and King Stephen. I can't believe you live so near to King Stephen's castle. How have you not walked over there? I'm not supposed to, she said, and he remembered how often her studies had been about obedience, honor, and trust. My aunts always find me first anyway. Aren't you supposed to be training? He winced. That went quite badly, actually. I seem to have been tricked. What? She asked. Once, he would have mistaken her tone for one of judgment, but the look on her face made it clear she was worried for him. It's a long story, he said. How much time do you have? I live alone in a wood that I'm not allowed to leave. She gestured for him to sit. How much time do you think I have? Well, it's not that long. He helped her sit and then joined her in the grass. You're smart. You might have a better plan than me. Phillip told Briar Rose mostly everything. He was scared to tell her of all his failures, but she looked at him with such trust and curiosity that his worry faded to comfort. She would understand better than anyone how he felt, and it made him feel safe. Their meeting was a respite in the middle of the disaster that was his life. Beneath his comfort stirred another emotion, one he didn't recognize and couldn't name, that warmed his heart and reassured him that he wouldn't be facing his uncertain future alone. He didn't tell her that he really was a prince, afraid her etiquette lessons might take over her reactions to him. He also didn't tell her that he was betrothed. Already he was revealing so much. He didn't want to overcomplicate their first real-life meeting with every little detail of his life. There would be time for those conversations later. And the idea of telling her he was promised to another made his heart ache. If someone told me they could get me out of this forest, I think I would do anything they said, she muttered, staring unseeing into the canopy of leaves. Magical lessons, gifts and curses that always find a way to come true, an immortal guardian who tested you and found you worthy. If it's any consolation, your life is far more interesting than any of my stories. He laughed. I'd rather hear those. Briar Rose explained more about her life with her aunts and the sheer loneliness of it all. The most recent argument she'd had with her aunts had been sparked by their insistence that she remain at home for her birthday and that they would handle any celebration. They were obviously keeping secrets, but instead of admitting it, they were breaking her trust. All she wanted was honesty and freedom. Today they sent me out for berries, but it was clearly a lie that they needed them, she said, and huffed. I'm so tired of the lying. We could run away together. I've got a horse, and you've got a dozen maps and languages up there, he said, and tapped her temple. We could make it pretty far. She leaned into his touch, giving him goosebumps. I'm afraid I am otherwise engaged tonight. You know, I heard your aunts teach you that as a polite way to avoid meetings you don't want to be part of, he said, cupping her cheek in his hand. Phillip had wanted to meet Briar Rose, if only out of curiosity, before their dreams had brought them closer together. Now that he had, there was something new and burning beneath his skin. He traced the line of her jaw up to the curve of her ear. We have known each other for so long, and you're still so upright and honorable. It's very frustrating. She laughed softly and reached up to grasp his hand. I promised my aunts I would spend the evening with them, and you have your own responsibilities to take care of. Run away with me. Spare me having to explain to my father how I was tricked, and I will spare you from having to feign joy at whatever surprise your aunts have for you, he said, and leaned his forehead against hers. 2 birds with 1 stone and all that. The idea of traveling across the world, only the 2 of them, wasn't wholly unappealing. Are we the birds? She asked, her nose bumping his. Or the stones? I think we're all birds to Maleficent, and she's very good at throwing stones. He drew back, stroking her hand with his thumb. So do you dream and dance with mysterious men in woods often? Only the good-looking ones. She winked, and then she stood and pressed the back of her hand to her forehead. Oh, I can't reveal such personal secrets to a stranger. It wasn't a dismissal so much as a promise that they would finish playing their roles of strangers meeting in a wood again one day. Of course, miss. I understand completely, he said, rising as well. However, I suppose since you will not run away with me, I need to get to that castle by sundown, and seeing you again would be a dream. She covered her laughter with her hand and then stopped. Sundown? It's when the sun goes below the horizon and night begins. She rolled her eyes and groaned. Her fingers laced through his, tugging him toward a tree so like the ones from their dreams. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, leaning against his chest, and Phillip wrapped one arm around her waist. The other rested against the nape of her neck. She kissed his cheek. It took everything within him not to startle from the touch, and Phillip tightened his grip on her waist. More than anything, he did not want to leave her. What if this was only another dream? This is real. I can feel you doubting it, she whispered, the rustle of her breath warm against his skin. We'll meet again, Phillip. The warmth of her, the weight of her, the realness of her against him sang in his veins. Well, I need to leave soon or my aunts will never let me out of their sight again, she said, smiling and gazing up at him through her lashes. This may be the first and only time we've met, but I would prefer it not to be the last. Phillip wanted rather suddenly, desperately, to have her in his sights again. Forgive me, stranger, Phillip said and laughed at her charade. Who are you? What's your name? She lifted her head. Oh. My name. Why, it's, she gasped and pulled away, clutching her heart. Oh no, no. I can't. She dove back under the branch and gathered up her skirts, the image of panic. Her violet eyes were glinting with laughter. He nearly rolled his. Now that he knew how lonely she was, it made perfect sense for her to cling to play acting like this. It was fun, too. Goodbye, she shouted. She had been alone too long. But then again, so had he. He reached out for her but didn't give chase, like a player on a stage. But when will I see you again? Oh, never. She threw up her hands. Never. The smile never left her face, and Phillip nearly cackled. Never? He called out. She leapt from stone to stone, descending the small mountain far faster than he could, and crossed the stream in a graceful hop from shore to stone to shore. He skidded to a stop across the water from her. Well, she said, and glanced at him over her shoulder, maybe someday. When? He asked. Tomorrow? He would be desperate to escape by then and ready to share with her all that had happened before he had to face Princess Aurora's birthday, the curse, and his betrothal. Oh, no. She stopped to pick up her cape and basket, a wake of small animals chasing after her. This evening. Well, at least she knew what she wanted, and she was giving him a reason to escape the celebrations that night if everything went well and Maleficent was defeated quickly. He waved to her. Where? The woods were far too large for them to count on a chance meeting again. The cottage, in the glen. She looked back once more, smiled at him, and was gone, vanishing into the forest. Phillip lingered, his arm in the air and a pull urging him to follow her, and tried to calm the odd feeling fluttering about his chest. He definitely didn't hate his dream girl anymore. This was deeper and fuller than simple affection. That meant he needed to speak with his father about Maleficent and his impending marriage. Eris might have lied to him, but she was right, it was time for him to be in control of his life. Even without magic, he didn't need to marry Princess Aurora. He could help without the betrothal. Phillip sighed and let his arm fall, knowing how much his father would hate that. Samson moved up behind him. There's nothing left for me to do but face my father, is there? He asked. Samson huffed, sniffing the spot where Briar Rose's basket had been. A smear of blackberry juice stained the horse's mouth. You thief, he muttered, and patted Samson's neck. All right, not everything is terrible. One thing is good, so I'm going to celebrate that for a moment. Phillip whooped and leapt up, letting free the trembling joy he had kept restrained. He had never been this happy, and he couldn't control it. He hadn't wanted to be wild and screaming when he met her, so he did it now. The few birds lingering around him scattered with his shriek. Samson snorted. I found her. He jumped to ease the energy flowing through him and bowed over, laughing into his hands. It went better than I thought. She doesn't hate me, and talking to her was fantastic. I feel better. I think she feels better. Finally, something went right. Slowly, the anxiety of how poised he had wanted to be before her faded, and he beamed at Samson. Don't ever tell anyone what you just saw, he said to the horse. All right. Good. We're good now. All he needed to do was confess to his father and King Stefan and deal with Maleficent and Princess Aurora, and then he could return to Briar Rose. He might not have magic, but he was going to live for himself, not his father, from then on. Phillip took a deep breath, holding tight to the hope that meeting Briar Rose had brought to life in him, and nodded. "Let's go," he said. "Time to be brave and finally be Prince Phillip." Chapter 17. The Fish and the Shark. Phillip hadn't visited King Stefan's castle in years. As he was growing up, his father had wanted him to develop a relationship with King Stefan and Queen Leah, since they would eventually be family, but Phillip's few visits had been haunted by the memories of Maleficent and the looming absence of Princess Aurora. The white stone was brighter than he remembered it, or perhaps they had tasked some unlucky servant with scrubbing every nook and cranny of the place clean before the princess's return. Phillip lingered in the long shadow of the castle for as long as he could. The sword of truth was burning a hole in his packet-top Samson, and Phillip glanced at the horizon for 𝐏𝐿. He had seen no sign of her since they parted. "Father," Phillip said, greeting a fallen tree as he might have the king. "Funny story, I was approached by 3 fairies who claimed I had magic, and they trained me so that I could steal the sword of truth and the shield of virtue to defeat Maleficent, but it turns out they were working for her the whole time. Thankfully, I have the sword and shield. No magic, though. I'm still only Prince Phillip, Princess Aurora's future husband. However, I'm having second thoughts about that last part. It had been easy to give in to the betrothal when everything was out of his hands and going against the current didn't seem worth it. Now, though, Phillip wasn't sure he could go through with marrying Princess Aurora. She needed someone to keep her safe, but knights had been keeping people safe for ages without marrying them. The curse was a different story. For all their lies, the fairies' reaction to Johannes and his thinking the curse could be avoided seemed genuine. If it would come to pass no matter what, that was even less reason for him to marry Princess Aurora. Anyone could guard her while she was in her cursed sleep. She would be protected, and someone else could try to find her true love, whoever that was. Maybe Phillip's father wouldn't mind that. And maybe Samson would learn to fly. Meeting Briar Rose made the future seem less daunting, as if something in the universe was on his side, and he wanted her on his. If King Hubert and King Stefan had needed so badly to unite their families, they should have done it themselves instead of sticking the responsibility on their children. Phillip could find a different solution to help Princess Aurora. Who needs marriage when you have understanding and friendship and a horse that understands sarcasm? He asked Samson, glancing once more to see if 𝐏𝐿 was approaching from the road. Her absence made him anxious. "All right, boy. Let's go." Samson nibbled at Phillip's pack, and Phillip nudged him away. "You get carrots once my feet are fully dry again." Samson huffed and took off toward the castle at an uncomfortable trot. The lands around the castle were bustling with life. People ran from the castle to the farms and homes surrounding it, with bolts of fabric and baskets of food bundled up in their arms. Phillip sidled Samson into the queue of people waiting to pass through the first gate of the keep and kept his head down. The last thing he wanted was to be recognized and mobbed in public, and he also had no desire to reveal his foolishness to everyone. Phillip left Samson in a small alley between the castle and the stuffed stables, placating him with an overeager stable hand who would surely spoil him. Phillip didn't know his way around the castle very well, but he suspected his father would almost certainly be in the hall where court was held. And that was the direction every servant was heading in with platters of food and jugs of wine, so it was a safe bet. Phillip slunk inside with a handful of guests and servants. Everyone was gossiping about the birthday and wedding, placing bets on when Princess Aurora would show up and whether Prince Philip had run away. Philip slithered into one of the alcoves meant for servants to wait in during feasts, and cracked open the door. Inside the hall, his father and King Stephen were in the middle of a drinking game, with not a care in the world. A jester serenaded them with his lute and snuck drinks right beneath both of their noses. Philip didn't even need the shadows of sunset to conceal his hiding place. He was supposed to have arrived days earlier. Princess Aurora was going to meet her parents for the first time. Maleficent was coming with the intent of destroying them all. And the two kings were playing a game. Nest of their own, what? His father was saying. Place to raise their little brood, eh? Philip furrowed his brows. Nest. He had never taken that much interest in falconry outside sport. Well, I suppose in time, said King Stephen. Of course, said his father. To the home. Philip peeked around the corner of the alcove as his father poured out another round, laughing loudly. And Philip was the irresponsible one? If they didn't even notice the jester's drunken state, how would they notice Maleficent? They don't know about the curse or Maleficent's plans, Philip whispered, trying to rein in the fury smoldering in his chest. They don't know it's all so dire. Philip stood on tiptoe to see the parchment rolled out on their table. It was building plans for a large castle, and the ramifications of his father's words hit him. The king had built a home for Princess Aurora and him, and he had done it without any input whatsoever from them. The design was huge and sprawling, fit for royalty but far too big and self-important for Philip. There was even a separate wing for the parents. Philip's heart beat so furiously in his chest that his father's words were garbled in his ears. Lovebirds can move in tomorrow, King Hubert said. Lovebirds? They had never even spoken, and why would Princess Aurora want to leave her parents and home after only just meeting them? Tomorrow? Asked King Stephen, looking as horrified by the idea as Philip felt. But, Hubert, they're not even married yet. His father laughed. Take care of that tonight. To the wedding. Philip leaned farther out of the alcove and was horrified to realize that the plans contained labeled nurseries. Philip recoiled. His father was unstoppable in the worst of ways. Here was a man who hadn't seen his daughter since her infancy, since he had swaddled her up and handed her over to 3 fairies for her own safety, and Philip's father was already making plans for her to move out. Not to mention Philip's well-known dislike for his betrothal and princely future. Yet King Hubert was barreling on as if Philip's thoughts didn't matter, as if Princess Aurora's opinions didn't matter, and as if all these decisions were his to make and not theirs. Philip jammed a fist beneath his chin to keep from shouting at his father. Eris had betrayed him, but at least she had eventually been upfront about it. She had acknowledged the knife she planted in Philip's back and treated him as reasonable when he took offense to it. King Hubert poured King Stephen another glass of wine, but King Stephen swatted his hand away. Now hold on, Hubert, King Stephen said. I haven't even seen my daughter yet and you're taking her away from me. You tell him, muttered Philip. Neither of them noticed the jester collecting the spilled wine in his lute, and Philip suddenly understood the desire to drink floor wine from a lute. This conversation and these assumptions were unbearable. Getting my Philip, aren't you? King Hubert said. Philip groaned. What was he? A consolation prize? King Stephen sighed and said, yes, but... Want to see our grandchildren, don't we? Asked Philip's father, and Philip had never wished more to be disowned. His father barreled over King Stephen's half-hearted response and flicked his beard. There's no time to lose. Getting on in years. To the wedding. He toasted his friend, and Phillip glared from the alcove. Phillip had always thought he had been obvious about his feelings, but apparently the two kings wouldn't have noticed Phillip's presence or discomfort if their lives depended on it. King Stephen pressed a hand to his friend's shoulder. "Now, be reasonable, Hubert. After all, Aurora knows nothing about this." The jester fell back under the table, and Phillip collapsed as he did, drawing his knees up to his chest. Hiding under a table was a tempting thought. "Well?" his father asked without a hint of concern. "Well," said King Stephen, trying preemptively to console him, "it may come as quite a shock." That showed what King Stephen knew: there was no calming down King Hubert of Artwine when he got going. "Shock?" His father spat out his wine and pounded his goblet on the table. "My Phillip a shock? What's wrong with my Phillip?" Phillip nodded. It was nice to be defended, but King Stephen wasn't disparaging Phillip. He was talking sense. "Nothing, Hubert." The other king backed off as if he weren't a seasoned warrior, and Phillip rolled his eyes. "I only meant, why doesn't your daughter like my son?" said his father, closing in on King Stephen. Now, King Stephen said. He tried to stop King Hubert. "I'm not so sure my son likes your daughter." King Hubert threw off King Stephen's hands and prodded him. Harsh but true. King Stephen straightened his crooked crown and drew himself up. "Now see here. I'm not so sure my grandchildren want you for a grandfather." Phillip shook his head. Grandchildren again. It was oddly pleasing to hear his father defend him, though. "Why, you unreasonable, pompous blustering old windbag," shouted King Stephen. "Unreasonable. Pompous." Phillip's father tore a fish from the table and wielded it like a sword. "En garde, sir." Phillip rose, no longer trying to hide, and sighed when they still didn't notice him. "I warn you, Hubert, this means war." King Stephen picked up a plate and brandished it like a shield, parrying each dull slap of the fish. Phillip turned away. They sparred with the fish and the plate and made a mess of the dining hall. They probably wouldn't worry even if they did know what had happened to Phillip. All they were concerned about were cradles, uniting their families, and wine. Phillip would have to fix everything, because they were too far gone to help. Too joyous. Too in their cups. Too confident. They had to know that the sword and shield had been taken by now if they had their eyes on it, and would they even believe Phillip when he told them about the curse? No, probably not. Phillip had been the disappointing prince for years. They would never trust him over the princess's fairy godmothers. Laughter rang through the hall, and Phillip couldn't even look at his father and King Stephen. "What's this all about, anyway?" King Hubert asked, and Phillip shook his head. Hopefully, he had put the fish back. "Nothing, Hubert," King Stephen said, chuckling. "Absolutely nothing." And just like that, they were friends again and their problems were forgotten. Children bound to fall in love with each other. His father's words were a touch slurred. "Precisely," said King Stephen. His speech was much further gone, and Phillip could make out the babbling of more wine being poured. "And as for grandchildren, I'll have the royal woodcarvers start work on the cradle tomorrow." Phillip closed his eyes, covered his ears with his hands, and tried not to scream. Hang it all, his duty, the betrothal, the curse. Phillip might not have taken his role seriously in the past few years, but recently he had resigned himself to obeying. He had decided to put his own desires aside for the better. No more. If he and Princess Aurora, by the sound of it, weren't worthy of having a say in their lives, then Phillip would live his life elsewhere. Trumpets blared outside, and he startled, then darted back through the little door he'd slipped in through. Had Princess Aurora finally returned? His Royal Highness Prince Phillip, called out a herald on the wall. No, no princess. The stable hand must have told someone he was here. Phillip would have to speak with his father now and get rid of him as quickly as possible so he could find Johanna. They had to prepare for the curse on their own. Phillip raced to the stables. Samson was surrounded by a group of well-meaning stable hands all trying to coax him into a stall. Phillip whistled, and Samson perked up. Phillip shoved his way through the crowd and climbed into the saddle. He needed to look as if he were just galloping up to the castle so that his father would assume the trumpets had sounded when he passed through the first gate. Phillip was done being a pawn. He was done drifting through life without taking control. He was done letting his father dictate his future. And he was going to teach his father how infuriating he could be. Phillip pushed Samson into a gallop, weaving through the visiting crowd, and raced for the stairs of the castle. His father trotted unsteadily down them, glittering in his full King Hubert of art wine regalia. Phillip! Phillip! King Hubert shouted, raising his arms in greeting. Phillip! Ho, Phillip! Phillip tried to bite back his frustration and schooled his expression as he dismounted from Samson. He knew the perfect thing, the only topic that had ever drawn out King Hubert's ire at King Stephen. Hurry, boy. Hurry. Change into something suitable. Can't meet your future bride looking like that. But I have met her, father, said Phillip, smiling as widely as he could. He embraced his father briefly and pulled back. King Hubert huffed. You have? Where? Once upon a dream, said Phillip, and even though he was joking, the idea was comforting. Marriage had always seemed like an inevitable disaster before, but the idea of marrying Briar Rose seemed as pleasant as she was. He picked up his father by the armpits and spun him around, humming the whole while. Phillip never should have taken any guff from a man he could throw over his shoulder. Oh, Phillip. Stop it. Stop that. Phillip. Put me down. Phillip did and stepped back. There were 2 angry spots of color on his father's cheeks, and Phillip grinned. Now, said his father. What's all this dream nonsense? Oh, it wasn't a dream, father. Phillip sighed. I really did meet her. Princess Aurora? King Hubert asked, practically salivating. Good heavens! We must tell Stephen. It took everything within Phillip for him not to roll his eyes, but over his father's shoulder, Samson did. His father moved forward. Why, this is the most. I didn't say it was Aurora. Phillip pushed his father away. Briar Rose would forgive his use of her in this so long as it got them both out of there. You most certainly did, said his father. You said. I said, Phillip stated very slowly, then stressed the part his father would hate the most. I met the girl I was going to marry. I don't know who she was. A peasant girl, I suppose. The look of incredulous fury on his father's face was the best vengeance of all. A peasant girl? His father choked on the words. You're going to marry a, why, Phillip, he laughed and took Phillip by the shoulders, you're joking. Yes, a peasant girl. That was the truly terrifying part of the whole ordeal. Not the evil fairy set to curse the princess come sunset. Not the missing sword and shield. Not the looming threat to humanity. Phillip shook his head, and King Hubert turned to Samson. Isn't he? He asked. Samson shook his head, too. No. His father stomped away. You can't do this to me. Give up the throne, the kingdom, for some nobody? His voice quavered, and he threw up his arms. By Harry, I won't have it. You're a prince, and you're going to marry a princess. His crown toppled from his head, and Phillip darted forward, catching it. Now, father, you're living in the past, said Phillip. This is the 14th century. Nowadays, I'm still the king, King Hubert said, cutting off Phillip. And I command you to come to your senses. Because that was how sense worked. Phillip walked away. His father hadn't changed at all, and he was still concerned only with what he wanted, not what was best for everyone. If King Hubert could be selfish, so could Phillip. And marry the girl I love, he asked, and remounted Samson. Even though he knew he was lying to anger his father, his words gave him pause. Wait, did he love Briar Rose? Surely love had to be hard or won or more furiously fought for, but the word had come so easily. He had thought it so naturally and said it so freely. No, that was a foolish thought. Exactly. His father stomped and drew him out of his thoughts, and Phillip beamed down at him. For a king, he was easy to rile up. Goodbye, father, Phillip said, dropping the act. Goodbye, father, said King Hubert. Marry the girl you. No. Phillip, stop. Come back. Worry about that if you won't worry about Maleficent, Phillip said as he rode away, up the gate and toward the woods. He would have to intercept Johanna and find Briar Rose's cottage, but now he had time. If his father wasn't concerned about the sword and shield, that was his own fault. Phillip would deal with Maleficent, but he wasn't marrying the princess. Chapter 18. The pricking of my thumbs. Not even 5 minutes later, a good ways down the road Johanna should have been arriving by, Phillip began to regret splitting up from her. There were plenty of people traveling down the path, none of them Johanna. Now all he could think about was whether Eris and the others had caught up to her. Phillip sighed. With this many people coming to 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, she might have gotten slowed down. Phillip rubbed his face and tried to figure out what to do. He didn't regret not talking more honestly with his father. It was unthinkable that the kings weren't more worried, even if they believed that the curse had been avoided. Did they truly think Maleficent would lie down and die if the curse failed? Let's go to Briar Rose and convince her and her aunts to get out of there, he told Samson. Johanna should have gotten to the castle by then. Not that father will listen to her either. Samson snorted. Fine, yes, I may also just want to see her again, said Phillip, flicking Samson's neck. He was grateful that horses didn't know what blushing meant. Talking to her in real life is more fun than overhearing her life in dreams. She's smart. She already knows what's happening. Maybe she'll have an idea about what to do. Also, he should probably update her about how he had threatened his father with marrying her. He wondered if, like him, she wouldn't find it the worst idea in the world, but he figured that was a conversation they could save for after they figured out how to handle Maleficent. Worst part of this all is that Johanna was right, said Phillip. Maleficent's not just threatening Princess Aurora and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. Everyone is in danger. We have the sword and shield, which is something, so we need to make a plan. If only he could talk to Princess Aurora. She was the missing piece in all this. He should have stayed back at the castle and warned her when she arrived, but he had let his emotions get the better of him. Phillip urged Samson toward the woods. The sun fell quickly, and long shadows stretched across the trees. Nestled in the valley of the forest was a thatch-roofed cottage with a creaking water wheel. The roots of a large old tree made up the front of the building. Phillip whistled as he neared so as not to frighten Briar Rose or her aunts. Small footprints led from the well-trodden forest path over a small bridge. Phillip dismounted near the door. How had no one ever stumbled upon the cottage? The more he learned about Briar Rose's circumstances, the stranger they seemed. It was all the more reason to help her escape. He adjusted his hat and shared a knowing look with Samson, who gave him an encouraging nod. Phillip jokingly grasped his hands together for luck and then knocked on the door. No lights flickered inside. "Come in," a woman called out. He opened the door into darkness. Something heavy slammed into his head, and a gag was stuffed into his mouth. More things grabbed his legs and snatched up his arms. Rope was thrown around his shoulders, and Phillip struck out, sending something flying. Chatter filled his ears, and he struggled against the hold whoever these people were had on him. It wasn't magic, so it couldn't be Peanut and Frikey. He spat out the gag. Reaching back, he flung whoever it was off his back with his one free arm. It was one of Maleficent's goons. While growing up, Phillip had often seen paintings and heard descriptions of the small creatures in makeshift armor. Their horns and claws and fangs now nipped at Phillip's skin as sharply as their small swords, and another gagged him again. More ropes were knotted around his arms and chest. Two of the creatures clung to his legs like shackles. A raven's caw flooded his veins with ice. Phillip fought against the restraints, but it was no use. From the shadows stalked a familiar figure. Maleficent. The stories did little justice to her. Her hair was bundled up beneath a black headdress shaped like two horns, the sharp peak of it highlighted by her arched black brows. Large round eyes of glittering black stared unblinkingly at him in the dark, and her heart-shaped lips were painted a vivid red. Her enchanted creatures yanked him upright like a puppet, and she smiled, lifting an unlit candle. As she neared him, it flared. The flame burned unnaturally cold. "Well." She grinned and leaned in close to his face to study him. "This is a pleasant surprise." Her skin was a pale green that glowed in the dim light and stood out starkly against her black and purple robes. Her creatures tittered about her feet. Relief cut through Phillip's terror as he frantically looked around the cottage. At least Briar Rose wasn't there, and it didn't look as if there had been a struggle before he arrived. Briar Rose and her aunts must have left before the trap was set. They had to be gone. But where was Briar Rose? Could she have been an illusion of Maleficent's magic? A trick to lead him there? Phillip pushed the thought away. Briar Rose couldn't be a ruse. She was real. She had to be. She was real, and she had escaped. "I set my trap for a peasant, and lo," she said, striking her staff against the floor. "I catch a prince." Phillip wasn't sure what she meant by intending to catch a peasant, but he did not plan on being around long enough to find out. Maleficent laughed, and like a lightning strike, her mood shifted. "Away with him," said Maleficent, gesturing to her minions. "But gently, my pets. Gently." They prodded and dragged Phillip toward the door, and he kicked his fallen hat out of the way, hoping that if anyone showed up later, Briar Rose, Johanna, Eris, they would figure out what had happened or at least know that he had been there. He struggled against the bonds, but it was no use. The raven landed on Phillip's head and dug its talons into his scalp. Maleficent followed them. "I have plans for our royal guest," she said. Outside, more of Maleficent's enchanted creatures had taken control of Samson's reins, and Phillip tried to slip free of his restraints once more. One of the goons hit him hard in the back of the head. Gently, Maleficent repeated. I had thought my dear princess had found some boy, common as dirt, to woo her, but your face I remember. Curious. True love often draws its victims together, but I assumed my curse would prevent a chance meeting. My dear princess? True love? Before Phillip could think on that, a flickering dot appeared above Samson's head. It grew as it neared them. Suddenly, Eris alighted on the bridge. Fury and grief writhed in Philip's gut. He braced himself. He could not let Eris see him cry. Mistress, Eris said, not even glancing at Philip. She dropped to her knees in the mud before Maleficent. I see you've found your gifts. Maleficent arched one brow. Well, dear, that depends. I see only one gift here, and I am the one who acquired him. That is not to mention that I very clearly recall banishing you from my sight for eternity for your failures in the First War. Yes, and I dared not disobey and come to you without something to make up for my failures. Prince Philip has been with us these last 2 weeks, the silly boy, and your second gift is here. Eris rose and went to Samson, then pulled from his bag the pack hiding the Sword of Truth. She could not grasp it, and let it fall to the forest floor. 𝐒𝐽 and 𝐒𝐽𝐫 have the third and final gift, the Shield of Virtue. They are on their way now. Philip inhaled, a new worry overtaking him. They must have gotten Johanna, but she had to be all right. She had to be. Are these gifts or bribes, my erstwhile student? Maleficent waved away Eris's answer. It matters not. You convinced him to deliver them to me himself. How deliciously cruel and fortuitous. We would never demand forgiveness or attempt to elicit it with bribes, and we will leave again if you desire it. You need only say the word, said Eris, and finally she looked at him. As Maleficent investigated the Sword of Truth, Eris shook her head at Philip and let her expression fall. There wasn't regret in her eyes, only disappointment. You taught me well, mistress, and I know you never give second chances when failed or betrayed. She swallowed the final word as if it pained her, and Philip shook with anger. So she thought he had betrayed her? Had she really expected him to flee and save himself, leaving everyone else to die? That was worse somehow, making him feel small and foolish. She had taken the things he wanted the most, a mentor, a future, the trust of an adult, and twisted them into a mockery. Eris turned away and bowed to Maleficent. Oh, Eris. You do surprise me, Maleficent said, and took Eris's chin between her thumb and forefinger. She tilted back Eris's head. A touch overcomplicated, I think, but subtlety has never been your strength, and why should it be? Chaos suits you. He is yours, and he is heartbroken. Eris stared up at Maleficent, blinking fast as if Maleficent were the sun herself. You always taught me that hopelessness tastes better when the hope was real. So I did. Maleficent rolled her eyes to Philip and then turned her head. Her hand slid from Eris's chin. But did you think this would return you to my good graces? Eris drew in a shuddering breath. I did it for you with no hope of my own, as did the others. I do love how easily you lie, said Maleficent. Are they truly on their way, my pet? Maleficent cast her raven into the sky and sank into the shadows to await the other fairies, leaving Eris and Philip alone. Eris approached Philip, her blue eyes skimming his injuries. Softly, she said, how rude of you to take my offer and spit it in my face. Philip rubbed his cheek against his shoulder and worked his gag away. I couldn't let everyone die. You said you believed in me, he hissed. I believed you were smarter than this, but I was clearly wrong, she said. I tried. Whatever happens now is on you. Why? Phillip asked. Why do you need to help her? I told you. I love my teacher. She glanced over his shoulder at the shadows where Maleficent lurked. Eris drew herself up. We failed her during the last war, and I will not make that mistake again. Phillip tried to ram his head into hers, and one of the creatures snatched him back. Finally, she met his gaze, disappointment etched into every wrinkle of her shocked expression. I should have known you would let me down. She shook her head, laughed to herself, and refastened his gag. It's the only thing you're good at. Phillip stewed, his feelings alternating between fury and grief every few minutes. Then a loud caw interrupted his thoughts as Maleficent's raven returned from the woods. Shortly after, a light appeared. It was Pina, with fire in one hand and a bound and gagged Johanna in the other. She dragged Johanna by the arm. On Johanna's back was the cloth-wrapped shield of virtue. She closed her eyes when she saw that Phillip was captured as well. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 flew through the gloaming behind them. Maleficent glided forward. Mistress! 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 called out, landing and sweeping into a low bow. Pina curtsied, extinguishing the flame but keeping hold of Johanna. Mistress! I would not have believed the three of you capable of working together, and yet here you all stand, successful and still alive, said Maleficent. Perhaps you have learned from past mistakes. Anything for you, said 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. She glared at Johanna. Drop it here. Johanna narrowed her eyes and leaned back, letting the shield slip from her back. It hit the ground with an echoing thunk, and Maleficent's raven landed on its edge. The raven caught and hopped off, smoke curling up from its feet. Maleficent tapped her fingers against her staff. Yes, yes, she muttered. This will do. She twirled her wrists, and magic gathered around the sword and shield as a stormy cloud. Power crackled in the air. Phillip's hair stood on end. Go, said Maleficent, and the sword and shield vanished. The cloud of magic slowly dissipated. Phillip slumped. I must deal with the sword and shield and ensure that no one else will be able to track or retrieve them, Maleficent said. She waved her creatures off, and they scurried in the woods down some path Phillip couldn't see. Bring him to me, alive, once you are finished, but do with her what you please. Slowly, Maleficent walked away from the cottage. The candle in her hand went out, darkness pressing in on her from all sides, and she faded into the night like a shadow. One final call from her raven marked her departure. Perfect! Eris clapped her hands and rounded on Phillip. Let's have some fun, shall we? A vine whipped out from the forest and curled around his throat, then dragged him to stand next to Johanna and Samson. Samson's lead was tied to the bridge, and Phillip let his foot catch it. He tripped, landing hard on his face. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 laughed. He's finally groveling, said Pina, tossing her flame from hand to hand. I prefer it. Phillip crawled to his knees. Samson's lead pressed against his back, and Phillip's fingers were too thick and ungainly to work quickly. Johanna shuffled until she was standing next to him, her legs blocking what he was doing, and he leaned against her. It was the only obvious move, and he could have cried knowing that she had recognized his feint. He couldn't think about what would happen to them soon or what was going on at the castle with Princess Aurora. He could only focus on the here and now. If he didn't, he would fall to pieces. Why do we have to give him to Maleficent? Asked 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿. It's not fair. We did all the work. Please, said Eris, rolling her eyes. Tell the Mistress of Evil that and see what happens. Phillip tore with his nails at the rope tying Samson to the bridge. If he could get Samson free, maybe that would be enough of a distraction for them to escape. There is so much we could do, 𝐼𝐻 said, a flame twining between her fingers. He did waste precious weeks of our lives. In fairness, that was our plan, said Eris. 𝐼𝐻 huffed. When have we ever been fair? 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 made a cutting motion with her fingers, and her shadow tore up from the ground. It grabbed Johanna by the collar and dragged her toward them. You're in for a treat, 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 said. I've had plenty of time to think up the most poetic suffering for you. Phillip finally managed to undo the rope. He flicked Samson's ankle and the horse took off, sprinting through the four of them. 𝐼𝐻 and Eris started off to one side, and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 yanked Johanna the other way. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 shrieked and dropped her. She bit me, yelled 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, holding up her bleeding hand. The little gnat bit me. And I'd do it again, shouted Johanna. Phillip. Run, he screamed. Go. Johanna nodded, her face set, and grabbed Samson's saddle with her bound hands. She threw a leg up and took off in one fluid motion. Magic flared in the valley, but there were far too many trees for 𝐼𝐻's fire or Eris's vines to have a clear angle by which to grab Johanna or Samson. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 wrapped her shaking hand in the skirts of her orange gown while 𝐼𝐻 turned her magic on the cottage, sending it up in flames. Eris marched over to Phillip. Go get her by any means necessary, said Eris to the others. Take her to the mountain if you must. I will take our prince there. The other two vanished in the blink of an eye, and Eris pulled Phillip by his ear to his feet. You ungrateful little bug. She pinched harder. I risked everything for you, and you threw it back at me as if it meant nothing. Nothing. Her magic, an ice-cold wind, tore through his thin hosen tunic, chilling him to the bone. She snapped the fingers of her other hand, and there was a shift, as if the whole world save for Phillip had twisted on its axis. Magic gripped his spine and yanked, and he doubled over with a gasp. Eris let him crumple to the ground. Floor. There was a stone floor. Phillip choked on his gag and forced himself to look around. Welcome, said Eris, brushing the dirt from her gown. I'm sure you'll appreciate my mistress's hospitality. They were in an entry hall of dark stone. The floor was hot, nearly scalding his bare hands. The castle was old and ruined, and the natural world had started breaking through the cracks of the stones. Moss and roots curled around splintered walls, and Eris led Phillip to the other end of the hall, where a broken staircase led up to an alcove meant for a throne. The listing, shattered columns rocked as they walked past them. The wind tore through holes in the wall and ceiling. Phillip stared up at the pale green sky, the same shade as Maleficent's skin, and swallowed. Oh, Eris said with a breathy sigh. Isn't Maleficent exquisite? I couldn't even move them 2 inches, but she got them all the way here. The sword of truth and the shield of virtue sat at the foot of the throne. 2 of her enchanted creatures stood guard over them, and one stopped scratching its back with a knife to glare at Phillip. Eris shooed the 2 away, shoved Phillip toward the arms, and loosened the ropes around him enough for him to pick up the blanket-wrapped bundles. He shifted and tried to find the sword's hilt. It's no use, she said. I'm not allowed to kill you, but my mistress said nothing about maiming you. A cold breeze curled around his wrists, and Phillip shook his head. He gestured toward his mouth. Oh, no, she said. You had your chance, and I don't care to hear what noble nonsense you'll spout in your defense. To think I... She cut herself off, raised a hand, and shook her head. No, you're not worth it. She motioned for him to walk ahead of her. The stairs on the left. It was a spiraling staircase that led up so high clouds blocked the arrow slits and crept through the cracks between the stones. Philip's legs ached with the stress of climbing, but the sword and shield weighed nothing despite the awkward way he had been forced to carry them. He knew he was in the old fortress atop the Forbidden Mountain, though he had no idea of how to get home from there. A bitter panic clogged his throat. "Set them in here," said Eris once they reached the top of the tower. The tower room was small and cramped, stuffed to the ceiling with magical staffs, crumbling tomes, and a display case overfilled with what looked like small fairy statues. Philip stumbled inside. A cold hand gripped the back of his neck. "Drop them." Eris squeezed, and he placed the shield on the ground. He let the sword fall in such a way that the cloth around it began to unravel. Good boy. It wasn't hopeless yet. Johanna was still out there, his father and King Stefan were still out there, and the gift of Princess Aurora's cursed sleep would save her from death. Philip had to figure out how to escape. Eris removed the gag covering his mouth. "I can hear you plotting and fuming," she said. His retort was lost in a blast of heated air that tasted like metal and oil. With a pop, Pina and 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 returned. Pina landed hard atop a display case of wands and drifted down on her wings. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 appeared on her knees before Eris and Philip. Eris's fingers tightened. "Johanna?" she asked. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 shook her head. "She's hiding somewhere within King Stefan's castle. Couldn't find her among the others." "Are you angry?" Pina asked, gliding to them. "She is hardly anything worth worrying over. We acquired the sword and shield. Everything is going according to plan, and I am tired of following your orders." "How?" "You never execute them correctly," said Eris, cracking the bones of each finger one by one. "I'm not angry. I'm counting to 10 so that I don't strangle you, because I'm thrilled by your mediocrity and utter lack of care. Loose threads can fray. What do we not want?" "Fraying," mumbled 𝐒𝐿𝐾 and Pina in unison. "Fraying." Eris grabbed Philip by the tunic and shoved him toward the stairs. "Go do your jobs and find her while I show His Highness to his room." "There's no need to chase Johanna," Philip blurted out. His mind was spinning too fast for him to think, but he could stall for Johanna. Maybe he could keep all 3 of them there. Why bother chasing after her when you've got the prince right here? Pina started to elaborate, and Eris hissed at her. "Go," she said. "He's trying to distract you." The other 2 vanished in a flurry of dust and rustling pages. "Get moving," she said, shoving him back toward the stairs, "and please stop trying to pull one over on me. I wasn't born last century, you know." "Actually, I didn't," he said, walking slowly and committing to memory the details of the path they took. "I don't know anything about you." "Don't be ridiculous. You know I'm smarter than you, you know I'm beautiful, and you know my name." She laughed and prodded him between the shoulder blades. "Even if you can't spell it backward." He held back a groan, remembering the thieves. "Sire." "Of course. Yes, if this has taught me anything, it's that I should have been more paranoid," he muttered. "Do the others know you let me run? You really do want me to cut out your tongue?" Eris directed him through a crooked wooden door down a narrow hallway. They traveled deeper into the mountain. "I thought you were more ambitious, but you did refuse our first offer of magic." "I should have known." "My condolences to your ego," said Philip. "It must be quite fragile." "Yes," she drawled. "Of the 2 of us, I'm the insecure one." The dungeons were deep in the bowels of the castle. Philip could barely keep track of the twists and turns in the falling structure, scuffing the corners with his boots whenever he could. The farther they went, the emptier he felt. Hopelessness was more potent after glimpsing a good end. "Well, have fun," said Eris, opening a thick door with a wave of her wand. "I would say it's been a pleasure, but it's mostly been tedious." The ropes holding Phillip took on a life of their own and dragged him to the stone bench in the corner. Chains rose like snakes and snapped around his wrists. Another set of shackles clamped around his ankles. Phillip collapsed onto the bench as the ropes slithered back to Eris. They curled around her outstretched arm and went still. "Why befriend me?" he asked softly. "Did you think I would let Maleficent destroy my home to train with you? You didn't care for your father, betrothed, or kingdom, so I thought you might. I'd never had a student before, but I saw something in you that pulled at my heartstrings. You were so uncertain. So afraid." She tilted her head from side to side, curls rustling against her round shoulders. "There were so many options open to you, and you turned your nose up at all of them because you didn't like your responsibilities. I could have poured water in the dirt and told you lapping it up like a dog would give you a way to escape your father, and you would have done it and barked. But I didn't. I gave you a chance to embrace the life you wanted. I will not make that mistake again." Philip's stomach rolled and protested, and his eyes burned. He hadn't known. He had been right there the whole time, clay in her hands. He had been so desperate that he had handed the life of everyone he loved over to Maleficent. For what? The life he wanted? He was a prince whether he liked it or not. What life wasn't within his grasp? No life, now. "Don't wallow." "It's unbecoming," said Eris, her eyes rolling up. She brushed Philip's tear away with her hand and flicked the tip of his nose. "You're just some boy lucky enough to be born a prince in a wealthy kingdom, you know. There's nothing special about you." Philip swallowed, fighting to keep from crying more and feeding into her love of his suffering. "You haven't won yet. Aurora's not dead, and her true love is still out there." "Oh, Philip," Eris said, and clucked at him. "No matter. My mistress's plan for that is underway, but I'll forgive you for not being able to read the board. Enjoy your stay, Your Highness. While you wait, consider how you were always a player and how you removed yourself from the game. None of this would have been possible if you had paid attention to your kingdom. You would have almost certainly known about the Sword of Truth. Isn't that funny?" She laughed her way out the door and locked it behind her. "A prince not having power," she said. "Poor little boy has to grow up to become a king and marry a beautiful girl. How tragic." Her voice echoed until the terrible cackling was all he could hear. And the worst of it all was that Philip knew she was right. He had dug this grave for his kingdom and himself. Chapter 19. Fairly Hopeless. Philip flung himself at the door, ignoring the tightness of his chains, and collapsed to the floor. The chains were taut and heavy, slowly dragging him to the wall. Hopelessness tightened around him like the shackles. He had to get out and fix this. He ran his fingers over the chains, a frantic energy trembling through him. The shackles were solid pieces of metal with no place for a key or for them to be uncuffed. He stumbled to a war axe wedged into one of the fallen stones and looped the chains over the blade, then dragged them against it. Magic sparked where the blade bit into the chains, and the scent of damp autumn leaves filled Philip's nose. His stomach rolled. "Come back here," he shouted. "Come back and I'll really spit in your face, you traitor." He picked up the chains and checked the links that had struck the blade. They were whole and unblemished. Phillip would have bet anything that the shackles could only be removed with magic. He sank to his knees. He couldn't give up. He couldn't let this dread and worry drown him. The castle suddenly shook violently. Dust rattled out from between the stones and rained down on Phillip. The commotion hit a crescendo, and Phillip buried his face in his hands. Shouts echoed through the crumbling walls, and howls filled the frigid air. Slowly, the shaking eased. A door creaked outside Phillip's cell. He wiped his dust-covered face and lifted his head. A horned shadow fell across the floor, and Phillip followed it to the face in the barred window of his door. Maleficent smiled. She unlocked the door to his cell and opened it silently, her gaze sweeping from his chains to his face with an unnerving slowness, as if she had all the time in the world to look. As if her plan was already well past the point of no return. Her raven fluttered in ahead of her, alighted on the handle of the axe, and bowed low. Maleficent glided toward Phillip with a put-upon frown. "Oh, come now, Prince Phillip." "Why so melancholy?" asked Maleficent. The clack of her raven's claws was like laughter. "A wondrous future lies before you." She motioned to him and then drew her arms against her chest, clutching her staff to her and leaning against it. The dark silk of her robes hung like furled bat wings about her shoulders. Phillip drew back from her. "You, the destined hero of a charming fairy tale come true," she said, and savored every word. Confusion broke through Phillip's panic. He wasn't destined to do anything, and he wasn't part of any fairy tale. It was Princess Aurora, cursed and awaiting her true love, at the heart of everything. Oh! Maleficent had assumed he was the princess's true love. It was laughable. She didn't know the details of her own curse, and now her plan was already falling apart. He wasn't the destined true love, he was just Phillip. He grinned, opening his mouth to hold that fact over her, but before he could speak, she laughed. Maleficent swirled a hand over the green gem atop her staff. The air tightened around them, charged by the summoning of her magic. She was the green skies that heralded twisters and monstrous storms, the clench in Phillip's chest that was his instinct to flee. Danger had arrived. "Behold! King Stephen's castle," said Maleficent, tilting the staff toward him. The crackling magic within the gem twisted like smoke and cleared from the center. An image appeared, the white castle tower stained indigo by night. An odd stillness had settled over every window and rampart. The picture narrowed, as if they were staring through the eyes of a bird drifting toward the tower's window. And in yonder topmost tower, dreaming of her true love, the Princess Aurora. The image wavered and changed. On a bed of blue linens, with its curtains drawn open beneath the flickering stars, rested a young woman, her face peaceful and her fingers loosely clutching a rose against her chest. The high arches of her cheeks were sharpened by the slackness of sleep. Her hair, so familiar, was twisted through the band of a golden crown. Even though he had never seen her sleeping, even though he couldn't hear her voice, even though his memories were of bare feet dancing on overgrown grass and curled hair rustling in a forest breeze, Phillip knew. "But see the gracious whim of fate," said Maleficent. She laughed as though this was the best joke of all. "Why, 'tis the self-same peasant maid who won the heart of our noble prince but yesterday." Briar Rose, who had been raised by 3 mysterious aunts who lived oddly close to King Stephen's castle yet had never been found, and who had never been allowed to leave her home due to a mysterious danger, was Princess Aurora. His betrothed. The girl who had been tied to him since childhood. The girl he had been dreaming of just as long. He had been too caught up in his life for too long and hadn't figured it out. He really should have. It seemed obvious to him now. If she was sleeping now, Briar Rose's first introduction to the world must have been pricking her finger on a spindle and succumbing to the curse. He had known something was coming, but not for her. She was supposed to be safe. But why was Maleficent showing him this? He was only Princess Aurora's betrothed, and Maleficent didn't know about the dreams. She must have known about their meeting the day before, but that didn't make them true loves. The image changed again, focusing on Briar Rose's, no, Princess Aurora's, but that name didn't fit yet, it had never been hers, face, and Phillip clenched his teeth to keep from speaking. He had always assumed that meeting Aurora would be terrible and insufferable and that he would hate her on sight, but it seemed like he would be marrying the peasant girl he told his father about after all if they got out of this. Unfortunately, it would be with none of the satisfaction of annoying his father. Humor usually calmed him down, but the thought only chilled him. Briar Rose's face grew clearer as Maleficent spoke. She is indeed most wondrous fair, gold of sunshine in her hair, lips that shame the red, red rose, in ageless sleep she finds repose. If Maleficent was confessing her ultimate plan, she owed it to Briar Rose to mention more than her pretty face. She wasn't some princess who existed only to be beautiful and cursed. Briar Rose had a life before all this. Maleficent chuckled, as if she could read his thoughts, and Phillip winced. He had let his concern show. He would have to be more careful if he wanted to know what Maleficent had planned. The image swirled again, and Maleficent's own face appeared before him. The years roll by, but 100 years to a steadfast heart are but a day. And now the gates of a dungeon part, and our prince is free to go his way. Phillip leaned in closer to the image, uncertain of what he was seeing. This new picture was of Phillip, old and slouched, with the shield of virtue on his arm and a weary Samson carrying him through the gates of Maleficent's castle. 100 years older he was supposed to be in this future of Maleficent's. Alive and hale enough to get on a horse. Phillip looked away, unable to witness more. Maleficent's plan, to leave Briar Rose in an accursed sleep for 100 years until everyone she loved was dead or old and then send him to wake her with true love's kiss, made no sense. In 100 years, unless she used magic to keep him alive, he would likely be long dead, and Samson would, too. But most ridiculous, most bizarre, because how had Maleficent gotten her own curse wrong, was the idea that Phillip was the princess's true love. Maleficent was blowing it out of proportion. Phillip wouldn't deny that he had feelings for Briar Rose, feelings that were far softer than he might have expected ever to have for her or anyone else, but he wasn't in love with her. Sure, she was clever and kind and as competitive as anyone he had ever met, and he liked the way she always kept him on his toes, and Phillip turned away from Maleficent's crystal, not wanting her to see the thoughts he was sure were rippling across his face. Maleficent had cursed Princess Aurora. One of the fairy godmothers had decreed that Aurora would be awakened by true love's kiss. They had left before anyone asked about who that true love was, and now Maleficent was certain enough to hang her entire plan on the fact that it was Phillip. She was only playing into the fairy tale of it. It didn't mean anything. But was this what Maleficent had meant at the cottage when she mentioned true love drawing its victims together in her curse? That couldn't be the reason for the dream wood and the thorn wall. Even if Briar Rose and he had been dreaming of each other for ages, even if he was dying to speak with her again if just for a moment, and even if Maleficent believed it to be true, there was no way Briar Rose could love him. Off he rides on his noble steed, a valiant figure, straight and tall, to wake his love with love's first kiss and prove that true love conquers all. Phillip forced himself to look at the final image, but there was none. Maleficent leaned in close. Phillip lunged at her, his chains yanking him back. "Come, my pet. Let us leave our noble prince with these happy thoughts," said Maleficent, holding out her fingers for her raven. "A most gratifying day." Phillip tried to follow her, but the chains held and the door shut with a final, horrible click. Maleficent laughed again. For the first time in 16 years, I shall sleep well. He couldn't breathe. It didn't matter if Maleficent was wrong and he wasn't Briar Rose's true love. He couldn't leave her alone to suffer the curse. Philip's mind whirled with Maleficent's plan. She would go to war against the kings and humanity while Briar Rose slept and Phillip languished in chains, breaking the hearts of King Hubert and King Stephen. And her entire plan hinged on Philip's not being able to escape while Briar Rose slept. Oh! A cursed sleep was still sleep. Alone but comforted and more desperate to visit the wood than he had ever been in his life, Philip curled up in his cell and tried to rest. When Philip opened his eyes, he was not in the dungeon but in the old forest of his dreams. Dappled with shadows and peppered in fallen leaves, Philip sat up. His arms didn't ache, and the wounds from his fight with Maleficent's minions were gone. He took a deep breath and reveled in the bright scent of fresh grass and old trees. Maleficent's curse shouldn't even have gotten to Briar Rose. There had been no spindles in the cottage, and the fairies pretending to be her aunts had almost certainly not allowed them near her. She had been safe and sound in the cottage until dusk, so even if the curse was destined to come true, how had it happened? Surely her aunts hadn't dragged her to the castle at sunset and dumped everything on her at once? I might have pricked my finger to escape that, he muttered. All right, Philip. You messed everything up. You need to get up, face it all, and fix it. Briar Rose would be here. She had to be. They would have however long they needed to figure a way out of Maleficent's web, since she was cursed and he was captured. Or she would be so furious at him and his mistakes that dreaming would become far worse than his real life for the first time. Philip pulled himself up on a tree. The forest seemed different, lighter and brighter despite the canopy being as thick as ever. The leaves felt more real between his fingers, and the thick bark didn't crumble away with age. Philip walked between the trees, letting his fingers trail across each one, and frowned as he passed a large rock covered in moss. That was where he had sat before the thorn wall became a hedge maze, which meant the wall should have been close. But the thorns, wall, and hedge maze were gone entirely for the first time. Briar Rose, he shouted. Philip? Her voice was softer than he had ever heard it, raspy with sleep, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. She was nowhere in sight. Oh, good. I had hoped this would happen. Hoped? He spun around and shoved his way through a thicket. Where are you? I honestly don't know, she said. I have a better question, though. Where are you in the waking world? He sighed and followed the sound of her voice. Maleficent's castle. That does make my plan less useful, said Briar Rose. How did you get there? Maleficent. He hesitated, uncertain as to how much she knew. Well, she was waiting for me at your cottage, because I'm supposed to be. Because I'm Princess Aurora and she thinks you're my true love? You don't have to dance around it, Prince Philip. Learning who I was betrothed to, and who I was cursed by were all part of my birthday surprise, Briar Rose said with a laugh. Imagine my surprise, Prince Philip, when I was told that I was betrothed to a prince, whose name escapes me. And now imagine my horror because of how sad I was, Prince Philip, to be betrothed unknowingly to this prince. Oh, I also, surprise, have a true love who is supposed to wake me from this curse. Imagine that, Your Highness. He winced and followed her voice around an outcropping of rocks. Sorry. We had only just met and I didn't want to add betrothed prince to the list of things about me that might complicate. His voice trailed off as he caught sight of her. Briar Rose looked like Princess Aurora now. The crown he had seen her wear in Maleficent's image had carried over to the dream, and carefully curled strands of golden hair held it in place. The blue skirt of her gown was spread out around her, the silk like water spilling across the grass, and there was tension in her shoulders that hadn't been there in the forest. It was as if she was scared to breathe and mess up the artwork that had been made of her. She blinked up at him with tired eyes. That expression, the one of exasperation and affection when she saw him, was the same as when they had met in the woods and far more beautiful than any silk or jewels. "I feel sleepy even here," said Briar Rose with a yawn. "What's happening in the real world?" "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't know much. Maleficent found me when I went to the cottage in the glen to see you." Briar Rose groaned. "My aunts made me leave. They broke the news about who I am and then dragged me to the castle. And then, after I had learned of the curse and had cried over news of my upcoming marriage to Prince Phillip, I thought of you. How many nobles are there in Artwine and all poor named Phillip? How many who might be targeted by a trio of evil fairies, do you think?" She gestured from herself to him, and he winced. "Yeah, sorry about that," he said. "I liked that you didn't know I was a prince, and I wasn't thrilled about the betrothal. I was hoping it would solve itself." She snorted. "Well, glad that worked out how you wanted. Considering this solved is very optimistic of you." Phillip ignored the flutter in his chest. She hadn't asked to break the betrothal yet, and sat down next to her. "I am sorry about leaving it all out." "It makes things make more sense," said Briar Rose. "I can't really blame you for wanting to keep some things private when our lives have apparently been public knowledge since birth. You know, for years I asked what happened to my parents, and my aunts just said that I had to be raised by them. Then suddenly I was a princess and betrothed and cursed. I felt so bad for hating it, but I did. You're the one whose world got turned upside down, and you're the only one among us cursed," he said. "Exactly." She stretched out her legs, her bare toes peeking out from beneath her gown. The golden cloth slippers discarded a few steps away made him smile. "I shouldn't feel bad at all, because my aunts never prepared me for emotional upheaval, only how to organize seating arrangements for court dinners and how to play the harp." "You can play the harp." "Phillip, please," she drawled. "We're betrothed. You should know me better by now." He flushed, cringing at how swiftly his cheeks heated, and tugged at his shirt. She grabbed his hand. "Relax." She squeezed his hand. "I won't hold you to the marriage if you don't want it." "That's kind of you," he said, his heart sinking at the idea that she wanted out of their marriage. Phillip swallowed. He couldn't assume things about her again. He had to be reasonable. "Earlier, to avoid the betrothal to Princess Aurora, I told my father I was marrying this peasant girl I met in the woods today." "Oh, another marriage I was unaware of." She glared up at him, but he could see the quirk of her lips. "I don't recall you proposing." Embarrassment flooded through Phillip, but he took a deep breath and pressed on to try to determine how she felt about him. "Simply telling my father that I was falling for a mysterious peasant girl wouldn't get me out of my betrothal, so I had to exaggerate." She stared up at him, face utterly unreadable, and said, "Maleficent told you that you were my true love." Phillip swallowed. "She did." Briar Rose kept staring, as if she was waiting for something, but Phillip had no idea what it could possibly be. Panic and humiliation burned through him. "Well, I only told my father that I planned to marry a peasant because I knew it would infuriate him," said Phillip quickly. He watched Briar Rose's expression carefully, but she gave nothing away. "When I got to Old Tor, our fathers were drinking and singing and playing games." He sucked on his teeth and shrugged. "And worse than them not preparing for your return or Maleficent's, they had planned our whole lives. My father had a castle built for us to live in with plenty of room for a lot of children. The way they talked about us made me angry. Great. I wanted another reason to be furious, she mumbled, and dropped her cheek onto his shoulder. He willed his cheeks to not turn pink at the touch. Marrying for spite is better than marrying because our parents demand it. That gave him hope, but he wasn't sure what to do with it. Agreed. Phillip tucked his nose against her hair and said, I have never liked you more. You've never liked me. Exactly. My opinion of you is eternally increasing, Phillip said, a silly grin spreading across his face. I have some larger concerns about the nature of gifts and fate, but admittedly, our parents are extremely concerning. She sighed. But you know what I'm the most concerned about? The curse that wasn't even my fault has taken over both of our lives. And Maleficent's, honestly, said Phillip. She's planning to drag this out for over a century. Briar Rose stared up at him, blinking slowly, and he brushed a strand of hair from her cheek, unable to help himself. What? Phillip asked. Maleficent's plan is so confusing, Briar Rose said. She's so intent on upsetting me. It's not like my parents will be around to see me heartbroken in 100 years. But how did the curse even happen? He asked, and removed his arm from around her waist. I know there was no stopping it, but where did you even find a spindle? Oh, I pricked my finger on purpose. Phillip opened his mouth, shock stealing his voice, and she laughed. Maleficent found me, in the castle, and she did something to me with magic. It made me go into this strange room with a spinning wheel. I could have fought it, I think. I felt like I could have, but you told me curses always come true, so I didn't fight her, said Briar Rose as if it were the easiest thing in the world. There was no point, if curses always come true, I had to let it happen. Better it be on my own terms than on hers, and I knew that I would fall into a cursed sleep. I was hopeful that meant I would wake up here and be able to speak to or at least hear you eventually. This way, we can come up with a plan. She thinks she's winning. Maybe she'll underestimate us. She definitely thinks she's winning, Phillip said. She delivered a lovely soliloquy about how she's going to let you sleep for 100 years before allowing me to leave and try to save you. Very optimistic about your lifespan, Briar Rose said. She laughed and squeezed his hand again. Well, what are we going to do? Do? Phillip asked. You're in a cursed sleep, and I'm locked in Maleficent's dungeon. And? So we just let her win? I only just got to leave the woods. Briar Rose leapt to her feet and clapped her hands, then pointed to him. She began to pace. All those years when I could have been with my family, all those years when I could have been learning about my curse and what to do, and all those years when I could have been getting to know you in the real world, I was instead stuck in a wood, learning how to rule a kingdom with a heavily redacted history so that I wouldn't discover anything about Maleficent and get suspicious. I know every possible way to greet someone of every rank, but I didn't know who I was until today. Her tone was the one that meant she was so angry she couldn't think about anything else, and Phillip loved matching it to her expression. He had always known she was a pacer. How is it fair that my parents cut me off from everything and everyone for my own good and then expected me to be the perfect, willing daughter? She spun to him, hands out, and nearly bowed over from the force of her words. It's not fair, said Phillip, slipping from his seat and keeping pace with her. She had been alone and would be for so long that he couldn't let her be alone now. But to them you're their child, not a person. It was the only way he had ever been able to rationalize his father's opinions of him. Phillip would always be his father's son first, and his father would always think of him like that. He wasn't a person with his own hopes and dreams, strengths and challenges. He was King Hubert's son. They're not thinking of you as Briar Rose, the young woman who is their daughter, Phillip continued. They're thinking of you as Princess Aurora, the daughter they gave up, and everything they did has to be for the best, because if it's not, what was it for? So they made a mistake. She gripped his wrist and dragged him with her. Even if their intentions were good, why would they think I wouldn't be me now? Phillip followed her gladly. Because they want their daughter. Not me. She halted, dropping his hand, and stopped him from following her. If I could, I'd rip myself from the stream and abandon my parents in a wood for years without a word and only a lifetime of lies to see how they like it. Do you know how much this hurts? Knowing that if I do get to meet them, I will never be able to make them understand that protecting me like they did was a disservice? I needed protection, but I also needed them. She swept the tears from her face and shook her head. Phillip hated the anger and pain in her voice, but he had overheard so much of her life that he knew she deserved to be angry in that moment. That's all I needed, she whispered. Family. Friends. Other people who knew me. I needed the truth. They took my name from me. They took my life from me. They took me. She flexed her fingers and drew 3 steadying breaths. You want to let them sweat for a year or 2? Phillip asked, moving closer. I can exist in the dungeon for a while. I don't mind. Briar Rose shook her head and then bit her lip. It's tempting. Say the word, and I'll do it. I'll sit and do nothing until you give me the thumbs up, he said, grasping her shoulders. She fiddled with the button at his collar. You do love doing nothing. Well, I never said I would do nothing solely for you. He reached up, untangled the crown from her hair, and tossed it aside. However, doing nothing does have its perks. Maleficent or Eris will have to feed me, hopefully, and I can sneak some information out of them so we can actually plan. Unless your fairy godmothers had a plan for when you were cursed. If they have a plan, they didn't share it with me, she said. It would help if I could hear the things happening in the real world like I could before. Otherwise, I'm useless. Hardly. Between us, you're the smart one. Once we know more and I figure out how to escape, we can come up with a more solid plan. You've never been useless, and you're not starting now. That's my job. He kissed the top of her head and then panicked, afraid that it was too much. He made a move to pull away, but she held tight to him. You were never useless either, she whispered, a pretty blush dotting her cheeks and making Phillip's heart skip. Even if your father thinks that of you, you were always there for me. A breeze rippled over the wood. The trees were blurring, as if a fog was creeping through them. He blinked, and it didn't get better. Oh, it looks like you're waking up, she said quickly. Learn what you can, I'll think about ways we can get out of this, and we will save ourselves. But if my aunts, the fairies, come to you, trust them. I doubt they'll leave us both to die. Whatever you want, he said, and suddenly it felt as if he were underwater. He looked down at her, and his vision became even hazier. I will always be there for you. Once I'm out of that cell, I will go find your true love and help you. Your voice is getting soft, like it does when you wake up, so this is the end for now. She kissed his cheek, and the dream would wane to black. And, Phillip? Before you go off looking for my true love, why don't you kiss me? Chapter 20. No Rose Without Thorns. Phillip awoke alone, the dungeon ceiling crumbling above him and the broken stone bench stabbing into his back. By the barely there crease of his sleeve across his arm, he figured he hadn't been asleep long. The ghost of Briar Rose's touch still lingered on his hand, and he rubbed his fingers together. If Maleficent wanted Phillip alive for 100 years, someone would have to visit again. He could figure out how to escape. And Briar Rose was right, they could get out of this if they tried. But why did she have to ask him to kiss her? She had a true love who was probably disgustingly chivalrous and shining, and Phillip couldn't entertain the idea that it could be him. He knew better than to expect things, and Briar Rose's meeting her true love right after he realized he liked her was just the sort of disappointment the world enjoyed throwing at him. There was so much going on, for both of them, that there wasn't time to deal with the fallout that would cause. Better to assume it wasn't him. It wasn't him. If he thought that often enough, then when it wasn't, he wouldn't be upset. Hopefully. Except Briar Rose knew she had a true love. She knew there was someone out there who would perfectly complement her, and she didn't seem eager for Phillip to find that person. She had told Phillip to kiss her first. She didn't think Phillip could wake her, did she? Phillip rolled into a seated position and tugged at his hair. Her request could only mean that she liked him well enough to choose him over her true love or believed that he could be that true love, and the thought made him feel as if every rib in his chest were curling around his heart. He wanted to be that person. He wasn't sure he could be. But none of it mattered if he couldn't get out of there. His shackles had no lock, but the walls were crumbling. He could use that. And the 3 fairy godmothers were still out there. Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather, I don't know if you can hear me, he whispered in case Briar Rose was listening to him from the dream world, but... Shush, said someone outside his door. Phillip stilled. That wasn't Maleficent. But how are we going to help? Asked someone else. The shusher shushed again, and a third person sighed. Can't you feel it? The third person asked. The sword of truth and the shield of virtue are nearby, and while I don't know why, I'm not looking this particular gift in the mouth. Horse, dear. What horse? Phillip knew those voices. He had grown up hearing them in dreams. Laughing, he dropped his face into his hands. How often had he heard Briar Rose's aunts bickering over her? 3 small specks like glints of light drifted through the barred window in the door. Magic preceded them, scenting the air with apples and reminding him of spring. He lifted his head as they enlarged their fairy forms, and the 3 of them got to work immediately. Each wore a different color, though it looked as if the Forbidden Mountain had sapped the sheen from them. The tallest took his bound wrists in hand. Shush, she said. No time to explain. The fairy had had more than 15 years to explain, but he let that slide. As she freed his wrists, the one in green used her magic to burn through the shackles on his ankles, and the one in blue slowly destroyed the lock on the door. Their powers were flashier than Eris's, sparkling like stars in the dim cell. The chains fell away, and he stepped forward to fully free himself. He had to get to Briar Rose as quickly as possible. Wait, Prince Phillip, said the one in dull red. She gestured for him to come back. The road to true love may be barred by still many more dangers, which you alone will have to face. So arm thyself with this enchanted shield of virtue. She waved her wand, and there was a tinkle of bells. The shield of virtue appeared on his arm with a flicker of magic. Phillip pulled back, surprised, and then groaned. Eris had said summoning that and the sword of truth required purely good intent, practically confessing her alliance with Maleficent. He had been too caught up in his own problems to notice. The fairy carried on without explanation. And this mighty sword of truth. The sword appeared, as sharp and ready as it had been when he last carried it, and the hilt was even warm against his hand. He tested its weight to ensure Eris hadn't done anything to it. "For these weapons of righteousness will triumph over evil," she said. Before he could ask how, she said, "Now, come. We must hurry." The fairies ushered him out of the cell. Outside, Maleficent's raven glided around the spiral staircase, cawing angrily when it saw them. It fluttered up, and the fairies raised their wands but did nothing. It squawked and flapped its way up the northern stairs, and Phillip led the fairies south. When they were halfway up the stairs, the clatter of hooves and claws against stone echoed down. A wave of Maleficent's enchanted creatures raced down the stairs to them, the raven in the lead. Phillip pivoted. "Down, down, down," he mumbled. "I don't know another way up." There was a large window, empty and looming over a broken wall, and he darted for it. The fairies twisted into their small forms that were little more than specks of light. He reached the window first. A steep drop from the mountain was the only view he could make out. The first of the creatures neared. He slashed the sword through the air. It knocked the club of a creature aside, throwing both to the floor. More tumbled over each other, spear tips and broken knives flying through the air after the fairies, and he blocked as many as he could. He couldn't even feel the weight of the shield on his arm as he raised it to take the hit of a mace. The fairies cleared the window without getting hit, and Phillip leapt out. They would have told him if the drop was sheer. He landed on the falling edge of an old rampart and jumped to a nearby crumbling wall, then slipped from it and slid down a pile of shattered rocks. A horse squealed in fear, and Phillip rolled to his feet in a courtyard. "Samson," he breathed. A chain held Samson to a heavy rock on the other side of the courtyard. "How did you get here, boy?" "Maleficent must have captured him," said the green fairy. "I'm saddened that we're meeting in such dire circumstances, but it is good to meet you, Phillip. I am Fauna. The others are Flora and Merryweather." She gestured to the fairies in red and blue. "My friend, a knight, she escaped when Maleficent captured me, and went to warn people with Samson," he said, and rounded on the fairies. "Have you seen her? Can you summon her like you did the arms?" Fauna wrung her hands together. "Oh, dear. No. Summoning people is much more difficult, and the old magic that lives in this mountain refrains us from attempting it." Fear froze his hands, and Phillip took a deep breath to calm himself before heading into the courtyard. "Phillip," cried one of the fairies. "Watch out!" Samson squealed again, and Phillip threw up his shield arm to cover as much of himself as he could. Rocks plummeted from the wall above, and magic shot toward them. With the toll of a small bell, the rocks became bubbles and burst. Phillip lowered his shield. He sprinted toward Samson. He had to figure out what had happened to Johanna and make sure she was all right. If she had come after him or gotten captured, that meant his father might not yet know what was going on. More help might not be on its way. Bowstrings snapped in unison, thrumming in Phillip's ears, and he spun with the shield raised. Flora glowed a soft pink and slashed her wand through the air. The arrows sprouted and bloomed. Flowers fell limp against the shield. "Maybe save your magic for Maleficent," he murmured. He felt so conflicted. They were helping, but if this was what they were capable of, why hadn't they trained Briar Rose or him or anyone to fight for themselves? Why all the subterfuge? It was infuriating and confusing. Those kinds of arrows wouldn't have pierced this shield. Flora bristled. A scream rang out over the courtyard. Johanna's voice and the clash of steel against stone reached him, and Phillip darted to where it was coming from. In a small ruined garden over a wall of the courtyard, Johanna, with her sword drawn and a trail of downed goons in her wake, at her gaze fixed on Eris, 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿, and 𝐒𝐵𝐵. The fairies, on the other side of the garden, looked furious, with smoke pouring from 𝐒𝐵𝐵's sneer and the wind whipping violently around Eris. 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐵 must have fought her way into the Forbidden Mountain. Phillip whistled. Not everything going to plan, he shouted, and raised the sword of truth. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 screeched, you little. 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐵 used the distraction to charge. She split the trio, separating 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 from the others. 𝐒𝐘𝐍𝐿 threw herself back, the tip of Johanna's blade tearing across her side, and vanished in a ripple of shadows. She re-emerged against a wall and grasped at the gash in her arm. Eris laughed, but 𝐒𝐵𝐵 raised her hand. A ribbon of white-hot fire unfurled from her wand, twisted around Johanna's sword, and melted through the blade. Johanna yelped, and Phillip started to jump over the wall to join her. Flora held him back. We need to go, she said. Now. I am not leaving Johanna to deal with them on her own, said Phillip. It was impossible for Johanna to take on all three of the fairies, no matter how skilled she was. Johanna might have known how they fought, but they were still powerful magical beings with decades of practice. Phillip had nearly killed her on accident without even trying. He'd had to. You can't kill her. Phillip laughed and leaned out over the garden. None of you can hurt her. Curses, gifts, and deals, you can't break a promise, remember? You cannot harm Johanna. Eris's smile fell, and she rolled her eyes to stare at him. Destroy her weapons all you want, but you cannot hurt her, he said. Eris raised a hand to him. What about you? A frigid wind struck his back, and Phillip would have tumbled headfirst into the garden had the three good fairies not grabbed him. They were far stronger than he would have guessed. With an insulted huff, Merryweather darted in front of Phillip and jabbed her wand toward Eris. What looked like a soap bubble grew and grew and grew until it completely covered the whole garden in a shimmering dome. Eris scowled and gestured with her wand. The bubble stretched toward Phillip but didn't pop. He didn't even feel the chill of her magic. Eris threw up her arms, but whatever she yelled was trapped in the bubble with her. We can't leave Johanna in there, Phillip said, trying not to sound ungrateful. If they truly promise not to hurt her, she'll be right as rain, said Flora, frowning down at Eris. But we really must go now. In the bubble, Johanna waved a hand at him and faced the fairies. She opened her arms wide to the fairies and said something Phillip couldn't hear. Eris threw another burst of magic at the bubble and hollered when it didn't break. Phillip turned away. All right, he said. I guess it's more like they're trapped in there with Johanna. How do you know Eris? Flora asked as Merryweather muttered, I should have known she would stick her nose into this. Phillip sprinted to Samson to avoid answering. Merryweather freed Samson of his chains, and Phillip swung himself astride. The fairies flew with them right above his shoulders. Whatever you do, don't stop, Phillip said to Samson, taking the reins in his shield hand. Just get us out of here. The enchanted creatures huddled atop the door of the castle, and the raven cawed from the ramparts. Slowly, the creatures overturned great cauldrons of hot oil. Flora shielded them with a rainbow that made the oil slide uselessly to their sides and fizzle on the ground. The gate of the castle grew nearer and nearer, and the portcullis began to fall. Phillip urged Samson to go faster, and the grating crashed to the ground the moment they cleared it. Outside, the drawbridge began to rise, and the fairies swept over the edge. Phillip gripped the reins tightly. Watch out, Phillip, Fauna said. Samson leapt, magic keeping them aloft for a moment, and landed hard on the opposite side. The rock crumbled under his hooves, and he pulled himself onto solid ground. They raced down the mountainside, with bright light chasing them. Phillip glanced back. Maleficent had climbed to the tallest of her towers. "Hurry," said Flora. "Hurry, Phillip." Clouds of green swirled in the sky above Maleficent, and she lifted her staff. Thunder crashed and lightning struck the arch of stone above the mountain path. The rock shattered and fell. Phillip knocked the debris away with the shield. Lightning tore through the rock path before them. They fell down the side of the mountain. Samson jumped from one ledge to another, scrambling for a hold. Phillip's bones ached with the landing. Samson cleared the final chasm with a wild neigh. Phillip took a deep breath as they left the jagged land of the Forbidden Mountain and King Stephen's castle came into view on the horizon. They had escaped, for now. Storm clouds dark as night reached out across the sky and encircled the white towers. They gathered in a deepening fog, casting the whole countryside in shadow. Lightning split the world. Phillip risked another look back, and Maleficent, a laughing, horned shade against the green sky, stood at the center of the clouds. Samson whimpered. Phillip pulled up on the reins, turning around. An endless forest of thorns as long as Phillip's legs sprouted through the ground, cracking the earth like an egg. They writhed and twisted, and a great tangle of them covered the road. Samson stopped just in time, rearing away from the pike-like thorns. Phillip urged him on slowly. "Like the thorn wall in the dreams," said Phillip, cutting through a thorny vine and ignoring the dread in his gut. But somehow worse. Phillip tore through the thorns with the sword. He would not be stopped by them, not ever again. "Why did you think Maleficent's curse wouldn't happen?" he asked the fairies, hacking at the thorns. "Curses always come to pass." The fairies flitted above him, and Flora sniffed. "Maleficent's power was greatly reduced after she was banished," she said. "Given that Merryweather's gift altered the curse and we would be assisting, we were hopeful that it wasn't set in stone. While it's true that curses always come true, like our gifts, the details of how they come true can be manipulated to be more beneficial," Fauna added. She hovered over Phillip's shoulder. "We were not aware you studied curses and fairy magic, Your Highness." "I didn't," he said as Samson continued to charge ahead. Phillip slashed the thorns out of their way with his sword, and he and Samson bounded over an outcropping toward the stone road. The thorns had grown the thickest there, trying to block access to the castle completely. It was exactly like the thorns from the dream, which had grown through everything in their path. Phillip urged Samson onto the bridge over the river and glanced at the fairies. "Where is everyone? Are they safe?" "Asleep, to be awakened when Princess Aurora wakes," said Flora. "They are perfectly safe." "Asleep?" asked Phillip, incredulous. "How is that safe? They're about to be in the middle of a battlefield. They can't get to safety if they're asleep, and now we need to worry about protecting them and keeping the fight contained." "It will all work itself out," Flora said, and tensed at the sight of the thorns twisting up through the road ahead of them. Phillip snapped his head to her. "Will it? Briar Rose won't thank you for placing her life above everyone else's." "Well," she paused. "What do you mean, Briar Rose?" "No." Maleficent's scream echoed across the land, cutting off his answer, and the sky grew painfully bright. "It cannot be." A twisting knot of purple and gold magic tore overhead, slammed into the stone bridge before Phillip, and splashed across the stones like liquid fire. Samson reared, and Phillip struggled to comfort him. Maleficent must have discovered that he had stolen the sword and shield. She appeared, wreathed in green flames and black smoke. "Now shall you deal with me, O Prince," she said, raising her staff, "and all the powers of hell." Phillip held tight to Samson. The fire burned brighter and more violently, and smoke covered the bridge. Maleficent's form twisted, bones and magic crackling like a fire, and the ghastly burn of brimstone filled Philip's nose. She stretched all the way to the clouds circling above, and from the clouds emerged the toothy maw of a great dragon. Her terrible wings unfurled across the sky and blocked out what little sun was left. Green flames spilled from her cackling mouth. Fear froze Philip. He couldn't do this. He wasn't a hero, he was the one who had gotten them into this mess in the first place. This was a display of power so awesome the mere sight of it nearly stopped his heart. How could he defeat her? He wasn't. Her tail flicked, knocking against a castle tower, and the stones wobbled as if they might fall. The image of Briar Rose, cursed and asleep, came to him, and Philip shuddered. She had been cut off from the world for so long, and she would be stuck sleeping in that tower forever if he didn't win. He couldn't let that happen. He would do anything to ensure she got to see the world. Philip urged Samson on despite the terror trembling through him and the rattle of Maleficent's footfalls in his bones, and he peered up at the tower through the thorns. "Why don't you kiss me?" Briar Rose's question played in his head over and over again. Maybe she thought he was her true love because this feeling, the heady mix of joy and terror and unyielding drive to keep going until she was free to live the life she'd always wanted, could only be love. Philip loved her. He loved her, and he had to do this. No one else could. If Briar Rose, who knew him better than anyone, loved him enough to think he could be her true love, then he wasn't as cowardly or as bad as he thought. She believed in him, and for once, he believed in himself, too. "Just you and me, boy," he muttered to Samson, and pressed the horse to run. "We can do this." Samson took off, galloping across the stones toward Maleficent's feet, and she reared back, smoke spilling from her nostrils. Philip raised the shield to block her spout of flames, and the force of them knocked him from Samson. He landed hard on his back, the heat of her power scorching his clothes. His shield arm, though, was fine. It wasn't even warm. Philip leapt to his feet, and Maleficent spat more flames across the bridge, forcing him away from her. The stones melted beneath his feet. He had to get to her underbelly, where the interlocking black scales faded to an almost translucent purple. All creatures had a heart, and all hearts could break. He only had to find hers. He rose, his eyes locked with the dragon's, and stood at the edge of the crumbling bridge. She buffeted him with fire again, forcing him back. The shield stayed cold and steady on his arm. Samson squealed behind him. The thorns were at Philip's back, and he dove into them. His years in the dreamwood had broken his fear of them. A prick from a thorn, or a spindle, was nothing in the face of what needed to be done. Philip waited behind a thick vine. Maleficent tucked her face into the thorns, fire burning any that got too near her. She stretched out her neck more, her jaw right above the ground, and Philip lunged, bringing the sword of truth down atop her snout. Her face slammed into the dirt. The scales beneath the blade bent but didn't break. She snatched her face away from him. Philip thrusted for her eyes, and she twisted, snapping out at him. Her fangs ripped through the air where he had been, and he swung for her eyes again. She reared up onto her hind legs and out of his reach. Philip darted back into the thorns, fear racing in his chest. Maleficent burned through them, spewing flames across the land. The thorns went up in an acrid black smoke that choked his lungs. Philip cut and shoved his way through the thorns. He skidded into a steep cliff, the stone rising high before him and the flames creeping closer behind. "Up!" cried one of the fairies. "Up this way!" Gripping the sword with his shield hand, he began to climb with his other. Maleficent's footsteps thundered behind him, and the forest of thorns shattered beneath her form. The scorching heat of her drew nearer and nearer. The fire spreading, he shouted at Flora, struggling to scale the cliff. Will people wake up if they're in danger? The fairy twisted her hands together and didn't answer. Phillip groaned, climbing as quickly as he could. He had to finish this now. He yanked himself to the top of the cliff, and the shield jerked his arm around. Maleficent's teeth clacked together where his arm had been. He struck out with the sword. It whistled through the air and grazed her jaw. She snapped at him again. He dodged and swung. The fire burned higher beneath them. Maleficent climbed up the cliff, curling her body over the rocks and forcing him back yet again. The sword was barely longer than her teeth, and he couldn't land a hit. Her scales weren't even scratched. The familiar grip of futility took him, and he barely jumped out of the way of her jaws. The cliff edge crumbled under his foot. He swung his arms for balance, throwing the suddenly heavy shield forward. It righted him but slipped down his arm. Maleficent spat another bout of flames at him. The shield took the brunt of them, but the force of her magic toppled Phillip and ripped the shield from his arm. It tumbled over the cliff and down into the inferno. Maleficent's laughter cut through Phillip like a knife. He swallowed and raised the sword. If he couldn't beat her, maybe he could distract her long enough for the fairies to get everyone else to safety. He opened his mouth to shout, and a bright warm magic washed over him. The 3 good fairies flitted down to him and hovered over his shoulder. Now, sword of truth, fly swift and sure, said Flora, that evil die and good endure. Fly? They wanted him to throw his only weapon. Phillip tightened his grip on the sword. Swords weren't made to be thrown, magic or not. And what did the fairies know about fighting? He could wait. He could lure Maleficent forward and wait for the cliff to crumble. He could hit her heart then. But Briar Rose's voice echoed in his head. Trust them, she had said. Maleficent lunged for Phillip. He took a breath, adjusted his grip, and flung the last weapon he had at Maleficent's monstrous form. Chapter 21. True Love's Kiss. The sword flew true. It struck Maleficent in the chest, and blood spilled down her amethyst underbelly. She howled and recoiled. Phillip braced himself, glaring up at the slivers of her eyes. Her head bobbed back. Phillip's terror sharpened the world to that single moment, and he leapt over her gnashing jaws. The cliff crumbled beneath them, and Phillip threw himself backward. His fingers tore through rock, barely catching the edge. He clung as tightly as he could, panic holding his hands in place despite the pain. Maleficent crashed to the ground. Oily black smoke clogged the air, and her screams died. Phillip crawled onto the top of what was left of the cliff. The smoke lingered in his throat and stopped his shout. He wiped his face and peered over the edge. All that was left of Maleficent was a midnight smear pinned to the earth by the sword of truth. Phillip almost laughed. It was done. The slow clack of hoofs against stone came up the cliff behind Phillip, and he smiled at Samson's unharmed form. The courser snorted softly, and Phillip gripped his reins. The fairies lingered over Phillip's shoulder. You all right, Samson? Phillip asked, focusing on the horse so he wouldn't have to think about everything that had happened and what he still had to do. Endless carrots. Infinite carrots. As many as you can eat without dying. Samson nickered and laid his head against Phillip's shoulder, letting Phillip pull a few scorched pieces of wood from his mane. There was so much left to do despite the exhaustion tugging at his bones, and Phillip sat up until he could see the spires of the castle in the distance. He had to wake Briar Rose first and tell her what had happened, and find out for sure if he was her true love. The very idea of her not waking turned his stomach. Or maybe it was the smoke. Definitely the smoke. "Your Highness," said Flora, flickering in the corner of his sight, "Princess Aurora and the others are waiting." "Johanna," he said. "Is there a way to retrieve her?" Merryweather nodded sharply and flicked her wand, creating a cloudy image between them so like the one Maleficent had summoned that Phillip shivered. "Now, let's see," she said, moving her wand like a spyglass and adjusting what the image was showing. "Your squire will need her horse as well." With Maleficent gone and the old magic binding her to the Forbidden Mountain gone with her, this should be much easier. There was a burst of warm air that reminded him of spring and a whistle like a bird. Down the cliff on the road to the castle, Johanna and Taliesin appeared in an explosion of soap bubbles. Johanna, exhausted and soaked with sweat but beaming, threw her arms around Taliesin's neck, and Samson cantered over to bump Taliesin's flank. Phillip met Johanna in the middle. "How'd it go?" he asked, wrapping her in a hug. "What's going on?" she asked, but returned the embrace. "Where's Maleficent?" "Gone," said Phillip. He stepped back and wiped some ash from her face. "She's dead. For good. I think?" He glanced back at Merryweather, and she nodded. Johanna gently punched his arm a few times, and he grinned. "Time is of the essence, Your Highness," said Flora, fluttering over to his shoulder. "The other fairies are still trapped, yes. Pina's out cold, and Frikey spent the last while flying around and crying because of that cut on her arm," Johanna said, and shook her head. "Eris either is invisible and hiding or got out. She panicked when I downed Pina." "Good girl." Merryweather applauded quietly. "Two fairies taken down and one scared off is nothing to sneeze at, you know." Phillip smiled and knocked his shoulder against Johanna's. "Worth a knighthood at the very least." Johanna blushed, and Phillip patted Taliesin's snout. "Come on, Sir Johanna." Phillip helped her onto Taliesin and then mounted Samson. "Everyone in the area is asleep until Princess Aurora is awakened. Get to the healing house and prepare to help once everyone is awake." "I'll get the princess." "Asleep?" she asked. Phillip nodded. "You'll see." They traveled in silence, staring at the distant towers of the castle. The forest of thorns was gone, but there was still an unsettling prickle on the back of Phillip's neck. The only sounds were the flutter of the fairies' wings and the stomp of Samson's hooves. Phillip flinched as they passed the first people. "I see," mumbled Johanna, her mouth falling open. People had slumped over where they stood. Some swayed and others had slipped all the way to the paving stones. A child slept alone in the corner of the gate, and a woman was half submerged in the center fountain. Phillip maneuvered Samson through the crowd like he would navigate a wood. "We did not wish for Princess Aurora to awaken alone," said one of the fairies. "Not that we had anything but the utmost confidence in His Highness quickly rescuing her, but it was a precaution. No one should be hurt or even notice they fell asleep." Johanna touched one person's shoulder, and they snored. She jerked back. "Right," she said. "I'll go make sure the healing house is ready in case anyone wakes up and panics." "Please do," said Phillip, reaching across Samson and tugging Johanna close. He gripped her collar. "Do not start writing a book about this." She grinned and batted his hand away. "And ode it is." "Better than your eulogy," he muttered, and she laughed all the way to the healing house. Phillip jogged into the courtyard, where the groves of people were thinner, and glanced around for the tower entrance. The sooner he could speak with Briar Rose, the better. He wanted to know that she was well. He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted her awake before him so that they could speak without the threat of everything hanging over them. He just wanted her. But what if she didn't wake up? They were getting along well now, and he wanted to be her true love, but knowing someone and wanting them wasn't love. True love was supposed to be all-encompassing and legendary, and while Phillip knew how he felt, true love still seemed too much like a fairy tale to involve him. Briar Rose had asked him to kiss her, though. All that was left to do was honor her request, and hope. The fairies led the way through the castle. Phillip chased after them, furious he hadn't paid more attention when visiting. Higher and higher they spiraled, but Phillip's exhaustion fell away as he felt himself getting closer to Briar Rose. He sprinted up the final steps and into her resting place. The sight of her still took his breath away. The life had been sapped from her, blanching her skin to a bluish white and leaving her lips a pale pink. Briar Rose had always been vibrant, in life and in dreams, and this stillness made his hands shake. Phillip had always longed to see her, but now, all he wanted was to hear her voice. The fairies hovered near the door, watching. He knelt at Briar Rose's side, nerves fluttering through him. He braced a hand on his knee to keep from shaking. Her chest rose with a slow breath, and he sighed. He was far more afraid of what came next than he had been of fighting Maleficent. What would he do if he kissed her and she didn't wake? Would he be forced to go off and find her real true love? Could his heart suffer such a task? Phillip leaned close to her. He touched her hand, half hoping the cursed sleep had lifted when Maleficent died, but Briar Rose didn't move. Phillip bowed over her head and hesitated a hairbreadth from her lips. Phillip pulled away, his heart racing, and shook his head. He didn't want it not to work. But Briar Rose had asked him to do this. He had to try for her. Gently, Phillip pressed his mouth to hers and then moved away. He stayed on his knees at her side, one hand gripping hers. Her chest rose and fell with steady breaths, but the rest of her stayed as still as the grave. Dread and disappointment began to creep over him, and Phillip slipped his hand from hers. It hadn't worked. Phillip gritted his teeth and tried to hide his grief from the three good fairies looming at the door. He had known it. He wasn't. Briar Rose blinked up at him, her violet eyes dark in the dim light. His heart condensed, and every thought in his mind quieted. "I know you defeated Maleficent," she whispered, "so why do you look so terrified?" "I woke you up," said Phillip, still in disbelief. "Me? You," she said. "Is it really so terrible?" "It's just," he swallowed. Shook his head. Swallowed again. "You really love me?" Briar Rose laughed softly and beckoned him down to her. "You literally just woke me with true love's kiss. Is the evidence not enough?" "Yes, I love you." Phillip couldn't stop a painfully wide grin from taking over his expression, and he was sure he would never stop smiling. Phillip gestured to himself. "Me?" "Him." "You're lucky you're pretty," Briar Rose said, and tossed the rose in her hands aside. Briar Rose grabbed his collar and tugged him down to her in an embrace. She smelled like spring in the dream wood, fresh leaves and cool water. He tucked his face into the curve of her neck and inhaled. Her fingers combed through the sweaty, tangled ends of his hair. "I heard everything while I was in the dream wood," she said. One of the fairies cleared her throat, and Phillip glanced at them. Briar Rose stilled. "Aunt Flora?" she asked. "What dreams do you mean, dear?" asked Flora. Merryweather cleared her throat again. And what did you hear? Oh, well, everything Phillip did, said Briar Rose, blushing. I suppose I kept a secret from you all as well. Phillip and I have always dreamed of each other. There's this old forest, Phillip added. And there was this thorn wall that was separating us. We could never talk, until one day we could. But these last weeks the forest became this maze, and then it. He looked at Briar Rose, and she raised her eyebrows. It vanished the last dream we had, but neither of us knew why it was there or why we were even dreaming of the other. Oh. Fauna clutched her chest, tears in her eyes. It looks like Merryweather's gift had more impact than we thought, Flora said and smiled. True love is its own kind of magic, and true love always finds a way to bring people together, even when curses seek to keep them apart. The curse was always within you, my dear, at first as the thorn wall and then as the maze that separated you. But I would guess that this last dream was the first one you shared after falling in love. We only found our way out of the maze after we stopped fighting, said Phillip. Briar Rose nodded. And we could only talk to each other once the curse was almost here. True love, said Merryweather, beaming at both of them in turn. Striving to bring you together before the curse took hold. So magic believed in us? Phillip turned back to Briar Rose and grinned. I believed in us, she said. And you. You did so well. I told you that you would. Did you? He mumbled. I missed your humility. I will not apologize for being right. I would never ask that of you, he said, and laughed. True love. I'm going to kiss you again unless you wouldn't like that, she said softly, running her thumb along the hollow of his throat. I think you owe me a proper first kiss. There were no thoughts left in his head, so Phillip said, I would hate to be in debt to you. Her lips slid over his as easily as he usually slipped into dreams. The blood rushed in his veins, and the bottom of the world fell away, leaving nothing but the warmth of her fingers against his throat and the flutter of her lashes against his cheek. She gripped him tighter. His tongue. A throat cleared behind them. Briar Rose pulled away first and peered over his shoulder. Phillip had forgotten about the fairies, but he couldn't find it in him to be embarrassed. He felt buoyant. There was no opinion that could ever drag him down again. He was unbelievably happy for the first time in years. I thought he was supposed to kiss me, said Briar Rose, putting on a confused tone, and he hid a laugh in her shoulder. What's wrong? You are truly lovely, he muttered, and kissed her cheek. You'll be the death of us, girl, said Flora. You are both expected downstairs. There is still a party to attend, your parents to meet, and a story to tell. They can wait. I had to, said Briar Rose, and she narrowed her eyes at the spluttering fairy over Phillip's shoulder. I just awoke from a curse on top of finding out who I was today. Perhaps you should go warn them we'll be there in a moment? The fairies whispered behind them, and Phillip struggled not to mind or worry about what they were saying. Phillip helped her sit up, keeping one hand on her arm. Happy birthday, by the way, he said, enjoying the decadence of being able to see her expressions and play with her hair. Growing up knowing he was betrothed to Princess Aurora, he had never allowed himself to bask in affection. He spent a few minutes summarizing his flight from the Forbidden Mountain and the fight with Maleficent. Briar Rose gasped at all the right parts, mostly to mock his serious tone. He kissed her brow once he was done. Also, I think our wedding is happening downstairs. She made a face. We're not getting married tonight, right? Absolutely not, and I cannot wait to see their faces when they find out. He kissed her quickly and held out his hands. Do you feel up to disappointing your parents for the first time? It's a momentous occasion. I remember mine fondly. She laughed and took his hand, rising from the bed. How do I look? So disappointing, he said, brushing her hair over her shoulders and twisting a strand around his finger. Well, you would know, she said, but there was no sharpness behind the words. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. She whispered, we defeated Maleficent. If anyone is actually disappointed, it's their loss. Phillip laughed, and she tugged him closer. Phillip, she said, holding both of his hands in hers, I know you spent years struggling against your, I guess, betrothal and hating the idea of obeying even though you were prepared to go through with it. If you want to leave now, I wouldn't blame you. He wasn't sure love could flourish with only a few words, but this was the most beloved he had ever felt. Briar Rose was watching him through slightly narrowed eyes, clearly concerned but offering him the thing he had wanted the most. She knew exactly what the Phillip of a month earlier would have chosen, to leave. Yet she was letting him decide even when she thought his answer would hurt her. But he wasn't that Phillip anymore. I don't want to go. He glanced at the fairies and dropped his voice. I don't want to get married now, and I don't want to follow our parents' plan for us. I don't even want to stay in Old Tor or Arkwine. I want to travel and figure out who I am outside my father's shadow, and I want to do all that with you, if you would like that as well. Briar Rose nodded, her nose scrunched up from smiling. I want to go everywhere. Joy like he'd never before known flooded his veins, and Phillip knew that this was true love, wanting to face the world with someone who knew all your best and worst parts, helping them achieve their dreams, and basking in their successes. Trust. Bravery. Love. Together, they could do anything. The fairies fluttered about them as they descended. Voices rose up the stairwell as they moved down. It was obvious that everyone was awake, and there didn't seem to be any panic. All Phillip could hear were happy shouts and distant bursts of song. It sounded like a grand party downstairs. Once they reached the main floor, the fairies flew off to alert the heralds. Do you think they noticed that they fell asleep? He asked Briar Rose. She watched the dancing and shook her head. I don't think I would have noticed if I hadn't been expecting it and hadn't woken up in a different place, she said. I won't tell them if you don't. He grinned and kissed her hand. I'll bet you everything in my purse they don't mention Maleficent for a whole hour. Deal. The fanfare of trumpets echoed through the castle. Phillip tucked her hand into the crook of his arm, slowly walking down the main staircase. King Stephen and Queen Leah sat on their thrones at the end of the hall, and Phillip's father lounged near them. The Queen's eyes widened when she spotted them, her sad smile making his heart ache. Briar Rose stiffened, and he brushed his thumb over her hand. King Stephen's smile, though, was all joy. It's Aurora, he said, stepping hesitantly toward them. She's here. You're not very good at disappointing people, whispered Phillip. He grinned at her and squeezed her hand against his side. Still time to back out, but if we leave, we'll miss my father's floundering. She laughed under her breath, staring ahead and clearly trying not to look at all the people around them. He won't be that bad, will he? Phillip snorted. You're lucky we're not betting on it. And Phillip, cried King Hubert. Briar Rose's shoulders shook against his for a moment, and he bowed his head to hide his own laugh. A few steps from the platform, they came to a stop. He bowed, and Briar Rose curtsied, still clutching his arm. Phillip straightened and felt Briar Rose stiffen again, her gaze rising to her parents. Then she seemed to shrug off her hesitation and squeezed his arm. He moved to let her go. Briar Rose ran to her mother. Phillip took a step back, looking at his nearing father from the corner of his eye. "What does this mean, boy?" King Hubert asked Phillip. Before Phillip had time to come up with a quip, Briar Rose swooped in and kissed King Hubert on the cheek. He went quiet. Phillip took that chance to sweep Briar Rose away. He pulled her into his arms, ignoring his father's babbling. Briar rose and he fell easily into the same steps as in their dance in the wood, and the people around them watched. Phillip couldn't find it within him to care. He simply pulled her closer and smiled. Let his father be confused. Let everyone stare. No opinions on this mattered save for Briar Rose's and his. There was a tickle in his throat, and what felt like a spring breeze rustled through his hair. Briar Rose groaned. "They're so competitive," she muttered as her dress shifted from blue to pink. The people around them began murmuring. "Competitive," said Phillip, laughing when it switched back to blue. "Yes, I'm beginning to understand that. Do you want them to stop?" He eyed the good fairies off to the side. "No, they wouldn't be themselves if they weren't like this, and I do love them," she said, and kicked up her heels so the dress swished just so as it changed to pale pink again. She tilted her face up to him. "What now?" Phillip twirled her once more, and the people watching them faded away with the troubles of the past day. "We live happily ever after, of course." Epilogue. Their happiness was as if they were floating upon the downy clouds of dawn, and they danced amongst the morning. "Absolutely not," said Phillip, tossing aside the flower crown he had been weaving, and burying his face in his hands. "It's only been 2 years. How can you not remember exactly what happened in a way that is to my liking?" Johanna snapped her book shut. He never should have gifted it to her, and grinned. "I knew you would hate it. That's why I wrote it like that." Sir Johanna of Artwine had been the first to put the story of Maleficent's defeat to paper. Much to Philip's chagrin, it was mostly accurate. It did feature far more than simply his mistakes, fortunately, and plenty of the stories of the people who had been caught in Maleficent's work decades earlier and recently. Johanna had found old stories, between Maleficent's first defeat and return, of towns sieged by strange, unquenchable wildfires down south and roads where shadows danced and stalked all who traveled along them. A dozen farms out east had been deluged with storms, and children told scary stories of the lady in the dress like lightning. Before they had tricked Phillip, Maleficent's fairies had been busy sowing chaos. There was far more to the story than an evil fairy, a curse, and a princess. Johanna was still uncovering all of it, and that included hunting down Eris. Phillip had taken a far more relaxed approach to the 2 years after defeating Maleficent. "That's fair enough and all, but you never threw me over your shoulder when helping me learn magic," he said. Johanna arched a brow at him and said, "Prove it." Phillip snorted. It was easier to joke about Maleficent and his time with the fairies now. Briar Rose's birthday had made everyone nervous the past year despite their certainty that the evil fairy was gone, so this year, her parents had indulged her. The party was only close friends and family, though Kings Hubert and Stefan were loud enough for a whole crowd and had gathered in the sun-warmed grass of King Stefan's gardens beneath a canopy of climbing roses cultivating by Briar Rose. Most of the guests were caught up in their own conversations, so Phillip didn't mind the ribbing. "I think it's a lovely ode," said Briar Rose, and the barely contained laughter warbled in her voice. "Better you get thrown a few times than some stranger writes about how noble and shining and handsome and wonderful you are and then everyone expects you to be like one of those perfect knights of old." "Yes, I would hate to be described as handsome," he muttered, and leaned back in the grass. Briar Rose laughed, loud and unrestrained. Sunlight caught the curls of her hair and the lines of her throat, and it took everything within Phillip to keep from smiling. "You wound me," said Phillip, and he clutched his chest. "Where is a cursed sleep when you need one?" She laughed again, and Phillip kissed Briar Rose's cheek. She squeezed his hand. Johanna watched with a wry smile. Her interest in romance was still strictly academic. "I left out how you ruined my dubbing ceremony a whole year in advance," she said loudly, glancing toward his father. Phillip groaned. His father loved telling that story. "Amos themself in my castle," King Hubert shouted, slapping the blanketed ground. "Nearly ripped the whole wall down when they took the shield of virtue." It had been a sight, Johanna attired in her best, her black hair woven with gold and her hands stained in flowing designs. Philip's father was presenting her with the sword she would carry from then on when the scent of linseed oil and the rattling footfalls of Amos's armor had filled the hall. They had declared their intentions against the thief Philip, the politest thing he had ever been called, though a solid blow to his pride, and retaken the shield. They had left without another word, only inclining their head to Johanna. "You had the most memorable ceremony in centuries," said Philip. "And they acknowledged you, Johanna the Honorable." He jabbed his finger at her to emphasize the words, and Johanna hid her smile. "Of art wine." King Hubert applauded. "Are Johanna chosen by Amos?" Philip laughed. His father's boisterous attitude was mostly easier to handle now. They'd had it out, as his father put it now, yelling at each other in turns in the weeks after Maleficent's defeat. Philip had still been furious about everything, even if he liked his father's newfound pride in him, and his father hadn't been able to figure out why Philip was upset that his father was proud of him. There had been several awkward fights before Philip had brought up Eris, and then King Hubert had understood how much he had hurt his son. He had spent a whole week just talking with Philip after that. That was the first time he saw his father cry. Their relationship wasn't perfect now, but it was fine. Nice, even. "And now we're all busy living happily ever after and dancing at dawn," said Briar Rose, though happily ever after does seem very vague. "I'm sorry." Philip stole her cup of barley water. "Are you not happy, birthday girl?" Her parents and King Hubert perked up at that, pretending not to listen closely. Getting over Philip and Briar Rose's calling off their wedding had been one of the steps toward reconciliation. Queen Leah had seen the sense in it first, once she realized how unprepared Briar Rose was for the life she'd been thrust into. King Hubert's conflating of Philip with his ideal heir was the same issue at the heart of the betrothal. They thought of their children as extensions of themselves. Briar Rose's parents had come around first, eager to build a relationship with her. They were being as gentle as Briar Rose usually was with injured baby animals. In the past 2 years, there had been heavy discussions, teary family meals, and a lot of talks Philip had heard about from Briar Rose. She had gotten used to most parts of her new life, though not doing her own darning had taken far longer to learn than holding court and bookkeeping, but large crowds still unnerved her. Queen Leah had spent weeks trying to decide if the picnic would be appreciated. "I am devastated," Briar Rose said, and sniffed, tilting her head to stare down her nose at him in a perfect copy of her mother. "Only this party and Johanna's gift of our story have kept me from dying of a broken heart." "I'll be taking my gift back, then," Philip said, and held out his hand. Briar Rose tightened her grip on the crate next to her. "I didn't say you should do that." The crate of flower bulbs he had imported from the far north was more a promise than a gift. They hadn't traveled outside of Old Tor and Artwine yet. Briar Rose had wanted to see the kingdom that was her home, and there had been a lot to do to ensure both kingdoms were safe after Maleficent's fall. They had spent the better part of the years getting to even ground with their parents and figuring out what their roles in this new world were. Briar Rose finally seemed used to life outside the cottage and the glen, though he knew she was still desperate to see the world. So fickle, he said, and tapped her nose. That was only part of the gift, anyway. And he hoped to make the rest happen soon. Part of? She glanced around them. Is the rest a secret? Maybe. The party was winding down. King Stefan was laughing at something Queen Leah said, and Philip's father slapped him on the back. 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐿 beamed, and Philip's father toasted her. Knighthood suited her far better than it had ever suited Philip. Want to get out of here? Philip whispered to Briar Rose, pointing at the Queen, who was refilling Johanna's cup, and King Hubert, who was downing his. That is a game of scumps in the making, and I may love my father now, but I know better than to play drinking games with him. Briar Rose laughed and nodded. They slipped from their seats with no one but the fairies noticing. Flora gave Briar Rose a little wave. Philip hoped the others would understand the pair's need to escape from the crowd and noise, and he would take the blame if they did mind. Philip carried the crate of flower bulbs and nodded toward the edge of the garden. Their horses perked up as they neared. Your father's much improved, she said. Still loud, though. Oh, I don't think any amount of long talks will quiet him down, said Philip. He apologized. Never heard of him doing that before. It had been the most awkward moment of Philip's life. But King Hubert was proud of Philip and would say so to anyone within hearing range, even if he didn't quite agree with Philip's turn into statecraft over knighthood. Politics was far more like a game of chess than the war games King Hubert preferred. And Philip had gotten quite good at chess of late. Hello, Bear. Briar Rose stroked her palfrey's side and offered her an apple slice smeared with plum jam. She kissed her horse's temple. Happy birthday! Philip and Queen Leah had spent weeks finding the perfect horse for Briar Rose's birthday the past year, and Briar Rose had taken one look at the warm brown palfrey munching on every piece of food in sight and named her in a heartbeat. They hadn't really been apart since. It's not her birthday, you know, he said, and let Samson fish a small apple from his pocket. Briar Rose glanced at him. I don't know her birthday, so the best I can do is celebrate the day we met. It was exceptionally easy to love her. I want to find the perfect place to plant these, said Briar Rose, eyeing a distant corner of the garden. Do you think 𝐏𝐚𝐫 would like any if I managed to grow a few? 𝐏𝐚𝐫 would accept it with a smile and come to him in a panic because she didn't know how to keep anything except him and Taliesin alive. She hasn't got a green thumb. Too much ink, he said. They fit you far better anyway, sleeping until spring, when they come alive again. Briar Rose smiled. Did she write a poem? It's in the works, but act surprised if it's your next birthday gift. She laughed and nodded. They made their way toward the plot slowly, Samson and Bear ambling behind them. It was difficult to believe that only 2 years earlier their futures had been precarious and they had never even spoken to each other. If not for the dream he wasn't sure what would have happened. They hadn't dreamed of it since the curse ended. Briar Rose circled the little nook of the garden she liked, tied up the long skirts of her gown to keep them from getting too dirty, and knelt in the grass. A squirrel crept forward and sniffed at her crate of bulbs. No digging these up, said Briar Rose. I'll give you all the food you want, but you can't go rooting around in the garden, understood? The squirrel chattered in a way that might have been agreement and dashed off to the others watching from the tree. She shooed them away with a grin and got to work, testing out the earth with her hands. Philip settled next to her and passed her each bulb as she went. She hummed as she worked. There was something intimate about silence, something cozy and safe in knowing so much about another person that there wasn't any conversation that could improve the moment. To know she was comfortable enough to be Briar Rose and not Princess Aurora around him was so dear to him his heart ached. "I love you," he said softly. They had been together and apart in equal measure the past 2 years, and Phillip didn't want to be apart from her more than necessary from then on out. He picked up the final bulb, cupping it gently in his palms, and watched her press the dirt over the bulbs as if she were tucking them into bed. They had grown together, and he couldn't wait to keep growing with her. Phillip offered her the final bulb. "I love you too." She brushed off her hands and turned to him. "What's wrong?" "Absolutely nothing," said Phillip, his heart in his throat. He knew she loved him better than he knew anything at all, but still the words would barely come. "How do you feel about long engagements?" She planted the final bulb, her only the pink blooming high on her cheeks. "An odd question since we're technically still engaged. But that is our parents' doing, not ours." He folded his shaking hands in his lap and focused on a spot just over her shoulder. "Now that you've had a chance to settle into Old Tor and you've been to Artwine, how would you feel about visiting some other kingdoms, like the one that's home to those flowers?" She grinned and nodded, leaning into him until she could catch his gaze. "I would love to do that, but what does traveling have to do with engagements?" "An engagement means our parents won't mind us being gone for a while." "Phillip." She pressed her forehead to his. "Is this theoretical engagement solely for their sake?" He swallowed, nerves writhing in his chest. "No. It's just, they're so loud, and I thought, so I already planned it all regardless of if they agree to it or not, and we leave at night if they don't. Johanna's in on the trip, as are some of the other knights. I don't really care what they say, but you've been building your relationship with them, so I didn't want to shatter it by just taking off with you, because I know you'll go. Not that you have to. We can still go no matter what their response or your answer is. Briar Rose kissed him, stopping his rambling and nerves, and he followed her when she pulled away. She pressed a finger to his lips. "I would give you an answer if you asked me a question," she said. Phillip grinned, relief bubbling out of him as laughter. "Will you marry me?" "I would love to marry you when we return from this grand adventure of yours." She kissed him again and tasted as sweet as the words sounded. "Our parents are going to shriek so loudly they'll wake up Maleficent from death," she said when they parted. "We have to wait to tell them." Phillip shrugged. "We'll keep you away from spindles on our wedding day, then." "That would make a good story." Briar Rose leaned back and dragged him down with her until they were both staring up at the sky through a veil of leaves. "Can we make Johanna our official historian?" "Only if you want the history books in iambic pentameter." Phillip brought her hand to his mouth and kissed her knuckles. "How would you tell our story?" Briar Rose laughed. "Curses and dragons and fights are all well and good, but our story started far earlier than that. It all began with a dream I had as a child." And that's a wrap for part 2 of Prince of Thorns and Nightmares. I hope you're loving this story as much as I am. If you want more, don't forget to like and subscribe, it helps so much, and I'd love to keep bringing you these readings. If this book has you hooked, grab a copy to support Linsey Miller. Authors pour their hearts into these worlds, and every purchase means they can keep writing the stories we love. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next chapter.